Eager08 Larson just subscribed for 11 months. Hermet_horologist just subscribed for 5 months.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, I might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Okay. Well, good to see you all here today on this Thursday. Hype Train started on Twitch already, level 2. Incredible, thank you everybody over there for the resubs. Jaeger Larson, Moa Noip, and Hermit Horologist. Other people in chat: Jetman, Mike Toole, Hermit Horologist, Moa Noip, Schmegley, Blue Tomato, The Reference Frame, Joe 47771, Sarah Layla, Rizla, Mordant Inky Cap the Second, Man to the Pivot, Leo Woke, I think that's everybody in the chat. Good to see you all. Got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight, as I mentioned. Also, I want to do this. Not only thank you for the donations already, since you're getting me started on the thing I want to get done here. I am going to start a goal right now in the YouTube chat. It's going to be different than normal. Mostly because of the fact that economic blackout starts at midnight. At least that's what I'm deciding. So, goal started here on YouTube now. We got 2 hours to complete it. It's okay if we go over by a little bit, I guess, into tomorrow. But if you haven't heard, there's a general strike tomorrow in Minnesota and Minneapolis, and other states and cities are participating to some degree. And I feel like we should also participate in this protest. So, donate now until Friday starts. Then when Friday starts, no more. I guess people, for those of you not in the Eastern Standard Time Zone, I guess it would be fine for you to be donating until it's midnight for you. I won't give you shit for that. But if you want to donate after midnight, just pledge it. Just say in chat, I want to donate, but I can't. Because there's a fascist takeover of the United States. And so I will donate tomorrow's stream instead. And that's my request to all of you tonight. So get your donations in now, and then I'm gonna call it. I can't actually prevent anybody from donating. Like, there's no way for me to do that, so I figured I would at least tell you all. Now, I could probably like put like a sign, don't donate. Yeah, I could update that. Okay, all right. Before we get to talking ice, the fascists, and all of that, there's something that we have to talk about, something that we have not been talking about because of the chaos that has been seen on our streets this year, and that is
Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, the volume's super low.
Are you still talking
Jeffrey
about
Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
That's right. Jeffrey Epstein's been talked about for years, and we're going to talk about him some more today. Real quick, one video on this. Let's go to the I've Had It pod with Jen and Pumps from yesterday.
Ghislaine Maxwell has filed what I think is a shot across the bow to Trump and his allies. In federal court, Ghislaine Maxwell has filed saying there are 4 unindicted co-conspirators and at least 25 people that were not indicted but paid settlements. Pop this up. Ghislaine Maxwell dropped a bombshell alleging that nearly 30 friends of Jeffrey Epstein reached secret settlements and were never indicted. And why I think that this is super important is, remember the birthday book? There was speculation, and then it was confirmed that the birthday book with Trump saying we're such good friends and we have secrets in the woman caricature, that was alleged to have been from Ghislaine Maxwell to tell Trump, I've got shit on you. And then Todd Blanche ran down there. Now she's been transferred, all of those things. To me, this is a power play from her to say, I want my conviction overturned. That's what she's asking in federal court. Or I want a pardon. What are your thoughts?
You know, I don't follow this stuff as much as you do, the minutia of it.
This is fascinating to me. Pumps is on it right now, and she is look at the look on Pumps' face right now. She's dialed in on this thing. Oh my god. It all makes perfect sense when you think about the transpiring of events. And it would make perfect sense that Ghislaine has tons of dirt. You would think that she was right there with, she was Jeffrey Epstein's right-hand woman.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
One would, I think, be safe in assuming she's got some dirt on all sorts of people Jeffrey was hanging out with. And you would think that would include his best friend. Enigmatic friendship. Some say enigmas live forever. A wonderful secret.
But I have always just known that she has a lot of leverage over him because he uses the phrase, she's a very nice person. I wish her well. And when Elon Musk, before he dropped the bomb about Trump's in the Epstein files, before he dropped that on Twitter when they first broke up, he said, I wish him well. So for me, when Trump says, I wish him well, I'm sure he's probably said that about Putin before too. It's a tell because he can't, his go-to is just Rip City. Like his go-to is, you know, screw Ghislaine, she sucks, nobody liked her anyway, Jeffrey cheated on her all the time. You know, he can't help himself. So when you hear
look at Hillary, I wish her well. I can't even do the impression because it's so nonsensical. Crooked, nasty, corrupt Hillary Clinton, I wish her well. I hope she does well in the future. Great lady, that crooked, horrible Hillary, lock her up. I hope she does well.
Malignant narcissist that is an insult.
Trumpy6 just cheered 1,000 bits.
Holy shit. CJ from the 6 with 1,000 bits over on Twitch. Incredible generosity, much appreciated. Good to see you, CJ.
So
we've already made mucho progress on the content goal today. By the way, just so everybody knows, it's not going to be a super long stream. There's no way it goes over 8 hours. I've kept it under 100 vids. I don't see how this could possibly take me longer than 8 hours. So it's going to be a slightly short stream tonight, just because I'm still exhausted. The last couple of weeks have taken it out of me. I cannot deny I am not, and I've also, it's multiple things. It's been a very stressful week for, of course, the reasons. Then my health, as well as the fact I've been trying to get back in shape again since my sedentary lifestyle around here, I feel, has been contributing to some of my health problems. You know, ever since I started the stream, I haven't been working out, so I've been working out again, too. I've been going on jogs down on Earth. and other sorts of cardiovascular and physical activities in between the streams, which is also taking it out of me. But I do feel it's necessary. You know, I gotta stay healthy if I'm gonna keep bringing you all the news into the future. Can't be having these health situations happening.
He liked her anyway. Jeffrey cheated on her all the time. You know, he can't help himself. So when you hear this malignant narcissist that is an insult thrower say he wishes somebody well who is a convicted sex trafficker, I know that she has so much tea on him. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so let's get into the article of what she says in this filing. And I think this is not a surprise, but the fact that she's putting it on paper tells me there's all kinds of leverage. You're exactly right. Pop this up, Kyle's. Okay, buried in the habeas corpus petition that Maxwell recently filed in court, blah, blah, the convicted associate, 4 potential co-conspirators, and 25 men who reached secret settlements but were never indicted. And then you find out, what kind of settlements are we talking? You see that Leon Black, who is a Trump ally, former Apollo CEO, paid $62.5 million in U.S. Virgin Islands to settle claims tied to his financial dealings with Epstein. So here's the thing. There's no charges. Was this a quid pro quo with authorities? I don't know. And Leon Black, who is big buddies with Trump, also testified in 2018 before Congress that he vaguely remembers being in Russia and he could have been in a strip bar with Trump. So this goes back years and years and years ago.
That's bananas. Kylie, will you put that up? There was something underlined that I wanted to see. It said, gave evidence about being with Trump during a trip with Russia. This is what you just said, in the naughty 90s, where they attend a concert, a discotheque. And according to Black's sworn testimony, might have been in a strip club together. Black paid Epstein roughly $170 million nominally for tax and estate planning, but denied knowledge anything about his industrial scale sex trafficking. That's crazy. So is this maybe, and I'm just pontificating here or guessing, is this maybe how he had so much money? Because nobody really knows where Jeffrey Epstein's wealth came from. Did he honeypot and compromise?
Yeah, $170 million for estate planning is an insane number. Okay, that's a crazy person's number. Like, I don't even, like, seriously? 107, there's no way there's nothing nefarious going on with that. That is not for estate planning. That is for something else, but it's not that. 170 million. Get out. Get out.
Pot and compromise really wealthy men, and then they had to pay him off.
That's what I think. That's how I think it started. I think that Les Wexner was the first person that he made big.
Victoria's Secret guy.
Right. Victoria's Secret guy who has also been subpoenaed to testify before oversight. I'm sure he won't, but he has been subpoenaed. He's the one that started it. That's where the massive.
It's fascinating how just nobody's showing up for these fucking congressional subpoenas. Les Wexner's not going to show up, according to Pumps over here. The Clintons aren't showing. They're like, nah, actually, we're not going to show up. That's literally what happened. Like, it was like last week or something. They're like, nah, actually, never. We thought about it. We talked to Hillary, and we said, fuck that. I did not have sexual relations.
Accumulation started. But in terms of services, we have Palantir Peter Thiel saying, oh, well, he did tax stuff for me. To the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, that just seems shady to me. And $170 million for estate planning. I'm not a billionaire, but I would think 100 or 1 million would be a lot for estate planning. But I don't know. I don't have that kind of money. It's not that complicated. But 1 million seems like it'd be really, really a lot for estate planning. I think it's all bullshit. I think that Howard Lutnick told the truth one time, and that's when he said Jeffrey Epstein bribed people because he got them in there in that smarmy townhouse. I mean, he's a cabinet secretary. He says this while Trump is under investigation. I don't think that he's any different than anybody else that went in that townhouse.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's so many compromised people. Ghislaine Maxwell knows all of the names. She knows where all the bodies are buried. Trump was in it up to his cankles back when he had ankles. And, you know, the interesting thing about Trump, it just really fascinated me. He doesn't really have friends.
No.
But Jeffrey Epstein was like his buddy. I mean, they were very, very close friends. And the interesting parallels that I've always
A beautiful, enigmatic friendship of the ages. Ah, God. We have not been talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Or Ghislaine Maxwell, for that matter. I mean, honestly. I'm trying to think. I mean, really, it has come out of the... I mean, we've been trying to continue the talk around here. Like, when Voidzilla dropped that video the other week, and other little things that have been coming out about it, but honestly, ever since the law was passed and Donald Trump invaded Venezuela, I feel like ever since the Venezuela thing, like, we have not been hearing fuck all about Epstein. It's been a firestorm of news. By the way, thanks to all the donations on Twitch, I think we're doing the math right. We're like 1/3 of the way through the goal already. And we're like 20 minutes into this stream. It's crazy. It's crazy. You people are crazy. Although we are on a much shorter time scale than normal. Not that any of you knew that. All right, let's go here. This is from last week, clip from a Majority Report stream. Entitled, "This is Just the Beginning."
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Representative Aisha Gomez. She is the representative for District 62A in the Minnesota House of Representatives. And Aisha, you were just telling us that this is the...
You know, I've been thinking about lately, and it was partly because of this. It was like while I was watching this, I was thinking to myself, we got to find a way to make whistles cool. We got to find a way. Everybody just start wearing whistles. Wherever you are, just wear a whistle. Find yourself a cool whistle on like Temu or something.
You represent South Minneapolis.
But not tomorrow. No shopping once it's January 30th for you. We're shutting it down.
Yeah, Sam and Emma, thanks so much for having me. So my district is kind of the heart of the south side of Minneapolis. We've been heavily impacted, of course, by the incursion of the armed secret ICE police in our community. My constituent, Nicole Good, was murdered by ICE agents a couple of weeks ago in my district. We also, again, right around the corner from George Floyd Square, where we were the epicenter of that kind of global event 5 years ago as well. So thanks for having me.
Of course.
Just give us a sense of what it's been like over the past, I guess it's now like 3 weeks. 3 weeks of this sort of invasion. I don't know what else really to call it. I mean, I don't know what the numbers are.
Wait. Oh my God. I really wanted to do a piece on this today.
Witness history in the making. I feel energized to serve the American people. Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Please do.
Melania, rated PG.
Please do. This is gonna be so stupid. It's gonna be so dumb. It's gonna be such a bad movie. Oh my god. I'm glad, I'm glad that came up. I'm glad I got that advertisement just now. I swear to God, I've gotten like a dozen Melania movie advertisements so far on my own channel. They're really scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Now it's at
over
least
here.
2,000 ICE troopers, as Bovino would call them.
Like, honestly, though, I want to watch it ironically. Like, I genuinely want to watch it just to laugh at it. Like, I don't want to go see it in theaters. Like, I'm trying to find a way to get a copy of it without having to actually give these fuckers money for this, because, I mean, Jesus Christ, it's $40 million. $40 million for that nonsense. $40 million. US dollars they've spent on that fucking Melania documentary. You gotta be kidding me. What a joke.
At the very least, it's 2,000. Could be closer to 2,500 by now. Just give us a sense of like what the on the ground, like how aware of the presence are they there?
Yeah, so, you know, again, as you said, like there's so little transparency about this this incursion, this invasion by masked, unaccountable, heavily armed, you know, kitted out sometimes in full military garb for a secret police force in our community. So we don't even know how many of them there are. What I can tell you is just that my community is just being impacted in numerous ways by what's going on the ground. Of course, we see scenes of brutality and violence playing out over and over again, day after day, many times a day. Right now, as we speak, Greg Bovino is in my district. He was spotted there. He has a convoy of 4, 5, 6 SUVs with 3 or 4 agents in each of them. You can be just like a regular person going about your life, trying to take your kids to school, trying to go to work or go get, a cup of coffee or something, or going to the grocery store. And you encounter scenes of just impossible to imagine kind of things unfolding on the streets. I was like, it was last week, time's a little tough, but it was last week. As you may know, Greg Bovino and his goons, after they murdered my constituent, they went to a high school and at dismissal time, Roosevelt High School, and they used chemical munitions on students, parents, and educators as school was dismissing. So school closed in Minnesota for the Thursday and Friday after they killed, or in Minneapolis, excuse me, after they killed Renee Good. And so then on Monday, the next week, schools were back in. And so many of us were just kind of being at schools because they have, unfortunately, along with hospitals and other places that we used to be able to view as sanctuary spaces in our community, as places that were safe for families and children to exist at, they have become a target of these forces. And so I'm there welcoming the kids to school, and I hear this huge commotion. I hear whistles and horns, and that is how our community are protecting ourselves, is just by gathering, making a crowd, making noise, bringing attention to what they want to have happen in the dark. And I go running over there, and they had arrested 4 immigrant people, including 2 children, and a disabled woman was trying to go to a doctor's appointment. They cut her seatbelt. They forced her door open. As I got there, they were carrying her by her 4 limbs. I don't know, like a carcass of an animal, like a dangerous prisoner who's going to physically attack the person.
Seriously, like an animal. When I see them carrying people around by all 4s like that, It's disturbing. These are dystopian images that we are witnessing every single day. Some people are having to witness them in person.
To restrain them. She just told her story about being at Whipple, being denied, medical attention. And so this is happening. I saw them take another observer down and, kind of crush his face into the concrete, lift him again by his four limbs like an animal. They were using chemical munitions. I was maced. They used tear gas against us in a residential neighborhood. Okay, this is like people just live here. And I got to tell you in the midst of all of this, in the midst of all this chaos, dozens of federal agents using chemical munitions on just like regular people, a munition that's banned by the Geneva Convention for use in warfare. And I see this man approaching from across the street, and he has a toddler in his arms. Like the kid must have been around 18 months to 2 years old. And I knew after he moved that he was going to his apartment across the street. But just this scene, right, of this completely terrified man with a completely terrified toddler in a residential neighborhood in an American city, rushing across the street with his jacket wrapped around his baby through clouds of tear gas, being used by masked, unaccountable federal agents. I mean, this is what's happening on the streets of Minneapolis.
What, and I think we actually showed the video of both that woman and the man that you referred to. There's two sort of areas that I'm...
Seriously, this cannot stand. And all these supposed don't tread on me losers are a bunch of smushed snakes. Okay, everybody supporting this are the same people who used to be going, no, don't tread on me.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
No, they're gonna get rid of the Second Amendment. Oh, I love President Trump when the taste of his boot is so good. Oh my God. Oh God. I think I got a little gold fleck poop in there. Oh, it's delicious.
Really interested in, and I think it would be helpful for people outside of Minnesota in Minneapolis, because this is not going to end there. The one is sort of like best practices in terms of the community organizing, but I'm particularly interested in like what is the state attempting to do or doing, or what do you think they should be doing that they're not doing in terms of like statutorily, in terms of committee hearings? I don't know. Like what is in play on a state level?
Yeah, so I really especially appreciate your first question, Sam, because like it feels like Minneapolis is being used as a testing ground, both in the brutality of the tactics. And we have seen, since they killed Renee Good, we have seen such an acceleration in the brutality and illegality of the tactics that are used against observers, violating people's civil rights with just absolute impunity, using Renee Good as an example and a threat. Like, there are numerous videos of ICE agents saying, didn't you see what happened? Didn't you see what we did? Haven't you learned your lesson?
Right.
The implication being this could be any of you, and it could have been any of us. But I mentioned to you earlier that, Bovino and his shock troops went from the scene of the extrajudicial execution of Renee Good in the street to a high school to gas kids. And my constituents were also on that scene in the dozens. And dozens and hundreds of us left that scene, and we went out and we did exactly what Renee was doing and her wife were doing, exactly the thing that got her killed. And so at the same time that this moment in Minneapolis is a warning to the country, it's like it's a red alert for our democracy and for like the basic foundational aspirational ideas that founded this country, the idea that there's equal protection under the law, the idea of the Constitution. At the same time that that's what we're facing, we're also seeing what the response to authoritarianism on the march has to be. And that's like the first three words, we the people. That's us coming together in our communities and taking care of each other and doing so courageously and knowing that, like, you know, Renee Good's widow said, they had guns and we have whistles, right? We're coming together. We're coming together to respond every single time that ICE agents are on our streets. We want dozens and hundreds of people there making noise, alerting our neighbors as to their presence. And we need to take care of each other in these times. And that's actually what's true about us as humans. They want us to be looking at each other with suspicion. They want us to be in our houses. They want us to be terrified. But the communities in Minneapolis and across the state, this is not just happening in Minneapolis. It's a less told story, but this is happening in the suburbs and the exurbs and rural areas and everywhere in our state right now. This invasion is happening. And everywhere in our state, communities are organizing and they're coming together and they're making sure that kids get to school, food gets delivered to people's houses, and are showing an alternative vision of reality of that, like, destructive, nasty kind of vision of humanity that's being presented to us. Like, what is actually true about us as humans is that we exist in community and we have what we need to take care of each other. And so
Okay. That's where I'm gonna end that clip. It was tough because she's cooking over here. But yeah, we the people must work together as communities and prepare. You can't wait. You can't wait until it starts happening. You need to start working now. Reaching out to people where you can. Preparing yourselves in whatever ways you can. Like I was saying earlier this week, you got to do the hard things right now. You know, whatever in your life that you're not doing right now that you know that you should be doing that. For me right now, it's getting out there and trying to be more active, working out. I've let that slip over the last year. For you might be something different. But gotta be prepared. Gotta be ever vigilant in the face of fascism. Tomorrow's too late. Today is the day. But the fact is, we are living under a fascist state. One that attacks the Constitution, the rule of law, the civilian populace, the media, absolutely everything. Especially the media lately, we've noticed it's been going on really. I mean, since the LA protests, we've been seeing journalists getting brutalized at these these moments.
People outside of here need to pay attention because it's coming to a city near you. I'd heard that there would be a veteran-led protest across the street from the Whipple Federal Building. At some point, a bunch of agents lined up in sort of like a military formation. I was across the street into an entranceway of a parking lot taking photos, and I was tackled by 2 or 3 agents in green to the ground, face down. They started screaming at me, "We got you because we saw you bear spraying your people." And I said, "No, you didn't." They're screaming at me to put my hands behind my back. They set up a tear gas canister very close to me. I could literally barely breathe. Honestly, I didn't know what was going to happen to me. If I pass out and they bring me into that building, how long would I be in there for? Would I ever see my cameras again? And so I decided to throw them. And then I yelled my name out and I yelled, "I can't breathe," so someone could.
Like, we all accept and realize that if this was happening, if this was in Russia, the United States would be denouncing this shit. Right? The UN and the ICJ would be denouncing what's happening. in the United States, but everybody is silent. It's crickets. I think it's because a lot of people are disturbed by what they're seeing. The United States, we've always claimed to be the defeaters of fascism and the bringers of democracy to the entire world. And while I haven't accepted that premise for quite a while, it's becoming so blatantly evident in this moment. I think it's difficult for people to actually come to terms. But I think they're starting to. I'm seeing signs. I'm seeing disturbing signs right now. The fact is, people across the world, they're not living it. So they're only seeing bits and pieces. So the fact they're waking up, if you're in the United States and you haven't woken up yet, then you need to assess.
Grab it and save the images because I felt like what I had photographed there should be seen.
We kind of locked eyes, John and I, and he tossed his camera to me. Press supposed to stay neutral, but in that half a second or two, I just thought, I'm going to grab this and then do my best to get some images that covered it. There was an image of an ICE agent trying to grab John's phone out of his hand.
Somewhere about that time, a hand came around and inches away from my eye, sprayed it with bear spray. I literally couldn't see anything. My eyes were just in so much pain. Then they picked me up, handcuffed me, walked me into the building. Once they finally released me, I waited until I got my camera before I was comfortable going to the hospital because I didn't know who had it. I had multiple wounds on my leg from pepper bullets, chemical burns in my eye. I didn't look at any photos again for several days, actually. I was pretty amazed to see how aggressive some of the photos look. I think it's unlike anything I've seen here before. It's a different type of aggression somehow against people who are using their right to speak. It appears like they can do what they want and there's no repercussion.
Naively, we don't think it should be happening here. It has been and it is, and it seems to be getting to a boiling point.
Just got an alert right now from a rapid response network that maybe there's something nearby. Lots of people are having much worse experiences with the agents than I am, like their dad being torn out of their arms and dragged away, or little kids that are being grabbed. That photo really isn't about me. It's about freedom of the press, for one, people's freedom themselves. How do you fight back against this? It deserves to be seen.
Yep, that's why we're watching this again. I think I had I can't remember. I got a copyright claim, which barred anybody from seeing it. I had to trim out a piece of. I think it was Guardian. I can't remember who it was. It may have been a different piece, but I don't care. We got to watch this again. I mean, this is what we need to be seeing. If this is the first time you're seeing it, I'm glad. Hopefully, this is waking you up. If that didn't wake you up, let's see some other reporters getting attacked. This was status quo from 3 days ago on the ground. More journalists, independent media.
Places as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so fucking important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Okay, going back.
Yep. I'd like to point something out to everybody watching this. This guy is not a local police officer. He is an immigration enforcement officer. If he has a problem with disorderly conduct going on the streets outside of his hotel, you know who he needs to call? The police. Because it's not his responsibility. It's outside his jurisdiction. And he is pointing a loaded firearm at people and shooting it with zero jurisdiction to do so, which makes what he's doing
illegal.
A crime.
They make me. They make me sick.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
Tito! Oh, I got it. Come on, get up.
What the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is wrong with you, Just go. Go. We go. Don't. Get out of there. I got you.
You know what this is? This is fascist.
Unironically.
Come here. What?
This is ridiculous.
Go this way. This way. Okay, go. Come on.
I can't breathe.
I got you. Go on. Cover yourself. This way.
I can't breathe.
Okay, cover your face. Come on. This way. Come on, I got you.
Once again, more images. And we saw them in places like Russia or China. The United States would call this authoritarian.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Is that not enough for you? Well, good, because I got more, actually. I find you to be sick. Sick in the head.
They make me vomit.
But I've got more. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday. Oh.
Go. Get out of here. Car, we said. Get in. Get in your vehicle. Go.
I'm in Minneapolis, where the federal immigration enforcement surge is continuing. This morning, my colleague and I saw reports of agents parked on a block in the north side of the city. We arrived and saw a vehicle idling with a few observers standing at the ends of the block. Eventually, that vehicle left and was followed by a handful of observer vehicles. We followed that, staying a couple hundred feet back, and after a few blocks noticed a white minivan aggressively driving up behind us with armed agents inside. We pulled over and turned on our hazards to let them pass. They didn't. We eventually continued driving down the street. In front of us, we realized that lead vehicle with agents had stopped with a couple cars parked behind it. We pulled over to the side and were immediately boxed in by that white minivan. We jumped out with our cameras and walked to the sidewalk.
Get back in your vehicle now. I don't care who you are, get back in your vehicle.
And agents came out of that vehicle, Federal Bureau of Prisons agents, and told us that we would be under arrest if we did not immediately get back in our vehicle.
Sir, we can stay on the sidewalk.
Right to jail, right away.
We identified ourselves as Associated Press journalists, said we would remain on the sidewalk, wanted to film what was happening in front of us. We heard the sound of breaking glass as agents shattered the windows of one of the vehicles in front of us.
Get in your vehicle. Don't get out.
We were eventually...
Don't get out. These guys are this is the press. This is the supposed to be the free press. Disturbing. It's fucking disturbing what we are witnessing here, folks. Want to talk about censorship? Here it is. The most real form of government censorship you can imagine. Physically forcing the press to not do their jobs. Hold on, I'm trying to look at some of the comments here. The press can report in a war zone, but not on a street in America. 538 likes. By the way, this thing's gotten like for the AP. This is a huge video. 200,000 views in like a day. It is within your constitutional right to film law enforcement. 600 likes. Yeah, they don't want press recording anything because it proves they murdered a person. 1.3 thousand likes. Sheesh. Evil doesn't like to be documented or recorded. 774 likes. Everyone keep recording. 778 likes. Comment section is based in this AP video right now. Let's go
back
AP.
Into our vehicle and told that if we left, we'd be arrested. We could kind of see what was happening up the block in front of us. At least one person was detained.
You guys have been warned.
Another person was pepper sprayed, and a vehicle was left with a broken window. At least one vehicle was left parked with a broken window. We've seen reports of enforcement action continuing across different parts of Minneapolis, northeast Minneapolis, south Minneapolis, and the neighboring suburbs and St. Paul.
There you go. First Amendment doesn't exist anymore in the United States. Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, 14th Amendment, Fifth Amendment. I mean, how many amendments? I mean, oh my God, so many laws they have broken at this point. Completely just ignoring the Constitution. It's fascinating. And terrifying. We're supposed to have an election this year. I don't know if you remember. We've been talking about a lot of stuff this year. We have not been talking about the elections. Something I thought maybe we would have time to talk about this year, considering. It's making me worried, actually, because we need the elections. We do. But will they happen, and will they be fair?
Hey
So many
guys,
questions.
so huge news dropped yesterday. Oh, I forgot that we're using this as a mic. I was holding it down here. Let me know how this sound is, by the way, because I got this cool little Rode mic, and it's our first time actually trying it. So, huge news dropped yesterday.
Okay, is it just me, or do I am I the only person that prefers this microphone over Kyle's normal microphone? He's so loud all the time, and I know I get loud too. So I'm sure I'm guilty of this. But sometimes he gets so loud. When I switch from one video to the next video, and I hit a Kyle video, it oftentimes becomes massively problematic. I had volume at 90% just now, and it actually didn't clip at all. So maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. He's a loud man.
That Trump decided to raid the, what's the name of the county again? I'm blanking on it. Fulton County, Georgia. Basically their ballots from the last election.
From 2020.
And isn't this the exact place where he was like, find me 11,000 votes? It was Georgia.
Yeah, it was Georgia. This is the place, too, where there was all these conspiracies about, like, ballots in suitcases brought in the middle of the night. And Rudy Giuliani was found liable for defamation of some of the ladies that were, like, election workers there. And, yeah, this is Fulton County. This is Atlanta, Georgia.
And it was 2020, if it's not clear, because Kyle was not making it clear. Crystal was doing her best, trying to correct her husband over here. But Slim Cronkite. But the fact is that he's trying to relitigate the 2020 election right now. It has had the FBI seized all voting records in Fulton County, Georgia. You might remember that county. Perfect phone call may have happened down there. I just need 13,000 votes, or however many votes it was.
The biggest, most populous county in Georgia, where Democrats get the vast majority of their votes.
Yeah, Giuliani literally lost a defamation case because he smeared women saying exactly that they were like stealing ballots and they were trying to, do all this terrible stuff. Well, they went in there, the FBI went in there, and they seized all of their ballots. And, this is a terrifying thing because, as you all know, they just did this in Minnesota where they were saying, give us all of your voter data and then we'll withdraw ICE. And it appears to be part of this bigger coordinated effort to try to ballot spoil and ballot purge and cheat and cut corners and make it so that 2026 will be more competitive and 2028 will be more competitive for them because they know that they're getting absolutely positively cooked. Well, I got some disturbing updates on this story. So after the FBI raid, there's this guy by the name of Ed Martin, who's a top Department of Justice official and an absolute fucking clown. This guy is total crazyville. And he posted a picture with Sidney Powell. For those of you who don't know Sidney Powell, that was the chief psychotic conspiracy theorist about the 2020 election, where she actually argued, they said that Hugo Chavez stole the election for Joe Biden, even though Hugo Chavez is dead. And they had all of these cockamamie theories. She's one of the reasons why Trump got obsessed with these theories, why he ended up losing 60 court cases, why there was an audit in Arizona because they were convinced that would mean Biden would win if we did a recount, and then it turned out actually Biden won by more votes than what we thought he originally won by. And so...
Isn't it blatantly against the Constitution for the federal government to do this? Yes. Yes, it is. They're not supposed to be meddling in state elections. That's the constitutional responsibility of the states.
The fact that this guy is posting this means the DOJ is working with this insane conspiracy theorist, and she's part of this whole thing.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely crazy. We also have that, I don't know if you guys...
Yes, that is quaint of you to be talking about the Constitution in 2026. Aww. Very quaint.
Seen that picture of Tulsi Gabbard.
Crazy.
She's the director of national intelligence, who, by the way, is arguably the biggest fraud in the regime because her whole thing was I'm anti-war. And then Trump does 48 new wars and she's nowhere to be found, not saying a goddamn thing, Meanwhile, you go back through her Twitter history and there's 1,000 things. Hands off Venezuela, hands off Cuba, and then Trump does it. She's got nothing to say. We also have
Okay. We're going to move on from this update over here at the KK household. One of them has to change their name. There's too many Ks. There's too many Ks. Crystal and Kyle Kalinske, you get yourself in trouble with that one right there. God. Love you guys, but just think about it for me. For the future. I'm just saying. Might as well. You know, maybe make it harder for the federal government to find you. Just change it up. Yeah, all right. Well, it's Constitution, right? Yes, the Constitution. Don't have that anymore. Might not have elections. We certainly don't have rule of law. Even the police are getting sick of the federal government. At least some of them.
We got an update on what is going on in the protests in Minnesota. As you know, major strike day today, and some faith leaders, apparently 100 faith leaders, have been arrested in a shutdown of the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport.
That's from on the Labor on the Line. I also point out Sarah Lazar is doing good coverage. I think we may have.
Oh yeah, we've
put some
had
of
her on.
Stuff on.
Yeah. Wow.
Is there anything else that we should
touch on here?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just how depressing do we want to get in there, or should we?
Yeah. Before we get to that, I just want to remind everybody we got 41 minutes left. 41 minutes left until midnight Eastern Standard Time. So for those of you on the Eastern Seaboard, it's almost time for the economic blackout. If there's anything you need now, better grab it. Walk down to the store real quick, maybe. And also maybe donate to the Galactic News Network, because I'm also directing people to stop donating here. And if you have the urge to donate, just say it. Just say that you wish you could donate, but fascism, you know.
Do we have any?
The sheriff in Maine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. As you know, or maybe you don't know, ICE has now begun its invasion of Maine. They're still maintaining. I mean, the thing that I think is hard for us to sort of like fully grasp is they are adding new ICE shock troops every day. And we know that they're just basically hiring anybody that they can find.
Mm-hmm.
Who's willing, and they're paying a lot of money. They got a lot of money to do it. They're sending folks up to Maine. Unclear to me why exactly Maine.
Well, large refugee population.
Somalis particularly.
Yes, large and a recent kind of influx in refugees.
So it's racist.
They may just at the White House think like, okay, where is the darkest skinned immigrants we can find, and we'll go to those communities first.
Muslims with, I've seen commented on not as much solidarity as maybe other Muslim communities from wider folks.
And so, but ICE, as is their MO, apparently has been just.
Fascism starts with the most disenfranchised and then works its way up.
Looking for non-white people brown and black, who are walking or driving or eating, and pulling them over and essentially just assuming that they are deportable, detainable, whatever. And here is the, where is this guy from?
He's a Cumberland County sheriff, which is the county that Portland is in.
I assume this guy looks like a, one of these resistance libs.
Blue hair woke.
I guess he left his Antifa outfit at home.
Woke sheriff.
Not all black. He's in his sheriff outfit.
This is one of our Antifa supercells. Yeah.
Well, you're not supposed to say that on mic.
We've all seen the 3-minute video. And I've heard some people say, oh, it's hard to watch. What was hard is that there were 5 to 7 ICE agents there. In my world, my colleagues, we've arrested some dangerous people on the back roads of Cumberland County with 3 or less deputies. Yet, this was a show of force, a show of whatever they were trying to do with 7 people. What's even more disturbing is the comment made by the witness that videotaped.
I'm pausing for 1 second. We'll just make it clear. He's talking, the 3-minute video he's talking about is a video of 7 or 8 ICE agents pulling a black motorist out of his vehicle, slamming him against his car, cuffing him. And the guy turns out to be essentially a sheriff in training.
He's a corrections officer recruit.
Okay, corrections officer recruit.
Which is, by the way, not the first time that this has happened. Didn't that? Didn't
we saw in Minneapolis.
In Minneapolis,
they were talking about off-duty cops getting pulled over because they're
not
black
white
or brown.
Yeah.
Here is the video.
Yep, and the Minneapolis sheriff was or whoever it was, the police chief guy, he was saying that they were also leaving cars just sort of in the middle of the road, unattended, with the keys still in them, things like that. Pre-blackout donation from Social Butterfly, thank you. And Joe 47771, the super sticker. Much appreciated, Joe.
It right there. And the guy's obviously saying, like, I'm a citizen. Like, what are you doing? Yeah. So let's get back to this guy, this hard guy.
Made by the witness that videotaped this encounter, who said that in the 3 minutes they got out, they pulled a guy from the car, handcuffed him, put him in the car, they all took off, leaving his car with the windows down, the lights on, unsecure, and unoccupied. They left it right on the side of the street. Folks, that's Bush League policing.
Come on!
Again, in my world, you wait for a wrecker. You wait for somebody to come pick it up that the individual wants. Or you get permission to drive the vehicle into a public parking spot, and you lock it up and you give the person their car keys. You don't leave their personal belongings unsecure along the streets of the city of Portland. It's not fair to the guy that owns the car. It's surely not fair to the Portland police. And it's what my understanding is going on. I'll end with this. We're being told one story, which is totally different than what's occurring or what occurred last night.
And that being, I mean, he's sort of dancing around it a little bit. But the story that we're being told is that they're going after hardened criminals.
The worst of the worst.
The worst of the worst. And the reality is that we are seeing a fascist project that is a function of some type of uber nationalism that manifests itself through an attempt to racially purify
the country.
The country.
Yep.
By targeting black and brown people as a signifier as to whether they should be allowed to be in the country, regardless.
Disturbing but true. God damn it, Sam. God damn it. Disturbing but true. All the evidence points to exactly that. I don't know how anybody could see anything different at this point. Happy Mew gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Emily S, Dark Angel, Sky KC, Earthbag Homies, and Ivan Van Vliet 2.0. Enjoy all those sweet galactic emotes on YouTube. We're making big progress over here on the goal right now. Sort of impressive. It's only been an hour and 10 minutes into the stream. Me personally, I mean, if we don't complete it, and I'm just gonna keep, just gonna keep doing the stream, because I'm not giving you all the normal amount of time, half the amount of time usually, and we're starting kind of late tonight, so I wouldn't even put it on all of you if we didn't complete it. All right, now let's go to talking about rhetoric really quickly. Perhaps how people should be talking about this situation. With congressional candidate for Illinois, Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. Kat.
Today I want and need to talk about ICE. This morning, ICE beat a man and executed him at point-blank range on the streets of Minnesota. We all know that this isn't the first time they've done this, and in this current climate, it won't be the last. And maybe I am the strange for thinking this, but I don't know how any Democrat can talk to any voters today and mention anything else but this. We can all speak the lines, we can go through all of the motions, but it is not enough anymore. Saying abolish ICE isn't enough. Voting against ICE spending isn't enough. Having stern words for Kristi Noem or Greg Bovino or Tom Homan, it's not enough. Every single person running for an elected position or in elected office needs to use their power, platform, and privilege to protect the communities they want to represent. And we need a promise from them to prosecute and try every single one of these criminals, everyone, and make sure it happens. This administration has been indicting people they see as effective opponents and effective critics. I am one of them. That is why I am reading this off of my phone, so that way my lawyer won't be mad at me. But I want to note that I was indicted for my continued activism and protest against ICE. I was indicted for what I see as the bare minimum for anyone trying to run for office right now. This administration cracks down against any critics they see as effective, and frankly, it is a shame they don't see more Democrats in that light. I decided to run for office in the first place because my background is fighting the right as a journalist and researcher. The exact same people, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Dan Bongino, that run our country right now. I have a track record of success against the right. My work contributed to Tucker Carlson getting fired from Fox News, triggered Elon Musk into deposing me, and I successfully worked with fellow activists to get the illegal wall that ICE erected at Broadview to keep us from our neighbors torn down. I don't have power. I am not an elected official right now, but I do know how to make change and hold fascists accountable, even with the odds against me.
Yeah, if you're in Illinois and you can vote for this woman right here, you should. She is incredible. Yeah. That's, I mean, couldn't say it better than her, which is why we're listening to that clip 2 days in a row. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, people, look her up. Also, I'm dying to talk about the elections, but, you know, fascism. So that was my way of doing both. Enjoy. All right, let's keep this going. Now to CBS Minnesota. To another hero. great American patriot. Everyone's saying it. Oh shit. Wait, I have no volume. God.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Okay. I'm fine. I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Get angry.
The raw emotion of that man from Minnesota touched a nerve with many.
Photojournalist Nick Luneman and Aaron Hassanzadeh found him today at his bookstore.
Hello, Dreamhaven Books. Can I help you?
Most days at Dreamhaven Books and Comics sound like this.
Ha! No peanuts spilled.
Boxes to fill, orders to sort, and a phone that hardly rings.
Careful, peanuts.
Oh, you're welcome.
But today,
I'm afraid our website's down at the moment because there's been so much activity.
69-year-old Greg Ketter and his staff are being flooded with orders on a scale he has never seen.
We got Patton Oswalt and Canadians here.
I gotta say, it's incredible. You know, the website is down because so many people are trying to support the store. People are like,
yeah! It's been insane. I never pictured anything like this. It's gone truly global.
Greg will tell you he didn't do anything special.
People have been amazingly kind and they just want to help.
Others disagree.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye now. Take care. Wow. Oh, just a woman from Memphis.
This all started when he heard about the killing of Alex Pretti, just minutes away from his store.
Stop! This is personal, being right here in Minneapolis. I mean, this is the U.S. government attacking its own people, and that's what just got to me.
With temperatures in the negatives, air filled with tear gas, Greg says he stood up for his community.
I was just doing what I felt was necessary, was right. There are other people who have done a lot more.
Like the covers of his comics,
I'll say I wasn't even running, I just walked.
Greg was caught with his own superhero moment.
When I saw the photo of Greg running through the tear gas and looked into who he was in the community, I told Rachel we have to come and support him.
Maybe drawing a little inspiration.
He's a hero to me. He's so brave.
From these pages.
Oh, they'd absolutely be on my side. Truth, justice, and the American way. And he'd be absolutely appalled at this sort of American way.
In Minneapolis, with photojournalist Nick Luneman, Aaron Hassanzadeh, WCCO News.
a great American patriot, and he's donating all the extra money he's been receiving. It's crazy. It's crazy. What a guy. That dude's like a serious threat to this administration. He reads. He reads. What? No. A bookstore? Illegal. Those illegal. All right, let's go here to the Humanist Report. 2 days ago, Trump and his goons are starting to crack under the pressure.
Americans don't like what they're seeing right now.
We do not have evidence that he was waving a gun, doing anything to threaten Border Patrol. He had his phone.
You know, we believe in federalism and state rights, and nobody likes feds coming into their state. And so what's the goal right now? Is it to deport every single non-U.S. citizen? I don't think that's what Americans want.
The situation's only going to get worse, and I really think that there are so many cities in the United States
that have issues with criminal illegals, that I think they would be better received in other cities. And I hope that's something they're talking about doing right now, because, you know, Minneapolis isn't the only city.
Everyone needs to de-escalate. Everyone needs to offer a little bit of diplomacy, because we cannot have this on repeat. It is politically disastrous for.
Who's everyone in this example? Who needs to offer diplomacy? The people being shot? You got to be more diplomatic. People getting shot. Why aren't you being more diplomatic? While you're getting shot, you should be drafting some sort of a peace agreement or something, I guess.
President, and also not the kind of civil society we need to live in.
Right now, there's tempers are just going crazy, and we need to calm this down.
If you have a police department that's not accountable, or a law enforcement agency that's not accountable.
Even Asmongold, dude. Oh my God, they've lost it. They've completely lost it. The most despicable man on the internet is like, this seems bad. I don't know. It seems bad. Feels bad.
That basically is the Gestapo. That is the secret police. That is
the
SS.
No, your ears are not deceiving you, actually. You did just hear fascist lawmakers, as well as some prominent regime propagandists, condemn the Gestapo's ongoing terrorism in Minneapolis. It was a tepid condemnation, but a condemnation nonetheless. And these said condemnations are occurring after the ICE Gestapo just executed another U.S. citizen in broad daylight.
Oh my God. Hearing Asmongold use the word Gestapo to me is hilarious. Oh my God. I didn't even know he knew that word. That's fascinating. Wow.
This time it was 37-year-old Alex Pretti. Now, as you all know, this is the second public execution that they've committed just in the last month. But bear in mind, they've also committed other executions that we didn't witness. 43-year-old Keith Porter Jr. was murdered by an off-duty ICE Nazi on New Year's Eve. 55-year-old Geraldo Lunas Campos was strangled to death at a concentration camp in Texas by a prison guard. And aside from these more high-profile murders, 5 other human beings have been killed at the hands of Trump's Gestapo. In addition to these 9 murders, they've also inflicted injuries on countless.
And this is exactly what I was saying yesterday or the other day, or maybe yesterday and the other day. It can't be clear. It's not clear. Things are a little blurry for me with what's happened lately. But this is exactly what I was saying earlier. And this is very helpful to me because I didn't have the list. But these people right here, Alex Pretti, Renee Good, Keith Porter, Heber Sanchez Dominguez, Victor Manuel Diaz, Parody La, Luis Beltran Yanez Cruz, Luis Gustavo Nunez Caceres, Geraldo Lunas Campos. All of these people here. I know I butchered the shit out of the Spanish. Please don't come at me right now. I took French and Latin. But having them pull out now and trying to pretend like just switching out leadership and continuing as we have seen and are continuing to see, continuing their enforcement efforts, that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. And as Kat Abou-Ghazaleh just said, abolish ICE. That's not even the bare minimum now. Okay? That's not even the bare minimum now. It's trials. It is trials and answers and justice.
The hands of Trump's Gestapo. In addition to these 9 murders, they've also inflicted injuries on countless people, including the elderly and babies, like we're talking actual infants that are 6 months old, and they've been trampling on the Constitution by breaking down people's doors to hunt down immigrants and racially profiling people. So naturally, this tyranny has heightened tensions in the country to the point where there is a legitimate concern of a civil war occurring or a potential insurgency breaking out. And as much as fascists would love to see black and brown people tortured, some are seemingly starting to tone down the bravado now that they're realizing that the Gestapo has no qualms murdering people that look like them too, i.e. white people who legally own firearms. So after being uncomfortable with the world that they thought they wanted, some of them are now starting to tuck their tails between their legs, and they're calling for peace. For example, the editorial board of the right-wing New York Post is explicitly calling on Trump to de-escalate. Republican governors like Phil Scott of Virginia are calling for the pause of Operation Metro Surge in Minneapolis. You have GOP senators issuing statements pretending to care about Alex Pretty's execution. And even Trump's biggest dick riders like James Comer are now trying to desperately get President Neckpussy to understand that the situation in Minneapolis really is untenable. And as you're going to see, James Comer is going to try to get
Oh my God, I love this. I love how this guy who's in here being a racist piece of shit is too dumb to spell. Too dumb to spell. My God. Impressive. Also, how have you not gotten banned yet? Where are the mods? You're about to get timed out. Dark Gig is about to get timed out. You got like 10 seconds to keep saying this horrible shit. Yeah, you really suck. Time out. 24 hours, I think, is good for this. You have gone way too far, sir. Way too far. You're out of control. I see. There's no mods in here right now. Modless. We're running modless. That is shocking. Yeah, we don't need your kind around here. You can go somewhere else. There's other streams for despicables like yourself. This is not a place for you. Not until you figure out how to be a contributing member of society rather than, you know, detracting.
In the GOP primary for Minnesota's gubernatorial race, Chris Madel, for example, announced that he is ending his campaign since he does not want to be associated with any of the bullshit that's coming out of the Republican Party. Like, the tyranny to him is a bridge too far, and for whatever reason, he's chosen to draw the line right now.
Today, I announced the end of my campaign. I have two primary reasons for this decision. I cannot support the National Republican's stated retribution on the citizens of our state, nor can I count myself a member of a party that would do so. United States citizens, particularly those of color, live in fear. United States citizens are carrying papers to prove their citizenship. That's wrong. ICE has authorized its agents to raid homes using a civil warrant that need only be signed by a Border Patrol agent. That's unconstitutional and it's wrong. Illegal. And I have read about and I have spoken to countless United States citizens who have been detained in Minnesota due to the color of their skin. At the end of the day, I have to look my daughters in the eye and tell them I believe I did what was right. And I am doing that today.
As shocking as it is to see that, please don't assume that this Republican grew a heart, because I can assure you that's not the case. In fact, he slobs on Trump's knob for minutes throughout this video, and he admits that he gave legal counsel to Jonathan Ross, the ICE terrorist who murdered Renee Good. So this is not a good person, even though...
Boo. You know, I didn't even watch this whole thing. I watched part of it and I was like, this is good enough. We watched this clip yesterday and I said, you can't trust this man, and it doesn't matter. He's still a Republican. He was on board for everything until this. And now suddenly it's too fucking much. Thankfully, Mike there did. That's ridiculous. Really? He gave free legal counsel to Jonathan Ross? Are you shitting me?
Right to jail. Right away.
I'm trying to spam GNN. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate it. I can handle it. I've only got like 100 people watching across the tri-stream. The galactic tri-stream. Why do I keep getting weird-ass feedback from my mic? What is the deal? Oh, I think I know what it is. Oh, because this... Oh, son of a bitch. I need to fix that. Can't do that now. All right, let's stay focused. With the focus. All right, let's go here. Greg Bovino did leave. People were booing him as he left with like a dozen agents.
We're tracking several developments this morning related to the federal immigration crackdown happening here in Minnesota.
And we have new details in the shooting death of Alex Pretti in Minneapolis. But first, here's a live look this morning at the federal Whipple buildings. This is near Fort Snelling. CBS News has learned changes in leadership are happening. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino has been reassigned and could leave the state as soon as today. Meanwhile, Border Czar Tom Homan is expected to meet with Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry.
Fry and Governor Tim Walz also spoke with President Trump yesterday to discuss the rising tensions in Minnesota over immigration enforcement. CBS News has also learned some of the agents involved in the shooting of Pretti were wearing body cameras. The latest on the investigation into his death coming up in just a few minutes. And now to the latest from the live desk. Maria Lizignoli joins us now. And Maria, it sounds like there's been a change in tone from D.C. as Bovino prepares to leave Minnesota.
I couldn't give a single fuck about tone. Not one. Seriously, CBS. Go fuck yourself. I unsubscribed from national CBS News, which for me is huge because it's kind of my job to keep up with everybody, but I'm just so pissed off at them. I cannot be bothered with their videos. Like, the only ones I can watch are those CBS Minnesota videos. And even those ones, I get pissed off at them sometimes. I'm like, dude, I hate you. Now, people were protesting outside of the hotel as Bovino was leaving over here, I believe. I think this is
the DOJ must submit information about those demands by tomorrow night.
New this morning, several people were arrested in Maple Grove last night. This was at a protest near a hotel. Maple Grove police say at least around 8 last night, they received reports of a protest at the Spring Hill Suites by Marriott. Police say that the protests went beyond peaceful and a dispersal order was issued. They add that the building was damaged and there were objects that were thrown at officers. Multiple departments assisted, including the State Patrol.
Oh, yes, they look so unpeaceful. Those, like, 6 people standing there doing fuck all. Sounds like bullshit. All right, let's go here. Let's talk about some of the... let's do a little historical analysis on Minnesota. Protests, cops in America, immigration, crime, and a bunch of other stuff. With Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Renee Good and Alex Pretti were fatally shot by federal immigration agents in South Minneapolis, near the site where police officer Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd in May 2020. by kneeling on his neck for 9.5 minutes at least. Floyd's murder sparked worldwide protests and demands for justice to defund the police. Nearly 6 years later, as mobilizations intensify in opposition to Trump's mass immigration raids and widespread militarization, there are renewed calls for accountability and growing efforts to abolish ICE and defund DHS, with many grassroots movements saying government actions must move beyond reform in the fight against state violence. In fact, there may be a partial government shutdown by the end of the week because Democrats are saying they want the DHS budget taken out of the renewal for the overall budget. For more, we're joined by Alec Karakatsanis. He is founder and executive director of Civil Rights Corps, author of Propaganda: How Police and the Media Manipulate Our News. Alec, welcome back to Democracy Now! As we said, it's been almost 6 years since the killing of George Floyd, yet police killings have actually gone up yearly. Police killing civilians. Can you talk about the significance of this and what your observations are after these fatal shootings of these two Minnesotans?
Thanks so much for having me back, Amy. I came to this particular issue as a civil rights lawyer, fighting against the injustice and brutality of the whole punishment bureaucracy, so not just police, but also prosecutors and courts and jails and prisons, all of the unnecessary death and violence that happens in that system. And what was fascinating to me in the early years of my career, and then of course we saw it after 2020, is that no matter what kinds of injustice and brutality and violence and even murder this system visits on people, and particularly the most vulnerable people in our population, this violence almost never is ratcheted down. And I think what I started to be really interested in is what are the stories that the system tells the public about itself in the wake of outrage over its own violence that actually in every single instance that I studied in the 20th century led to the increase in the size and power and budgets of the very institutions that were committing that violence. And we saw that in 2020. In 2020, there was this movement in the wake of the killings, not just George Floyd, but Breonna Taylor, Eric Garner, and many, many more. There was this movement to say, well, wait a second, how are we spending our resources as a society on safety? This is not the kind of safety that our society wants. And instead of actually examining those expenditures, society increased the amount of money that we threw into policing and to courts and jails and prisons. And in 2021, the year after George Floyd was killed, the police killed more people than they did in 2020, as you mentioned, and more people in 2022 and 2021. And so I started to try to study the propaganda that takes ordinary people who are outraged over what's happening and converts them into supporting meaningless reforms that actually don't reduce the size or power or budget of these bureaucracies or shift the kinds of investments our society is making, but in fact only make those same institutions stronger.
And Alec, in terms of this propaganda narrative, the Trump administration has continued to base its claim for the immigration crackdown on the supposed crime wave that's sweeping across America, perpetrated by immigrants, especially the undocumented. Yet there's been a Stanford University study, all kinds of studies, but a Stanford University study found that since the 1960s, immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated for crimes than people born in the U.S. Yet this narrative continues to flourish. I'm wondering your thoughts.
I think it's very important to understand that it's not just the Trump administration and it's not just Fox News or other right-wing media. These narratives are deeply embedded in how the Democratic Party talks, in how institutions like the New York Times talk. In my book, Propaganda, it's really all about the so-called mainstream or even liberal news media. And if you strip away some of the rhetoric, because obviously different forms of propaganda are targeted at different audiences. So sometimes Fox News will use different examples or different words, but the actual message that's being conveyed in Fox News and the New York Times on issues of crime and immigration are virtually identical. And that's what I show with chilling and sometimes I think kind of funny detail in the book Propaganda. And so it's very important to say a few things right up front. Despite what you've been told in Fox News and the New York Times, all crime in the United States that police track, and keep in mind, that's very important because police, prosecutors, prisons, they really only deal with crime committed by the most vulnerable people in our society. They are not investigating or prosecuting the biggest crimes in our society, like wage theft, which is $50 billion a year, so 5 times all of the property crime that police track combined, or tax evasion is $1 trillion a year, or air pollution, much of which is criminal, which kills 100,000 people, so 5 times all homicide combined. We're not talking about those crimes because those crimes are largely committed by wealthy and powerful institutions and individuals. So the crime that police track, even that narrow range of crime, which is focused on the most vulnerable people in our society, contrary to what you have been told in the news every single day for the last several years, is actually down. And not only is it down, it is at historic lows. Since we've been tracking this stuff, 50, 60-year lows. It's been going down almost every single year for the last 25 years. And yet, consumers of the mainstream news, especially consumers of New York Times, of MSNBC, of The Atlantic, these people, when you poll them, they actually believe crime is up. They actually believe crime is associated with immigration, for example, as you said, Juan. And these fallacies are not just some accidental kind of one-off mistake people are making. They are consistent year in, year out, and they are the product of carefully cultivated propaganda that is designed to make people afraid of the most vulnerable people in our society, afraid of strangers, which is actually a separate big part of propaganda, even though most harm is actually committed by people who know each other. And it's designed to make people so afraid that they support repressive institutions that infringe on their own liberty, that don't make them safer, but that give people in power in our society more ability to control and manipulate the population and to prevent the kinds of progressive social movements that might make our society more equal.
And what about these claims, claims of cosmetic?
Okay, just want to point out to everybody, we have 1 minute until midnight. After that, please stop donating, because the economic blackout's about to begin.
Forms like the police or law enforcement need better training, or you institute body cameras, and therefore that will help reduce abuse. But yet we see now with all of the video evidence of these ICE raids that none of that matters. What do you think about that?
If I have to say one thing in this moment, it is do not become distracted by meaningless and counterproductive so-called reforms. Everybody who studies these questions understands that body cameras are not a reform to any form of police violence. There has been overwhelming research. There's so much research and overwhelming consensus on this question that even the federal government's own position for a decade or more has been that body cameras do not reduce police violence. Okay, that's the consensus. So you have to ask yourself, in the wake of outrage over police violence, why are so many public officials, particularly Democrats, pushing body cameras? I mean,
yeah, and here's the thing. I could do a segment on police violence practically every stream. I just skip it. You know, like, honestly. Like, there's times where I talk about it. I talked about gun violence in the United States. The fact is like, I'm subscribed to a bunch of different channels. Stuff like Cop Watch stuff and all these other sorts of things. I see the news. I see the clips that all these people are posting. And also, like, I mean, some of this is just posted on regular local media. It's all, he's absolutely right. Numbers just keep going up.
After all,
I see it.
The person who shot Renee Good filmed himself in that interaction. What we know from all of the data is that there was a moment where the police were so desperate to get body cameras, so were prosecutors. They badly wanted them to dramatically increase their surveillance capacities, to link to facial recognition software. There was billions of dollars at stake in cloud computing contracts for the tech industry and the surveillance policing industry. Prosecutors wanted them so they could prosecute in higher volume, low-level cases against the most vulnerable people in our society. There were all these reasons they wanted for crowd control. You're seeing now with ICE when they go to out in the street, they have these cameras, they scan the crowd, they're mapping people's faces. The policing industry wanted body cameras. They wanted them so badly that before they got public funding for them, they were getting private donations from people like Steven Spielberg because they were so desperate to get these cameras. Something happened after the killing of Michael Brown. Prominent Democrats like Barack Obama, Eric Holder, many local mayors and governors, they came together and they said, we should pitch body cameras as not as something the police want, which hasn't worked. We haven't been able to get those body cameras. So the companies got together at the Obama administration and they decided to shift their marketing strategy. They decided to shift to, instead of marketing as something that were good for the police and the police wanted, they said in the wake of Michael Brown, we'll market it to low information people in the public, to well-meaning liberal people. We'll market it as accountability and transparency. And so they totally shifted, and then they were able to get hundreds of millions of dollars toward their goal of outfitting every single cop in the United States with a mobile surveillance camera that the police control. They control when it's on, when it's off, what it captures. When something is captured, it's released to the public. So if the police capture, let's say, an undocumented immigrant committing some crime, that's out on Fox News and the New York Post within hours. But if they capture the police doing something horrific, the public may never see that video. So body cameras are a mirage. And as I write in the propaganda book, and this is
yeah, we can't forget that literally Renee Good, the man, Jonathan Ross, was filming the whole time with his phone. He filmed his own crimes.
It's really critical to understand exactly how it happens. Not only do they not reduce police violence, but they have been an essential propaganda tool in convincing so many well-meaning people across our society that the authorities care about police violence, that they want accountability, that they're doing something, right? And it distracts people from the core, important kinds of changes that we need, which is to reduce the size and power of these bureaucracies. And you mentioned in this example that the Democrats are threatening to remove the DHS funding, but it's really important to understand what they're saying. The Democrats are not saying they oppose the unprecedented funding of DHS. Remember last year, ICE's budget was basically tripled. Now ICE has a detention budget that is 62% larger than the entire Federal Bureau of Prisons. In this moment, the Democrats are not talking about removing that money. They're saying we're withholding our support of all of that money until you agree to certain kinds of meaningless reforms. So the Democrats are actually still caught in this propaganda moment where they're claiming to the public, they're lying to the public essentially because there's decades of evidence that these meaningless reforms that they're pushing will actually not curb the size and power of the repressive bureaucracies that they're claiming to fight. And so it's very important that we focus the debate right now on changes that will actually reduce the levels of violence that these systems commit.
Well,
yeah, like taking away all of their military gear. You know, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of watching these guys run around like it's fucking Fallujah on American streets. That's got to end. No more chemical weapons. No more military fatigues. No more qualified immunity. Those things are basic. And they get some stuff done. And that's really such a bare bones. I mean, really, this agency needs to be eliminated. And those things also need to apply to local police forces. I'm sick of seeing local police forces run out looking like they're geared up for Desert Storm. Like, I'm done. I'm done with it. This is America. I'm sick of watching this stuff come home. And start nesting in our streets. Waging a war against the civilians. Federal government just out of control. How anybody can support this at this point is beyond me. Like, you've really got to be pretty demented to think this is good.
We now know that Greg Bovino is leaving Minnesota today, along with a large number of his masked men. Bye-bye, Bovino! Bye-bye, Bovino! Bye-bye, Bovino! No more Minnesota nice! No more Minnesota nice! What do we want? Ice out! When do we want it? Now! The people united together be defeated! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! And we're gonna expand.
People protesting still through the freezing cold on the day that Greg Bovino is leaving Minneapolis. It's not enough. And that's why they're out there. It's not enough. Not even close. Not for Minnesota, not for me. And it shouldn't be for you either, because they're coming for your city next. Your city in the state is on their list. When they're done with the blue ones, they'll go to the red ones. They're already there in the red ones, and they're, I mean, it's just, we're not talking about it very much because it's all getting covered up by the police, because the police are fully cooperating right now. People are getting disappeared like crazy in red states. And one man who genuinely loves the thought of people being disappeared and murdered and repressed is the shadow president, Stephen Miller. Even he seems to think it's possible that there may have been something that was inappropriate about the murder of Alex Pretti.
Inside the Trump administration, while the president says things in Minneapolis are going to, quote, de-escalate a bit, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller, the president's powerful advisor, are taking heat over the deadly shooting of Alex Pretti and their statements after it. Miller described Pretti as a would-be assassin. Noem described him as a domestic terrorist.
Nadia
the videos
just
clearly refuted
subscribed
those
for
claims,
5
and now
months.
Noem is facing
International greetings in solidarity with the Greenlandic and Venezuelan proletariat, KL, Berliner Mittelklasse, Kamela T. Der, Hey fra Berlin, Kamerata. Der, Hallo aus Berlin, Gon Norsin. S, Ola deste Berlin, Kameradas. N, Hello from Berlin, comrades.
Thank you, Nadia, but we're doing an economic blackout today. We're in solidarity with Minnesota right now.
growing bipartisan calls to resign, and Miller, in a rare retreat, is acknowledging agents may have breached protocol that he set, or the White House set, before the shooting. With us now, CNN's Betsy Klein and Jeff Zeleny. And first, I just want to hold up a flowchart, friend, of my understanding of the blame game here. There you can see, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is blaming Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller seems to be blaming Customs and Border Protection.
Yeah, and CBP is blaming the people protesting all of these guys. So there's another group here, right, And this is us. This is we the people. If we're protesting, or fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, as is our constitutional right. Be like, that's your fault for doing that, for protesting. That's you. That's your fault. That's the full map. John Berman didn't quite get it right. But he was close. He was close. He was 3 steps of the way there. He's just missing the final 2, however many steps that is. 2 of 3. It's not bad. Passing, not great. Not great, John. Still, though, close. At least for CNN. Got real close. I'll give him that. Let's go here. Just want to look at what Stephen Miller had to say here. The White House had provided clear guidance to DHS that the extra personnel that had been sent to Minnesota for force protection should
barrier between the arrest teams and
should be used for conducting fugitive operations to create a physical barrier between the arrest teams and the disruptors. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Well, there's Voldemort, aka Nosferatu, aka Stephen Miller, the shadow president, saying, I guess the 3,000 or 4,000 federal agents that have been mobilized to Minneapolis are there to create a physical barrier between the arrest teams and disruptors. It's interesting. It's like a wall, like the Wall of China type deal. Like you just have, if you have enough agents, then the people doing the immigration enforcement will never have to interact with another human being, I guess. It's an interesting strategy. Doesn't seem super, it doesn't seem to be super effective. They're doing a bad job, is what I'm saying. Doing a super bad job. And they're creating a physical barrier by blasting people in the face with bullets. So that doesn't seem like a super good way to do that. Probably unconstitutional. Okay. I was going to go to the next video, but I've just realized we've been going for 2 hours. So we got to take another, we got to take our first break of the evening here. Quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Actually, no. Do not consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Even though we're completely funded by you, the viewer. Today, in solidarity with Minnesota, we are asking you to hold off on your donations until tomorrow. At which point, feel free. Go crazy. I think the one and only way, right now, that I'm willing to say would be acceptable, perhaps, because it's really not commerce, would be Cash App. But honestly, hold off till tomorrow. You can donate on YouTube and Twitch then. All right, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. Break is over. Second half is about to begin. Okay, here we are back. Second half about to begin. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight. I don't know how long the stream's gonna be. Maybe 3 or 4 halves max, I think. I'm gonna try and keep it to that tonight. I don't think I can go over 8. Ooh, people on Twitch just got hit with an ad. I lost where I am on my list. Right, okay. Let's go here. CNN yesterday. To an eyewitness to the shooting of Alex Pretti.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, what? What? And I knew he was gone because I watched it. And then they come over to try to perform some type of medical aid by ripping his clothes open with scissors and then maneuvering his body around like a rag doll, only to discover that it could be because they wanted to count the bullet wounds to see how many they got, like he's a deer.
This is disgusting.
I watched that, and that is what it felt like they were doing, and that is part of why I was like, what are you guys doing? These people are perverts. Why would you jostle his body around like that? You're not even doing anything to help him. But I knew he was gone.
Well, for days she's been called the woman in the pink coat, and she captured the crucial video showing exactly what happened when Alex Pretti was shot and killed by DHS officers. She had not come forward until today, and her name, which is being revealed for the first time, is Stella Carlson. She's a children's entertainer. She runs a children's entertainment company. She's a face and body painter and an airbrush artist.
Fuck's sake. That description that she gave is just horrifying.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
It's
all of it a world away from anything she or anyone could possibly imagine.
You knew he was gone then?
I knew he was gone. There was no way with the way his body was moving, and I only knew that because of the way they were manipulating his dead body, just playing with it. Like they're in a video game.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
After the shooting?
Yes. I mean, the reason of escalation was due to the mockery We understand why the MPD is unable to intervene on a level we would like. But you would like to think that their kindness, compassion, looking us in the eyes would occur in these moments when we're being attacked in the streets. And
It's horrifying. That's an RM Brown sound drop? That is an RM Brown sound drop. I have access to the RM Brown soundboard. Sometimes I pepper a couple of them in. You know, I've only got 128 sound drops on my soundboard. And sometimes I just need a little help. Need a little help. And is that really so wrong? Is that so wrong? Come on. Come on.
You scum rat.
the MPD just felt like they were part of that team at that moment. And maybe that I'm not talking about the whole
Were
department,
Minneapolis
but
Police Department people on the scene?
once the yellow tape was up, there were MPD officers who were standing in line, 5 of them, I think, and they wouldn't look at us. Everyone just kept saying, just look at us. You're our representatives. You work for us. Why won't you look at us? Like a part of our community just was murdered in the street. Like, you're our Minneapolis Police Department. Why won't you even just look at us to give us solidarity? You know, when we walk around with the whistles around our neck, it's not that we have, like, we know we can't do much. But what we do know is that we can let our community at large know when we're walking around, like, I see you. And if you're stuck in your apartment, I want you to see me. I'm another person walking around who is here to protect you as best I can with my whistle and my phone, which really feels not great.
And yet, you stood there with a phone and you documented this. You didn't run away.
I am not one to run when I'm afraid. I just, no way was I going to leave Alex by himself, undocumented. Like, that wasn't an option. I mean, obviously somebody was just executed in the street. I knew I was in danger. We all were, but I wasn't going to leave if we weren't all cleared out.
Not
and
gonna
if
do
it
it.
wasn't for the collective actions over the past 3 weeks, I don't know if I would have been able to stay that long. But I knew that this was a moment, and we all have to be brave, and we all have to take risks, and we're all going to be given moments to make that decision. And I guess in my default mind of crisis there, that's where mine fell. And I'm grateful to myself, and I'm grateful to anybody who was supportive to me after, to make sure I could get to safety and get that video uploaded to the right people.
The federal government says that they are investigating what happened. Have you been contacted by anyone from the federal government? FBI?
No, I have
Border
not.
Patrol, Homeland Security?
I do have a legal team now who are fielding much of that, and I am no longer accessible in those ways.
I talked to your attorney this morning. She said she had not received any outreach from the FBI or anybody from the federal government.
I do not think they have my name yet. Obviously they will.
You've given testimony to state investigators.
Yes, yes.
Do you have confidence in a federal investigation?
No. No, I do not. I have faith in various representatives throughout our country who are trying to do the right thing and make sure that justice is served. I have faith in our local government in Minnesota. I think they are wanting to make sure to protect us and investigate it thoroughly, but they are trying to block that from happening. They wouldn't even let the investigative team come to the crime scene. I mean, their goal is to protect themselves and to spin stories.
It's incredible.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Though that 4 days after this shooting, you have not been contacted by anybody from the FBI or the federal government. Right. What does that tell you?
That they're protecting themselves and they don't care about the truth of what happened. They're looking for their way to create the truth that protects them and allows them to move forward with whatever it is, which we all have various ideas of what that looks like, but whatever it is that their long game is in creating this violence in our streets. This is not These are people from all over the country who have not been trained to intervene, kick down doors, break away families, leave children stranded in the street without their parents, having communities throughout Minnesota trying to come together to figure out who can foster all of these children who have been abandoned in apartments that have been kicked down with now no family around. I mean, how can you justify that? There's enough evidence for what they've been doing before it ever came to murder.
To you, this is murder?
Yes, I know it is. It was an assassination in full view in the middle of the streets of somebody who has served our country and continues to at the Veterans Hospital. Like, nobody should have to worry about being assassinated in their streets.
I'm not sure she's even come to what's the word? I don't think she's got closure on this. He's not continuing. Maybe it was a slip of tongue. He cannot continue and will not be able to continue to serve the veterans at the Veterans Administration because he's dead. He's dead. And he won't be serving anyone ever again. Sad but true. I'm not coming at her. I think it was a mistake. I don't think she said it like that on purpose. Oh, God. Such a fucked up week, month, year.
Especially in America, which nowhere it should be that way. I think people are feeling like there's nobody here to help us. There's nobody who can step in to protect us. And I think people are at a loss and shooken. Like, what do we do? What can we do? What is in our constitutional rights that don't seem to matter? The Constitution doesn't seem to matter. There's many people who have died, but we don't know what that looks like. You know, people from being detained and having a medical crisis without intervention. I've heard of many stories where people are sick and they don't have their medications. Like, all of those human rights violations, those stories aren't being told yet. So this is only the beginning of a very long road. When this does end, we're all ready to move forward with productive ways to make this better. But how do we do that when our local officials in the state of Minnesota also have their hands tied? So it broke down to, then it's us. We only have each other. Nobody's here for us. Nobody's going to help us right now because their hands are tied. So this is what we can do. I can document in case somebody gets detained, which is what I was filming, right? In case someone gets detained. Did I think I was going to be filming a murder? No. An assassination? No.
Do you worry about you becoming a target because you've spoken out?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. But yeah, I hope that me coming forward and doing this allows others to do it with me. I think there's safety in more of us taking those risks. But I understand we cannot all do that. This is just, you know, one more moment to tell the truth, one more moment to, I'm just here to represent all the work we're doing, and I'm here to represent the truth. I'm not here to represent me, I'm here to represent we. I care about my community, I care about my state and my country. And this is one small thing I can do.
That was Stella Carlson who...
Stella Carlson, a woman who accidentally filmed history. Honestly, we are one tragedy away. Going from Vichy, France, to the Troubles. This shit is out of control. What they have done in the last year has dismantled our country from top to bottom. Now they're murdering people in the streets. What's my place again? I'm like reading through chats. You're all chatting so much. I'm trying to look back at what everybody's been saying over here. You're all so beautiful and talkative. Aside from vertical chat. Nobody talks there. Even when we have like, not right now we don't have 20 people, but at one point we had 20 people watching. Even when we have like 20 people watching, nobody chats over there. It's very weird, very crickets. Creepy, creepy.
Don't be creepy.
Not sure what's up with vertical chat. Twitch chat and horizontal chat on YouTube are perfectly normal. But something, you people over there, vertical, you're very standoffish. I don't know why. Don't know what your deal is. Don't have to be sheepish. There's actually a lot of people watching. It's not just you. By the way, thank you to the person who donated on Cash App. The one way that I guess for now we're accepting, because it's not really a form of commerce. It's just two people giving each other, exchanging money. Nothing is bought or sold. I think that's close enough to an economic blackout for me, I guess. Somebody already broke the ice over there. I appreciate you. But seriously, guys, hold off till tomorrow. Oh, I gotta stretch. Let's go here. NBC from yesterday. According to the DHS, the agents who shot Alex Pretti have been put on administrative leave. Oh, yay. Taxpayer funded. That's federal taxpayer funded vacation right there. That's what that is. Administrative leave.
Breaking news on the killing of 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Pretti. Just minutes ago, we learned from DHS that the Border Patrol agents involved in that shooting have been placed on administrative leave.
A preliminary DHS report into the incident obtained by NBC News confirmed that 2 federal officers fired their guns.
Am I out of the hospital? Yeah. Do you think I'm streaming from the hospital? What? I've been out of the hospital all week. Since last weekend. Although I gotta go back in at some point. I'm doing okay for now. There's no one in this chat. No, that's fair, Starlight Zemspace. That's true. That's true. There's only 8 people over there. But there's 3 different chats. That's my point. We got 3. The Galactic Tri-Stream.
This encounter. The report did not make any mention of Pretti attacking the officers or brandishing a gun, as DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has claimed.
Meanwhile, Noem is facing growing pressure to step down because of these deaths at the hands of agents operating under her leadership. 2 Republican senators, Tom Tillis, Lisa Murkowski, they've joined Democrats in calling for her resignation.
NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from the Washington Bureau. Julia, let's start with the Pretti investigation. What can you tell us about these officers who we have just learned were placed on leave? Do we know if it is paid leave and what their circumstances are right now?
Well, we know they've been put on leave. It's likely paid leave because at this point there has not been an Office of Professional Responsibility investigation that would have concluded that there be any kind of discipline to them. That is what would put someone on unpaid leave or would lead someone to being reassigned or.
These 2 guys that we all just watched murder somebody in the middle of the street are getting a paid vacation because DHS can't determine whether or not they did something wrong. Incredible. Incredible. What happened to my face? My face is under here. Under my helmet. Okay. Let's go here next. This is terrifying. This is a horrible story. Multiple stories, honestly, but there's one in particular that I mean really broke me earlier. Let's go here. Kyle Kalinske over at Secular Talk from yesterday. ICE atrocities spiraling.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. It is... What day is it? Shit, I forgot. Very smooth beginning to the show. I believe it is Wednesday, January 28th. And, wow, is there a lot going on. So in just a second, we have the ICE atrocities are spiraling out of control. Trump made it seem like he was going to sort of turn down the temperature and withdraw some of the federal thugs from Minneapolis. And turns out that was a fucking lie. Turns out that was a PR head fake because actually they've increased raids and they're specifically going after protesters. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. I have all the ICE updates for you. Then we'll get to huge piece that was dropped by Ken Klippenstein. He has ICE agents, a lot of them actually, and CBP officials, one after the other, just giving him all of the tea about just how fucked up the agency is, just how much they think Trump and Stephen Miller are fucking idiots, and they hate Chrissy Noam, and these people are lying, and they're making us all look like scumbags, and I don't want to be here anymore. So just wait for that story, too. That's an incredible story. And then later on, Stephen Miller, for the first time...
Slim Cronkite. Did you hear me say that earlier? I think that's an apt nickname for Kyle. Slim Cronkite. He's the news telling shady over here.
For Trump's entire second term, Stephen Miller appears to be
Mom spaghetti, ice. You know? Also, Kyle Kalinske, Marshall Mathers. They have this, it's like, I mean, come on. Come on.
Appears to be rubbing a lot of people the wrong way and maybe is out over his skis a little bit. He was actually excluded from a big meeting that had basically the entire inner circle. So we'll dive into that as well. Later on, the Melania documentary bombs in the most embarrassing way possible. I can't wait to talk about that. And then also the little special edgy boy, Nick Fuentes.
We're skipping that, by the way. We're skipping that. We're skipping that. Because the premiere, I think the 30th. So that's today. And I want us, we're gonna get into... I want us to do a whole piece on Sunday Fun Day. Because we need it. We need the fun. We need the fun. So I'm going to try and avoid... You already made fun of Melania and her stupid movie earlier anyway. Remember? Because we got one of the commercials on the stream and we played it. That feels good enough to me.
We shoot the shit. It's not nearly as political as this is, so you could come hang out with us there if you'd like as well. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and dive right in. So I'm sure you guys have seen this update by now, but Alex Pretti broke a rib in confrontation with federal agents a week before his death, sources say. Now, what's kind of crazy about this is the right has taken the story and they're claiming some sort of weird, perverse, stupid vindication where they're like, aha, see,
oh, shit.
He was an agitator.
Sorry, we don't need this one. We don't need this one. I forgot. This one's super long. It's like 40 minutes long.
Worse, ready?
Oh,
so breaking from MS Now, Trump's Justice Department has decided there will be no civil rights investigation of the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti. Oh, that's good. And instead, 2 units of DHS will investigate their own officers and the man they killed. According to 3 people briefed on the steps and internal records reviewed by MS Now. So in other words, the Israelification of the U.S. is completely and utterly solidified. Because this is the classic, like we used to see this. You'd have like, you know, the IDF would level some hospital in Gaza or, totally destroy some school or snipe like a dozen kids in the face. And then they go, oh, we've launched an internal investigation where the IDF will investigate the IDF. And then, oh, lo and behold, they decided they've never done anything wrong. Well, shocking, amazing, actually. I can't believe that they looked into themselves and said, everything's great. Nothing to see here. No worries. Sure, we killed 12 toddlers, but it turns out it was perfectly legitimate. Okay. And so now they're doing the same thing. This is rubbing salt in the wound. This is adding insult to injury. And this is something which, by the way, the Democrats in no way, shape, or form should accept. They need the Democrats in order to get through more funding here. And under no circumstances should you give them your votes. Under none whatsoever. Block it from now until forever. Okay, this is unacceptable. We need actual investigations, real investigations at the state level, and the feds should just back the fuck off. That's what we need. Because I don't trust them. Even a joint investigation, I don't trust those motherfuckers. I don't trust them at all. You're telling me Kash Patel and fucking like Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi and these idiots are going to give us anything remotely resembling honesty and truth and evidence? Literally not a chance. All right, more. Confirmation that Greg Bovino's withdrawal is a PR stunt made to lure protesters into thinking they got a win. DHS is ramping up operations in Minneapolis at the same time he's returning to California. So this is fucking crazy. Look at this. Despite the news about Bovino, so Bovino, of course, got axed, and then they brought in Tom Homan. They replaced 100% Hitler with 99% Hitler. They replaced man who looks like a butch lesbian with man who has a ham for a head. So they say they're ramping up operations against observers. Some are being followed to their homes, verbally threatened, and in some cases, ICE is trying to violently detain them. Bovino may be out, but the DHS has just acquired a military base in St. Paul. This signals that the DHS is enhancing command and control, surveillance, and they're probably trying to stop their cars from getting destroyed. Fort Snelling is a former internment camp for Dakota prisoners. Oh my God. Federal deployment to Minneapolis.
Okay, hold on. Let's give it ahead again. We can't watch this whole goddamn Kyle video right now. Oh, God. Here we go.
It's going to be amazing. They're going to work together with the Minnesota officials. He even said, we're going to take a look. We're going to maybe withdraw some of the federal forces from there. Turns out that's all bullshit. The exact opposite is happening. So don't fall for the nonsense. Don't fall for the tap dance. Don't fall for the head fake. Because when you go to the people on the ground there, stuff like this is still happening. Aaron Rupar, here's what ICE is up to in Northeast Minneapolis today. Absolutely heartbreaking. Warning that this is a hard video to watch, and I will warn you, I've already seen this video, and it is indeed that. Here we go.
What the fuck are you doing? Don't you have any fucking humanity?
They do not.
Oh, in heaven! Leave him alone! Hey! Look what you do! Look at the body! I'm gonna get him! We'll get him! Do not shoot him! Do not shoot him! Are you okay?
Señora, ¿cómo se llama? Jenny? Jenny?
Oh my God, that poor little girl. Oh, it is so fucking disturbing. You know what?
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
I'm a perfectly stable individual, but this thing makes me want to...
Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Boogie!
Illegal.
They took her husband. That's what happened here. Border Patrol also shot someone in Arizona the other day. I've seen limited information on this, but this is becoming something of a pattern, isn't it? Everybody everywhere should be recording these motherfuckers so that we have video of all of this. Because even though in this moment we're not getting justice, in this moment it feels hopeless, I guarantee you the sun will set on this regime one day. And then there'll be a new group of people in there who, even if they give the single slightest, tiniest shit about the law, there will be many people going to prison. Breaking. ICE now appears to be using LRAD, long-range acoustic device weapons, at close range against peaceful protesters in Minneapolis. People exposed, especially at close range, often suffer from permanent hearing loss, tinnitus, which is constant ringing in your ear, ruptured eardrums, vertigo and balance problems, which are that's absolutely horrific, by the way. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, migraines and nausea, and panic responses. So they're using these LRAD weapons. This is insane.
It's like some Havana syndrome shit. You know, I mean, honestly, though, there is ways to protect yourself against it. You need hearing protection and physical protection, like a shield in front of you. It helps more. But this stuff can absolutely like hurt you. It can disable you for life. Technically, depending on how how high they have these devices turned up, how close you are to them.
Range acoustic device LRAD. 1, 2, 3.
Jesus Christ, man. You know that we're living in those futuristic sci-fi dystopian movies when they're using sorts of weapons I've never even heard of. Like, bitch, I'm 37 years old. I thought I had a good understanding of the rough landscape of weapons that we're dealing with. LRAD? What the fuck is this? What the By the way, this is what your tax dollars go towards in the U.S.
LRAD stands for Long Range Acoustic Device. That's what that is. They've been around for a long time, actually. Some people used to think they were a myth. But they are very real. We saw them used against protesters in Serbia. Last year? 25 or... I think it was 2025. But we have more to talk about with this. I'm gonna... Actually, I think Kyle talks about this one, but I'm gonna do this one myself here. I already had it in my list, so I'm just gonna go here now. This is from ABC News from yesterday. Separating families. In some cases, separating families is killing families. Might be asking yourself, how is that the case?
As the Trump administration's immigration crackdown continues, it is important to note that some people in the U.S. legally are getting swept up and put in ICE detention centers. Their families are hoping to reunite with their loved ones, but unfortunately not all are so lucky. And that includes one family in Arlington, Texas. Maher Tarabishi is originally from Jordan and came to the U.S. on a tourist visa. Maher overstayed that visa when it expired in 1994. But in 2008, the U.S. officially allowed him to remain in the country under an order of supervision after doctors said that his son, Wael, would die without him. Wael was severely disabled and was completely dependent on his dad. But last fall, Maher presented himself at a Dallas field office to fulfill the conditions of his supervision order. Only this time, he was arrested and detained by ICE. His family fought to try and reunite father and son, but they were unsuccessful. And then just a few days ago, Wael passed away at just 30 years old, while his father sat in an ICE detention center. And joining me now is Shahed Arnott. That is Maher's daughter-in-law. And Shahed, thank you so much for joining us today. And you just learned that Maher is not going to be allowed to attend his son's funeral. What is the family's reaction to getting that news? And we are so sorry for your loss as well.
First, I'm going to start with thank you so much for having me. Thank you for supporting and sharing my family story. Right now, our life got upside down. Right now, we are in a very difficult situation. We were trying so hard to let him out, to let Maher out, at least to say goodbye to Wael before he died, because that's what Wael wishes was, to say goodbye to my dad. At least let me see him one more time. At least let me just maybe touch his hand before I die. But we couldn't do that. And they said no. They said no to that. So we tried again. Maybe they will let him out at least to his son's funeral. Well, we also had the news with, no, they're not going to let him out to his son's funeral. We are very upset. We are very sad. Why? For what? What did he do to all of that to happen to him? What did Wael do? Wael is a U.S. citizen. And he asked for his dad. It was very simple ask for him. He trusted his country. And he trusted the system. But they failed him.
I can tell how hard this is for you to talk about. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security claimed that Maher belonged to a group called the Palestine Liberation Organization, which the U.S. does designate as a terrorist network. ICE also said it is.
Oh my God. Oh, fuck you, ABC. Jesus Christ. That man is not a terrorist. Disgusting. Honestly, they would even bring it up at this time. I find it disgusting. I don't care that they, I mean, honestly, I get it. Like, yeah, the administration said it. But, like, repeating it is just disgusting. This man is not a terrorist. He's taking care of his family here. His American family. He may not have been an American, but his son and daughter are. Or he isn't. I mean, I'm sorry. The son is the one who died. This whole thing is just completely fucked up.
Received a formal request from anyone to attend funeral services. What is your response to both of those things?
We denied that he's part of PLO or any other part of organization. And his lawyer did request from the ICE agent. He went to the Dallas Field Immigration Center and he spoke to an ICE agent and they responded with a no. He requested to go and at least to say goodbye and to the funeral. And both answer was no. So why are they doing that?
How do you want people to remember Wael? And what do you want people to know about Maher?
Wael is an angel. Wael is an amazing person. With everything Wael went through and all the hardship that he had, he always cared about his family. He always made us laugh. Him and his father, it wasn't just a normal relationship between any father and a son. No, he was his best friend. He was his caregiver. He was his dad. He was everything for him. We would wait until watch a movie together and have dinner together. And his favorite channel was Food Network. Wael did anything wrong for all of that to happen to him. ICE is responsible of the death of Wael Tarabishi. They may not kill him with a bullet, but they killed him inside, mentally.
All right, Shahid Arnott, thank you so much for sharing your story. And again, we are...
Jesus Christ. It's just so fucked up. They couldn't even let this guy go to his son's funeral? What? So one of Donald Trump's donors can make an extra, what, like $100 or something a night? However, honestly, they're probably making way more than that per detainee. All these fucking prison camp runners. Prison camp operators. I wonder how much they're getting per detainee. We should find that out. Find out who's getting all the money. Because they're complicit too. They're complicit in this fascist regime and its operations.
Minnesota is the latest flashpoint in a federal crackdown involving ICE, Border Patrol, and other agencies. But it's far from the only place being targeted. Aggressive tactics have played out in Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, Washington, D.C., and now Maine. The protests, the clashes, and the violence have raised urgent questions about where this all leads. In a recent piece for The Guardian, Claire Finkelstein warns that what's unfolding in Minneapolis closely mirrors a U.S. Civil War simulation she oversaw in 2024. Claire Finkelstein is the director of the Center for Ethics and the Rule of Law at the University of Pennsylvania, and she joins us now. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
And we should say these simulations you helped run weren't designed to predict a second civil war, but were instead meant to stress test the system. What motivated those exercises, and what were you most worried about then?
There were really two things that motivated us. And let's remember, this was conducted in September of 2024, so it was before the presidential election. But we were worried. We were worried about what had happened on January 6th, 2021. We were also worried in the wake of the immunity decision. And what was that going to mean for potentially a more unfettered Trump second term, and whether or not the rule of law would prevail, and about the tensions, potential tensions between the federal government and state and local governments, and what that could mean for the rule of law.
When you look at what's unfolding,
yeah, and this is the tension that has been created by the Trump administration, literally. They have pitted the states, the federal government against the states. Federal law enforcement against state law enforcement. National Guard against state National Guard. This is not a good place to be for a supposed democracy. But it's quite clear we no longer live in a democracy. Under Donald Trump, we live in some other sort of fascist government.
What feels uncomfortably familiar from those simulations?
Well, one of the things that happened
Despotism,
was
I guess.
We saw a spinning out of control, and I hope that's not what's happening in Minneapolis, but a lot of what's been happening is going in that direction. We saw a spinning out of control of the federal government. We saw a refusal to abide by court orders. We saw the difficulty that courts have in acting in time and difficulty enforcing their orders. So we've seen all of that. And then the attempt to attack state officials is something that we also looked at.
Why are clashes between state authority and federal forces so much more destabilizing than traditional or conventional unrest?
Because traditional unrest is really about the people. It's not about government per se. And hopefully, and this is what we've had for most of our history, you have the federal government and the state governments working together to try to get control over that unrest, to de-escalate the situation, and to work ideally in harmony together, or at least to have a functional working relationship and to partner together. A lot of those partnerships are of long-standing person-to-person relationships. That was one of the things we found in our tabletop exercise, which is that those personal relationships can be very effective in de-escalating situations, sort of backdoor conversations. But when you have the federal government and the state government unable to work together and giving different narratives, it's profoundly confusing to people. And of course, it will have a tendency to escalate violence, as well as to really do damage to the rule of law.
And you've said that ICE is acting in...
Yep. They have done just about as much damage as you can to the rule of law. Really. That's where we're at right now. And you'll be shocked to hear that in their exercise, it never got to the point of the federal government murdering people in the streets. So we've already exceeded the wildest expectations of the experts. Now to leadership. Minneapolis leaders held a town hall with CNN yesterday. Jacob Fry.
Mac is from Richfield, Minnesota. Alex Pretti took care of his dad, Terrence Lee Randolph, when he was dying at the VA. He was his hospice nurse, essentially, and Alex honored his dad in this video. I just want to play that for our viewers.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served, so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom.
Mac, welcome. What's your question?
Is there any transparency from feds on a timeline when their operation would be satisfied and they would conclude, or is this just the new reality?
Mac, first, thank you for being here. It's got to be a pretty emotional thing, having someone that took such good care and had such deep respect for your dad get shot and killed in Alex Pretti. You know, the question is, do we have some form of transparency in this investigation? How do we know that it will be conducted fully and fairly?
No, actually, it's whether there's a timeline on the
apologize.
operation from the feds. Is there any transparency on when maybe they would be?
And there's the vibes of this town hall. Jacob Fry, not even listening to the constituents. Dude is so far up his own ass he can't even hear the questions people are asking to him. Fucking insane. I mean, wild. This whole thing pissed me the fuck off. We're not watching this. I'm sorry. That's all you're getting. I can't do it. It was terrible. At some point, the fucking chief of police comes in and answers a question, and he does a terrible job. Everybody does a terrible job. And we're still living under fascism. But nobody said anything that changes fuck all about what's happening right now on the ground. Sadly, I wish I had something different for you. Okay, well, I guess for something different, let's go here to a rally outside of the office of Tim Walz. There you go. There's the people. Outside of Governor Tim Walz's office demanding action. ICE out. Now. Too much for you tonight? Hey, I understand that. I can understand that. It's difficult. It's a difficult time. If you need a break, you need a break. We'll be here. As long as I can get through all this, we will be here. All right, to another protest. Well, not really. Well, a vigil / protest. A vigil down in Minneapolis, live with status quo news.
Different, but just as somebody that...
That's why I'm here. I was here Saturday when they asked me.
Okay.
Your backpack is like...
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You got it?
Do you need a hand warmer? You need a hand warmer.
Good evening, Status Quo. This is Tina Desiree Berg, and we are reporting live from Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is the vigil for Alex Pretti that is being organized by the nurses. A lot of grieving folks here tonight.
Media's prevent that way, so our chief was okay.
We have some New Orleans style music coming in to celebrate Alex. Yeah.
We talked about the other day.
Do you want to come with us down here?
Somebody, please stay out of traffic.
Those are the best.
It's keeping my phone warm.
Yeah, my phone froze 2 days ago.
It's on my phone.
If you are just joining us, this is Tina Desiree Berg reporting live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is the Alex Pretti vigil that is being organized by the nurses. We have a lot of musicians coming in doing sort of this New Orleans style celebration of his life. Lots of grieving folks are here. You see many with tears in their eyes. It was also reported earlier today that the Border Patrol agents, the 2 Border Patrol agents that were responsible for shooting Alex, are on administrative leave, which is different from what Greg Bovino had said earlier. However, I do want to point out that administrative leave doesn't really mean much. They're still going to be able to collect their paychecks while this investigating ourselves kind of thing happens. And I don't think we're going to see any charges. Normally, in a case like this, you would see the FBI open a civil rights investigation. We initially had the killer of Renee Good, Jonathan Ross. The FBI in Minneapolis had opened an investigation into Jonathan Ross over that, but that was shut down by the Trump administration, and the SA in charge that had opened that investigation resigned in response. And what basically with Alex Pretti's murder, we don't know who those Border Patrol agents are, but we do know that they're not going to be opening a civil rights investigation into them.
What?
That was beautiful.
Alex Pretti. Let's say his name. Alex Pretti. Alex Pretti.
Okay. There you go, people. At a vigil for Alex Pretti late into the night. And just to get a sense of the crowd, I just want to, like, around here, go to some of these interviews. And then there's like a shot that really shows you how many people showed up for this thing, because it was a lot. It was a lot. Okay. Yeah, this seems like a good enough spot to...
Strangers leaving your families at home, them kissing you, them loving on you before you walk out of that door, because you never know what might happen, because these ICE agents are so reckless. And all we want to do is have a simple ceremony peacefully and show love to each other. This is our right. We want ICE out now. ICE out! 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 Bring us to the table. This is a national problem. And we got real community leaders that need to be at the forefront having these conversations with the state representatives. ICE out!
Thank you so much. What was your name again? Ty. Thank you. Thank you, sir. ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! All right, everybody.
Let me come this way.
I have Cora Newman here who wants to say a couple words.
Thank you. I just arrived from Montana. My name's Cora Newman. I'm actually a state senator from Montana. And we are bringing 27 states to Minnesota this week to stand in solidarity with all of you.
Yeah!
We aren't seeing ICE in our state yet. We're a red state. They are not targeting us the way that they are targeting you. That's why we're here. Because the American people are fine with rule of law. They're fine with having laws enforced. But we are not okay with masked, unidentified federal agents roaming our streets, killing Americans. And so what I want to commit to you is that together across the United States, 27 states and growing, we have come here to stand with you and say, we can take care of our own communities. We do not need masked federal agents coming into our communities and murdering mothers and nurses and community members. So I'm grateful that you all are welcoming us here. I promise you we are going to fight all across this country in all of the states that we represent to say no more violence in our streets.
Exactly. I think it went back too far. I was trying to catch part of this, but it was going a little long. Oh no, your cat just used your brand new tablet case as her own personal scratching post? That's not what you want. Oh, that's not what you want. And it's one of our mods, too. Terrible. Terrible. You need that case. You need that case to do the modding that you do. Okay, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead because they do start doing interviews. Status Quo does, I mean. Oh, okay. Yeah, I clicked too far. Where is it?
So I'm looking out across the crowd trying to get a measure of actually how many people are here tonight. And it's hard to tell because we're kind of buried in the front here, but originally they had boxed everybody into one side of the street, and I know that they've now eliminated that, and people are taking up the entire street, and it goes back. You guys, how many people do you guys think?
Send them all to Alcatraz. I've been thinking Guantanamo. I think Guantanamo is fitting. They've been waging a campaign of terrorism against the United States. I think Guantanamo. Until we send, I mean, that's just like interim while we do U.S. trials. And then I guess we can send them to The Hague after the fact.
Here tonight. What's your best guess? It's a lot. How far back does, I know, right? I can't see that far back either. Like
1,200.
1,200? Okay. I was going to say 1,000, so I'm going to go with your number. You're taller than me. You can see the crowd.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I mean, there's a lot of folks here. It's been growing as we've been, after we started. So lots of people walking around with candles. We just heard some fantastic speeches. People are mourning.
Status Quo the best.
Thank you. You want to come talk to us?
Yeah.
All right.
How's it going?
How's it going?
Not too bad.
What is your name?
My name's Chad.
Hey, Chad. Thank you for saying that. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts right now about there not being a civil rights investigation into these two officers that shot Alex?
I'm not surprised. Unfortunately, I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not surprised either. It's just the nature of things were.
It sucks so bad. It sucks so bad.
I think, initially they had opened an investigation into the man that shot Renee Good, but then the Trump administration came in, shut that civil rights investigation down, and then instructed the FBI to investigate Renee Good's spouse instead and issued a warrant on a dead person. Like, that's insane. Yeah. But that's where we're at.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. My wife's from Colombia, so I've been marching every night. I've been hanging out with my friends here on TikTok every night. I got banned for 7 days for saying some stupid stuff. Well, I didn't even say it. But yeah. So I am streaming, showing the world, the community and how we come together. And I mean, this is incredible.
How many people would you say are here? 1,200?
Oh, way more than that.
Way more than that. Okay.
I don't know how far it goes that way. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know how far it goes. Yeah.
Say hello to Status Quo.
Hey, Status Quo. Yeah, nice to formally meet you.
I actually want to ask you about TikTok real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a situation.
TikTok,
this is becoming very political.
Sure.
Yeah, there is a situation. This is not surprising to me. I believe that the reason Elon Musk bought Twitter was because, again, this is a way to control media, right? You've already seen the billionaires buy up the major mainstream outlets. Now, why not include social media in that? Because a lot of the news that people consume comes from social media now. So it makes sense that they would go after that, too.
100%.
What are you going to do about TikTok?
Yeah, it's funny because I just got allowed back on TikTok, but I posted some things that probably these guys here weren't able to see.
That sucks. If he was banned for a week, and while he was banned, it gets taken over by a billionaire. Yeah, that's not great. You can always come to YouTube. You've got the vertical now. Honestly, I think YouTube's better than TikTok. Just saying.
And it's completely censored. It's unbelievable. And before, my wife is a conspiracy theorist about everything, and I'm not. Okay. And so when I brought this
Please tell me she's not QAnon.
No.
I gotta check.
God, no. She's like a fun conspiracy theorist.
Okay. I got you.
But yeah, so when this happened, it was like there's no way they're censoring it, right? It's just because maybe something was said that was, we were at the WIPA building. I go to the WIPA building every night, Just someone gave me a megaphone, and so I've played kid in a candy store.
You've been using it.
Saying some stuff. Yeah. And so I got banned for 7 days, and it wasn't something I said. It was something somebody else said. And but anyways, I forgot where we were.
That's all right. I was just wondering what you thought about Trump taking a Trump investment firm, I believe I should clarify that.
Trump's a piece of shit. And it's funny because I'm
Thank you for the tinfoil hat, Schmegley. Much appreciated. Conspiracy theories abounding.
Typically.
That's all right. Say hi.
Hello. Thanks for coming out tonight. Hi, thanks for coming out tonight. This is really good. We appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right on.
But yeah,
I have to tell you, lots of love here for Status Coup. Everywhere I've been going, everybody's been like giving us love, and in fact, I have to tell the audience about this. Last night we got back to our hotel rooms about 11 o'clock, and the hotel staff had left these little care package goodie bags at our doors with a note that basically said, self-care is really important in times like this, and we appreciate you. I know, I'm getting all teary-eyed about it.
GSL is the Alex Jones of the left.
Rid of the Second Amendment? I never sucked any ding-dongs.
It's awesome. There was like chocolate in there. There was Gatorade. Yeah. I feel full clamps.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. You guys are the best. And yeah, you and there's like one or two more that.
Yeah, JT and John.
Yeah, yep. And then just like one or two more that I used to follow. And finally, my wife was like, "Do you care about what's happening?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do." And she's like, "What are you gonna do about it?" So I've been out every single day since. You know. So yeah, a lot of times I ain't been home. I just got off work and I called my wife. I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna probably not see you again tonight." But yeah, we're just. It's amazing. What an awesome community. Awesome.
That's the thing. The sense of community here in Minneapolis is very strong. I'm 55. I've been doing this since the 90s.
Stop it. No.
Yeah. No. Oh yeah. But I know I'm 55. But you know, I have never ever had an experience where I came back to a hotel and had that like what I had last night, and that just was really touching. And to me, it speaks volumes about the community and the quality of commitment that people have here in Minneapolis.
And it may not be, you know, there's a lot, it's heavy now, right now. But if you were to come a year ago, you might have still gotten the same treatment. Minnesota people are amazing. I don't know where you guys are from, but...
Okay, I'm going to skip past this. They're having a good time over here. The crowd does seem to be quite large, though. Let's see who else they found out here in the cold. And it looks cold. I mean, watching this makes me cold. Like, I'm already cold, and it feels colder watching this.
So we can see there's people all the way down the street. We're coming over here to talk to somebody that is organizing at the Whipple Center with the Safe Haven program.
This guy is cleansing the reputations of Chads everywhere. That's funny. That's a good one. Chad alert.
My toes are frozen. It's so cold. I'm surprised the camera doesn't die. Is that okay? Okay, yeah. Hello. Hi. I had to come find you. I have a deep interest in the Safe Haven program, and you're volunteering with them a little bit?
I'm not volunteering with them, but I've been stationed or like set up at the Whipple building for the last 5 days or so and gotten to know them and trying to help coordinate with them and get them set up and get whatever they need.
What is your name?
I'm Megan Voiles.
Megan Voiles? Okay, so the reason I wanted to talk with you, let me explain to the audience what Safe Haven is a little bit, because they're like, what's Safe Haven? I will tell you. So there's
a Haven Watch now.
Oh, Haven Watch now. Okay, so Haven Watch. So this is a group of volunteers that are basically getting blankets, burner phones, clothing, jackets, things for detainees that are released from the Whipple building, because my understanding is that they have been releasing these detainees into this insanely cold weather with not enough clothing on them, no phone, no money, and in some cases, I've been told they have dropped some of these folks in the woods area, which is
illegal.
A death sentence in this cold. Like, that's just shocking to me. So tell me a little bit about what...
Yeah, no, it's been time and time again. I mean, we've been hearing about these stories ever since they showed up. That one kid was in the middle of the snow. Like, I mean, it's insane.
And probably illegal.
Okay, tell me a little bit about what you know.
So it's not just Haven Watch now. There's a few other organizations who are coordinating to pick up the people who are dropped on trails in the middle of the woods at parks to make sure that they also can get home safely. Haven Watch is generally looking for cash donations or gas cards or burner phones to be donated to them so that they can get people home safely. They pretty much just sit at the Whipple building 24/7 on shifts to make sure that everyone gets home safely, because people get released 24/7. It ticks up at night generally.
Really?
Yeah, it does. So there's more people who are getting released at night than during the day. There's also just families showing up and waiting and praying that their families is going to get released too.
So now, are the individuals that are being released, are they American citizens that were picked up? Are they people with green cards, various different...
Yeah, so the vast majority of them are U.S. citizens. Of course, Haven Watch doesn't really care what the status of anyone is, but
Yeah, and that's one of the statistics that we need to see soon. Is, you know, we've been talking about how many people are being picked up that are convicted, like that are convicted of any crimes in the past and things like that, and how it's very low percentage, the people that have been picked up. We need to know what percentage of people that are getting picked up and detained by ICE that are U.S. citizens. Because it's out of control. It's out of fucking control. You saw her nodding. She's like, yep, mostly U.S. citizens that we're picking up, actually. It's out of control.
I won't sit there and take crap anymore.
majority has been U.S. citizens. A few of the ones who aren't, most of those, like, as far as I know, all of the ones who aren't U.S. citizens are here on legal status of some kind. So
that's what I was kind of curious about, because I was assuming they want to deport everybody. So why are some of these folks being allowed to leave? And I know in Los Angeles, for example, they were scooping up all kinds of American citizens, and they were holding them and releasing them. What is some of the worst releases you have seen?
So they're basically being tortured in the Whipple facility, mentally tortured. Some of them aren't allowed to eat. If they piss off an officer, then they just won't get food for that day. They're not allowed to go to the bathroom unless they beg and plead. They're people who are just going about their day. After they murdered Alex Pretti, then a lot of the people who are out here protesting ended up getting scooped up and at the Whipple building. So there's all kinds of people.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I know why you're wrong.
Yeah, please be careful.
She can drink more beer. Okay. It's okay. We can stop for a second.
Yeah. 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 Basically, the Whipple or the Haven Watch group, especially if you're wanting to volunteer with them, they're especially looking for people who are multilingual, especially in.
It is wild how much steam is coming off of them right now. Like, when she breathes over here, the reporter, I mean, it is intense. It's like a humidifier or something. It's like she's vaping. Oh God, it's just massive.
If you're wanting to volunteer with them, they're especially looking for people who are multilingual, especially in Spanish, and who have like trauma training, because these people have just gone through hell being in that building, being tortured day after day. mentally being like, oh yeah, we're going to release you here in a few hours. And then they come back and like, never mind, we're not going to do that. And just going back and forth. So they never know when they're going to get released. They're never on solid ground. They're just completely alone in there with no way to contact home. A lot of people, they are trying to get out their like alien identification number to people so that their family would be able to contact them, because their family can't contact them unless they have that number, but they can't get that number from the DHS or ICE or anyone. Yeah.
It's an impossible situation, and I didn't realize they were also bringing protesters that they were scooping up down there, so that makes sense. I will say that I did have someone that I spoke to didn't want to go on record, obviously. It's a little bit scary for folks out there right now because you've got Kash Patel basically saying, I'm going to now start monitoring all of the signal chats that the organizers are organizing in. Yeah. I have no idea what kind of a criminal predicate he would use to justify that. Generally, when FBI...
Yep. It's incredible. The long arm of the federal government. Where are all those small government Republicans? What happened to them, exactly? They're all just suckling on the boots of the federal government. It's very strange. Watching, helping as the federal government just sort of runs roughshod over the Constitution and everybody's civil liberties. All right, let's go here. Talk about this. This is what I was saying earlier, though. I gotta make whistles cool. Everybody gotta find a sweet whistle. I guess you could like bedazzle a whistle, or you could, you could like do art on your whistle or something. You get creative with it. You know, make your whistle like a fashion statement.
It's a sound echoing across the city of Minneapolis. High-pitched whistles piercing through the wind and falling snow to signal the presence.
You just ordered 5 before midnight. That's a really great job. That's a really great job, Vanda. That's impressive.
Of immigration agents. Using a 3D printer, Minneapolis resident Caleb Lutterman is producing dozens of these tiny whistles. He says it's his way of encouraging more people to participate in nonviolent protest against the ongoing immigration crackdown.
I mean, if you've seen any videos of ICE in Minneapolis, you'll probably hear the whistles. I don't think people can get enough of them. Seems like they're pretty important.
Caleb's latest batch of whistles won't stay quiet for long. Fresh off the 3D printer, they're sent here to Mischief, a local toy store, giving them away for free.
Thank you so much.
Mischief's co-owner, Abigail Abdelheim Marshall, says no sooner do whistles arrive than customers flood the store to grab them.
People are just mailing them to us from across the country. They'll do it in envelopes, in boxes, little amounts, big amounts, and we help distribute them.
Hello, Mischief Toys.
Mischief Toys has become a popular stop for
This is a great project. And honestly, you could like order, like if you could find the address of the store, you could just like order them an Amazon package. Just change the address.
Activists, but Abigail says the attention has also brought scrutiny.
Approximate.
But don't do that today. Wait until Saturday. Reminder, no shopping till Saturday. Shut it down.
Immediately, if
Shut
not
it
sooner.
down. Although technically I'm giving people leeway right now. If you're hearing this from the West Coast, you have an hour and 17 minutes, I believe. Yes.
2 hours after we were on ABC National News, ICE agents came and delivered an I-9 audit notice.
We consider this I-9 audit to be retaliation because we have been outspoken in our beliefs against ICE, and we have been giving away whistles to help our neighbors fight ICE.
Activists here in Minnesota say the sound these whistles make travels faster than a text message, alerting neighbors of when immigration agents are nearby. Supporters say they buy people time. Critics say it crosses a line. Either way, these whistles have become one of the loudest elements of America's immigration debate.
Anybody saying that whistles cross a line are just pathetic. You have to be so weak, like the fragilest of snowflakes, to be like, oh god, whistles. Oh god, I can't hear a whistle. Oh god, no, I crumple in the face of the sound of a whistle. I melt like a snowflake in the sun. The whistle's too much.
They make me vomit.
And
they make me vomit.
They make me vomit.
You have a mental health problem.
Now, apparently, federal officers, ICE Stapo thugs, clashed with Alex Pretti, attacking him for no good reason. Like 2 weeks before his killing, and the video has come out earlier today on Thursday. This is that video from The Guardian.
You okay? You okay? You okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Are we all okay? Are we all safe? We okay?
Apparently his rib was fractured in this incident, but I think the adrenaline probably surging through him at this time, so he seems to think he's fine. But later on, it turned out that he's a ICU nurse, so I'm fairly certain he wound up at the hospital at some point. And so, at that time, ICE agents attacking these guys over here on the corner of just a random street in Minneapolis. People just trying to live their lives while these fascist thugs run around on the streets gassing everybody and brutalizing them. Cute tinfoil hat. Thanks. Somebody on Twitch spent their galactic credits on it, and that's fine. That's fine. That's technically not Earth commerce, so I'll allow it. Galactic credits. But yeah, I got accessories over here. People can spend their galactic credits on them. Only on Twitch, though. Only on Twitch. Now, is this evidence that ICE knew him beforehand? That they had him in a database? That they were targeting in particular? That this was some sort of planned assassination? I don't know. But Kyle Klinsky seems to think so.
What's up, y'all? So, video just came out of Alex Pretti, and it was, I guess, a few days before he was murdered. And he is protesting on the sidewalk with a bunch of other protesters. And I gotta be honest with you, he's being based as shit. He is screaming at them. He's saying, fuck you, screaming at the ICE criminals. Fuck you, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. You guys are fucking criminals. Every decision you've made in your life is fucking shit. Like, he was going in. But, like, all of it perfectly legal, perfectly acceptable. Just being a douchebag to the criminals. That's, that's good. That's a good thing in my book. And they get in their car to leave. And so he runs up and, like, kicks the bumper of the car. And you can hear it. The video is from, like, I want to say, like, 40, 50 yards away. Somebody else is recording. But you could hear him clearly. And you see him run up and, like, kick the back of their Tahoe or their Suburban. So they stop. They get out. And then they just fucking beat his ass.
Honestly, really, when you think about it, it's a public service is what he's doing. Right? Everybody hates ICE. The majority of Americans hate ICE and what they're doing. So really, he's just doing for all of us what we cannot. It's our taxpayer dollars that paid for that bumper.
It was like he got jumped. So this is like he got jumped multiple times. And this time it was pretty severe. Like 5 of them get out, walk up to him, start beating his ass. And then they just casually get back in their car and leave. And that's where he wound up breaking the rib, which people were talking about the other day, that he had a broken rib. So, look, the thing that everybody's talking about now, which I think is perfectly fair, was this a targeted assassination? Because what ICE has been doing, as everybody's seen, they go around recording everybody. They go around recording all the observers, all the protesters. And, some of them slipped up and literally said, like, yeah, the reason I'm recording you is because now you're going in a nice little database where you're going to be considered a domestic terrorist. And the person was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why? Because I'm like, using my constitutional rights? You guys are insane. But that's what they're doing. And we know that from Ken Klibenstein and NSPM 7, and, like, they're actually doing it. Anybody who, like, opposes the regime is a domestic terrorist. So stop and think about it. You got a guy who's protesting. yelling at and demeaning these ICE thugs. He gets jumped by them, gets his rib broken. He's out there a couple days later. They have him. They have his name. They know he's in a database. And then they roll up on him and basically assault him with pepper spray when he's trying to protect a woman who they shove. And they murder him. Like 8 of them are on top of him, jumping him like they're in a gang. And then they murder him. I think Occam's razor at this point is that this was a targeted assassination, right? Like, is it just a coincidence that they beat his ass and broke his ribs a few days before?
Oh my God. No, I'm not just getting Melania ads. I'm getting gun holster ads over here. What the hell? What in the hell? Okay. Okay, YouTube.
But then, by the way, so this gets even darker. So you guys know how Trump was trying to like soften his rhetoric compared to J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem, and Trump didn't like don't call him an assassin, don't call him a domestic terrorist. This is an unfortunate event that happened, but I didn't like that he had a gun.
Here we go again.
Well, now that video came out, yet again, right wingers are telling on themselves, and now they're all going like, huh, see, some peaceful protester here. And Trump reposted a tweet that called him a domestic terrorist. So now Trump has done a 180, and he's going, yeah, fuck it, like he's a domestic terrorist. Guys, this is who they are. Like, they think they're vindicated now. So they think if you protest and you yell at the ICE Gestapo thugs and you kick a fucking bumper of a Suburban, that the appropriate punishment for that is murder in the streets.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Now people were holding vigils all last night. We saw one in Minneapolis just now. Here's one in Brockport, New York.
Earlier today, we learned the federal agents involved in Saturday's fatal shooting of Alex Pretti in Minneapolis have been placed on administrative leave. Meantime, protests continue. A local group called the Indivisible West Side Monroe County hosted a vigil tonight honoring the lives impacted in Minnesota. Organizers say a group of almost 200 people sang songs and held a moment of silence for the 2 victims, Renee Good and Alex Pretti, shot and killed by federal agents.
Number one message to the community is believe what your eyes are telling you. Believe what you're seeing. So many people in Minneapolis are recording things with their phones. They're documenting it. They are bearing witness. Believe what you're seeing because it's real and it really is that bad.
There we go. Faith leaders and community members gathering in Brockport, New York, holding a vigil for Alex Pretti, Renee Good, and the people of Minneapolis. Solidarity from across the nation. And of course, today, Friday, many businesses will be joining in nationwide in a national strike against ICE. Here's News 8 WROC from yesterday.
In response to the immigration crackdown taking place in Minnesota, businesses across the country and right here at home are planning to go on strike tomorrow. We heard from some of those local owners about their decisions. There's a growing number of Rochester area businesses that won't be open Friday. It's part of a national movement against the actions of ICE to close in solidarity.
It's about humanity. It's not about politics anymore.
Kelly Scott co-owns Get Caked Bakery in Rochester with her husband, who immigrated to the U.S. over 20 years ago. For them, this decision is personal.
I know a lot of people think maybe it won't do anything or that it's going to harm small businesses, but it's not necessarily about that. It's about so much more. We do not support the outright assaults that is happening on a lot of our individual rights in a lot of these other cities.
The Siren in the Sea, a locally owned bookstore in the South Wedge, is also taking part in the planned national strike.
January just traditionally is a very slow month for retail, for restaurants, for everybody. And so I don't fault anybody that can't close. And I really hope the community, as long as they value what these small businesses and what we're bringing to the community, that you support us whether we're deciding to close or not.
The strike's tagline goes by no work, no school, no shopping. Business owners taking part locally say this message speaks louder than any financial losses they'll assume.
Well, there you go. Businesses across the country closing in solidarity. A nationwide general strike brewing for Friday. Or it already is for at least 2 time zones in this country. Now, as I said before, just because Bovino is out does not mean shit. Okay? It does not mean that this is over. Don't let them trick you. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news. Ow, what is my... Oh, God, why does my back hurt? Oh, God, I need to, stretch or something. Oh, God. Okay, state senator... Oh, fuck, I can't remember this guy's name. This guy's from... I think he's a state senator from Minnesota. Talking about the current state of affairs. This is an interview from 4 hours before we started the stream. Very, very recent.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is Minnesota State Senator Doran Clark. Senator, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Right now, it's been less than a week since a second person in Minneapolis was killed by federal agents. This time it was 37-year-old Alex Pretti. This all is coming as a large immigration enforcement operation has been underway in Minnesota since the end of last year. You represent portions of Minneapolis, so to start off the conversation, what is the mood like in your city right now?
The mood is tense, the mood is worried, and the mood is, well, there is a bit of hope in this. So, and the hope has always been how neighbors come together and stand up, and that's really the beauty of what I'm seeing in the neighborhood. But it is tense. You know, you've got 3,000 to 4,000 ICE officials who are here, the largest influx that we have ever seen in the United States, and we do not have a large immigrant population here.
And so the mood's tense but hopeful. Is it hopeful because President Trump said he wants to de-escalate a bit? Border Czar Tom Homan's in town, and he's saying that there's a bit of a change of plans, which we'll get into. Is that where that hope's coming from?
I think the hope has always come from Minnesotans who recognize that we show up for neighbors. Now, it is good that the president has said what he said and that Tom Homan has arrived and Bovino has departed, but we have not yet seen situations change on the ground. We are still seeing a high number of ICE activities throughout the neighborhood, and it continues the aggressive push.
So you're not seeing that de-escalation. President Trump said that earlier this week. This morning, Tom Homan said that he's trying to make the operation safer.
There you go. Directly from a state senator in Minnesota. No de-escalation on the ground, regardless of Bovino's exit, which is what I've been saying this whole time. They're planning to continue operations. This guy and 24 people leave. Think that's really going to change things? Tom Homan, you really think he's better than Bovino? Well, you're kidding yourself. Let's see how Megyn Kelly's been dealing with all of this stuff.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
So I've had to pinch myself listening to these right-wingers talk about the murder of Alex Pretti because they are all so far out over their skis. It's so crazy how, like, the MAGA cult mindset, there's like a mission creep of insanity with it where, you know, day after day, month after month, year after year, they get more extreme and more extreme and more extreme to the point where, you know, now they supported a guy who everybody pretended was anti-war. Now they cheer on the abducting of sovereign leaders of foreign countries. They love the bombing of Iran and Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria. And they like cheer on him to do more war, even though in theory he was supposed to be anti-war and they were supposed to be anti-war. There's just this weird thing that happens where they've collectively lost their minds. That's why I call them a terrorist, fascist death cult. That's what they are. That's what this is.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
So here's Megyn Kelly. She's going to give us her thoughts on Alex Pretti. And let's just say it's not good. Let's get it.
I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Pretti, but I don't. I don't.
This, by the way, this reminds me, this is like what we talked about the other day with Fuentes. Like, oh, you're a special little edgy boy, aren't you? Who's a special little edgy boy? Oh, did you say that? Oh, you're not allowed to say that. Now they're doing that with, like, people who were murdered on camera from, like, 17 different angles. They're like, well, what if I told you I actually liked that murder? Okay, is this where we are now? Is this where we are? What's the next step? Is there going to be video of somebody getting raped and you stand there like, you know, maybe she shouldn't have actually been dressed that way. I don't even mind this particular rape. That's got to be, where do you go from here? I don't know where you go from here. Where you go from here is watching Trump nuke Greenland and you go, well, you know, they should have just agreed to his terms. I don't know what. This is where we're going. Like, the extent to which they've lost the plot is, like, immeasurable. I've never seen a group of people this far gone where there's no point of connection with the real world and decent humanitarian values. It is gone.
Do you know why I wasn't shot by Border Patrol this weekend? Because I kept my ass inside and out of their operations.
Oh, aren't you a hero then? Aren't you a hero? So, guys, if you're following along here, it is more noble and more virtuous to not protest.
Where my unstable girlies at?
Oh, Megyn. You bootlicker. It's my patriotic duty to sit here and do nothing. Patriotism. I'm sure the reason that she didn't go out, I mean, let's be real. Megyn Kelly, she's going to leave the comfort of her studio to go out with other human beings, like, you know, like the lower classes. You expect, I mean, this multi-millionaire, terrible woman. You think she has ever attended a protest? Let's be real. Let's be real.
A fucking bitch.
Megyn Kelly has never been to a protest in her life. She's not a real American.
And not use your free speech. To not exercise your constitutional rights. It is somehow more brave and more noble and more virtuous if you see wrongdoing to sit inside and shut the fuck up and don't say anything and don't do anything and let the bad, illegal stuff continue. That is more noble and more virtuous, according to Megyn Kelly. That's where we are now. So here you have somebody who is more American than any of these sniveling little weasel fucks, who saw injustice,
You're kinda
and
like
he
a
goes,
snotty
I got to
face
go out there
bitch."
and help my fellow neighbors. I got to go out there and record these fascist Gestapo psychopaths who are ruining innocent people's lives and rounding up children and pepperballing priests in the face and assaulting 84-year-old married couples and disappearing over 4,000 Americans. I got to go protect them. And I got to go record them, which is my constitutional.
Well, there we go. There's the take of an unstable girly, Megyn Kelly.
Where my unstable
Megyn.
girlies at?
She's making no sense over there. It's almost almost like she's a partisan hack. With no spine. She's a cult. She's like a cult member slash. She's like a head propaganda, not a head propagandist. Let's be real. Let's be real. If anybody's head propagandist, well, it used to be Charlie Kirk. I was gonna say Candace, but Candace is really doing her own thing. Who is the head propagandist? Greg Gutfeld?
He looks good, and he looks
Jesse Waters? They sent Yuckmouth Homan? They did. That's true. All right, let's go to some real people of faith, unlike Megyn Kelly, who is a fraud. Dozens of Minnesota faith leaders gathered, signed an open letter.
More than 60 faith leaders have signed off on an open letter calling for an immediate change in Operation Metro Surge.
The letter came out this past week, just one day before Alex Pretti was shot and killed. Adam Duxter sat down with the three main authors, and he joins us now. So, Adam, what are they saying?
Yeah, Amelia and Aaron, they're saying that this needs to end now. Their exact words in this letter to local, state, and federal officials is that our community is counting on them to act together. The letter, now signed by more than 60 faith leaders from different backgrounds, was largely authored by these three men we talked to this week from Minnesota's Catholic, evangelical, and Jewish communities. In the letter, they call for collaboration between local and federal law enforcement, but also for the respect for federal agents, but also respect from the federal agents, and ends to the violence agents are perpetrating against people. Lastly, they're calling for protecting the vulnerable in our communities, and also for restoring a sense of safety in the community.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that they have to say here, aside from collaborating with federal law enforcement. You can go fuck off on that. You can go fuck off on that. I want zero collaboration. Why would we want to collaborate with the Nazis? That would make you a collaborator. Not down for that.
The time has come, everyone, to get around the table, all the principals, and talk these issues through and find a way forward, because no community can continue to endure this division, this derision, people forced to hide, right? Members of law enforcement trying to do their duty, people put in impossible positions, like Minneapolis and St. Paul police.
Are they trying to do which law enforcement is trying to do their duty? I'd love to know specifically, because that one also mystifies me. Who, not ICE. ICE isn't doing their duty. They're trying to sow chaos. I know that. I know that much. This all felt like a bunch of both sides of your mouth bullshit. But faith leaders trying their best to reach somebody, I don't know who. Fuck, I am hungry right now. Ready to make food. All right, we're 4 hours in here. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after these messages. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube while you're at it. Don't do anything. Actually, that's right. No messages today and for the rest of the day. Economic blackout. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. That beeping in your ears is intended to alert you to the fact that the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
I fall in love too easily. 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 I fall in love too easily.
Okay, everybody, I'm back. Sorry, I was delayed. Trying to put myself some food in my stomach here. Just got it done so I can eat during this next video, hopefully, from the Humanist Report.
What they're doing in Minnesota with the strike needs to expand. I think we should be talking about a national general economic strike until this is over.
Minneapolis brought out 100,000 people for a general strike on Friday, and the only tool we really have to fight back against ICE terror is to expand and extend that general strike to a nationwide general strike. This Friday, no work, cut it all off.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So it turns out that Minnesota's one-day strike is proving to be a lot more successful than any of us realized, because it's not just that a lot of people turned out in high numbers and 700 businesses closed down for the day. They're also getting the Trump regime to start to buckle under the pressure of their demands, and they also apparently scared the shit out of Minnesota-based corporations, 60 of which signed onto an open statement calling for a de-escalation of tensions. And for all of these corporations to come together directly after a general strike to say anything is pretty significant. And
Yeah, and I just want to go over some of these, because these aren't just any corporations. Real quick. 3M, Alliance, you know, you got Boston Scientific, Best Buy, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Cargill, C.H. Robinson. You know, you got big companies here. General Mills, Hormel, Land O'Lakes, the Minnesota fucking Vikings. When I saw that, the Minnesota Vikings and the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Minnesota, what are they called? The Cougar? I can't remember whatever, but you see what I'm saying here. Target, even Target, U.S. Bancorp, Winnebago, I mean, all these people. Look at, I mean, this is wild.
and calling for a de-escalation of tensions. And for all of these corporations to come together directly after a general strike to say anything is pretty significant. And my hope was that if their one-day general strike was a success, that would help build momentum towards a national general strike. And I am pleased to report that that is exactly what's happening. You just heard from two celebrities who called for national work stoppages, which feels significant. But they're not the only ones, because Pedro Pascal shared this image to his 11.6 million followers on Instagram, calling for a national strike. And more importantly, he promoted Friday's national shutdown as well, with a link to the
519,000 likes. Wild.
strike. And more importantly, he promoted Friday's national shutdown as well, with a link to the organization's website that encourages people to participate by boycotting work, school, and consumer spending for the day. And I get that celebrities no longer have the cultural cachet that they used to have, but them using their platforms for the greater good is still a net positive. Furthermore, them talking about a general strike alone is important because it signifies just how mainstream the idea has become, because a lot of celebrities, let's face it, they are completely out of touch. So if the people at the bottom of our social hierarchy are getting through to those towards the top, that's a pretty good indication that the message is finally being received. And celebrities sharing information about a general strike then creates buzz about a general strike. And then mainstream news outlets like Newsweek then begin to report about how Hollywood is now calling for a general strike too. And this is how you build momentum and work towards something bigger and more impactful. But having said all of that, the mainstreamification of popular movements, it can be a double-edged sword, because there is a real risk of co-optation by elites who are going to try to hijack it and use it for self-promotion or try to commodify it and turn it into a marketing stunt or water it down. I'm not saying that these celebrities are going to do that, but if other people try to hop on the bandwagon like politicians, then that can actually be something that is dangerous to the cause. This is what Democrats did with other protests in the past, and we have to make sure that that doesn't happen again, that, you know, they're the ones who are also the target of a general strike, because the goal is to inflict as much economic pain as we can on elites by grinding the economy to a halt. And once you bring the powers that be to their knees, you then extract a very specific set of concessions from them. And if the demands from grassroots activists and labor aren't being heard, and, you know, their voices are being usurped by figureheads, then it's nothing more than a glorified protest at that point, and that's not going to amount to anything in this day and age. Now, as Vic Mensa and Pedro Pascal pointed out, Friday is another general strike. This time it's at the national level, and much like the first strike in Minneapolis, this one is intended...
Yeah. Before I let him go here again, I mean, that's absolutely right. We cannot allow this to be co-opted. You cannot accept half measures. You can't let celebrities and corporations trick us into accepting anything less than what we deserve and need in this moment.
This time it's at the national level, and much like the first strike in Minneapolis, this one is intended to test the waters again and build even more momentum towards a national general strike that's bigger, because we're still not where we need to be just in terms of numbers. General Strike US, which is an organization formed before the Minneapolis strike and has been at it for years, contends that 3.5% of the population, or 11 million Americans, need to participate in order to inflict enough damage to actually get our demands met. And at this point, they've only got 430,000 people on board with their effort. Now, the National Shutdown Organization, which is behind Friday's strike in Minneapolis, doesn't say how many people took their strike pledge, but they do seem to have some real organizational muscle behind them, with endorsements from 5051, tenants' rights organizations, immigrants' rights groups.
I'll tell you how much reach it has. It got to me to call for one today on the stream, right? I mean, I don't know who's now just tuning in, excuse me. Yeah, it was just the beginning of the stream. I said, you know, once midnight hits, no more donos until tomorrow. Tomorrow being Saturday. We're shutting it down. We will have the stream, but we will not. I'll be doing it for free. So hold on to your donos for Saturday. Trying to make a point around here, even if it's a small one.
Also care, which is pretty significant. So we're kind of seeing a convergence of civil rights and civil liberties organizations, which is a really important step. And my hope is that both of the separate entities trying to stage a general strike come together as well, because coordination is key for something on this scale to be pulled off. Now, one conspicuous absence from that list of endorsements is labor unions. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple there, but unions are going to be the backbone of any general strike.
One of the reasons why they're not is because general strikes, there's like legislation intended to prevent labor unions from engaging in general strikes because of how powerful general strikes are. Long ago. I can't remember when this was passed, but yeah, they made it illegal for labor unions to be involved in the organization of a general strike. At least that's my, I don't have the exact wording of the law in front of me. But I think that's probably one of the main reasons. I know it's shocking that the United States would have laws intended to prevent Americans from, you know, engaging in civil discourse and things like that. That is shocking, I'm sure, to everybody here.
That's not
okay. Let's move it along. Here now from the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Or Broomer with the super chat. What did I just say? Tiny dono for Jack the Cat, R.I.P. good buddy. Oh. Is Jack the Cat your cat, or I'm sorry to hear that. It's very sad. R.I.P. I'll allow that dono. I'll allow that. Yeah. All right. Losing great patriots all over the place. Renee Good, Alex Pretti, Jack the Cat. What a shitty week.
Talk just briefly, I mean, you know, you served as Bernie Sanders' foreign policy advisor. Talk about like the relationship between what we're seeing simultaneously domestically with what we're seeing in terms of sort of like this mob boss mentality of carving up the world internationally. I mean, you know, people, we're getting stuff like, how is it that these, wealthy elite can't see that it's not in their best interest down the road to, share the wealth or whatnot? And it's like, this is what we see in every, repressive, very often developing countries now, some of them even more developed countries in the past. Like, we never question, why did Imelda Marcos have, 5,000 pairs of shoes? Like, how could she not, it's just, this is the nature of what they do.
Right. I mean, you get so powerful and you have no one to tell you no, and you just lose control of, you kind of lose touch with reality. That's sort of part of it. But it's also just an ethic of gain, of taking, of constant accumulation. And listen, I wish some of these fantastically wealthy people would think a bit more solidaristically. I mean, that might be the first time that's ever happened in history. I mean, we see this play out over and over again. But I think the way this connects to our domestic politics, and again, this is something that Bernie has talked about. We have a lot more, I think, Democrats talking about this now, whether it's AOC, Chris Murphy, a few others. Like, part of this is reasserting democratic control over wealth and power. I mean, that's not going to solve all the problems, but the enormous influence and power that these fantastically wealthy individuals have over our politics, such that they can essentially obviate democratic control over our economic and political life. And this is a long-standing problem. And again, Trump is just the latest iteration of this corrosion. But that really gets at the core of the challenge right now. And I think this craziness we're seeing in foreign policy is in part a product of that.
The lack of democratic responsiveness to what the public is saying about, I mean, the genocide in Gaza is an example of this. You also have, there were dozens of Democrats that joined on to increase military spending in that vote. I believe that was yesterday. Stephen Semler, the pollster, made this point. 4% of Democratic voters want to increase military spending, and 70% of House Democrats just voted to increase military spending. I mean, and on the issue of Gaza, single-digit percentage points from back in August support Israel's military action. That is not proportionate to how the military action in Gaza. That is not proportionate to how the votes are tallied with the Democrats in the House and the Senate. And so, the Republicans are completely undemocratic. But this is an overall problem, really, of also corruption and lobbying and money in politics that has completely separated how our leadership operates from public opinion as we call ourselves a democracy.
Right. I think that's absolutely right. It's about corruption. It's also about elite impunity. It's about the fact that time and time again, the powerful, the well-connected, the influential pay no price. And I think that's one of the things we have to look at. Why does Trump act this way? Why does Pete Hegseth act this way? Why do they act as if they won't face any consequences? Well, because they know very well they won't face any consequences. If you want to kind of understand why Trump doesn't fear accountability, look at the guest list for Dick Cheney's funeral. Right. Okay. I'm sorry. We don't need for this audience to go through the list of offenses of Dick Cheney, whether the Iraq War, torture, kidnapping, getting his Halliburton buddies into Iraq to take money out by the tens of billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars. And 20 years later,
Patriot Act.
Ex-presidents, first ladies, senators, members of Congress, former cabinet secretaries line up to pay their respects.
MSNBC hosts.
That is elite impunity. That is corruption.
Yeah. And the irony is, I think Carney's just saying, we just need a different set of elites. At the end of the day, right? Carney's not saying we need a more democratic vision for the world. It's just that the leaders that we've had up to this point, they're hollowed out now, and we need to figure out another strategy. Now, meanwhile, Zelensky gave a speech where he was basically saying that Europe is also not rising to the moment in many respects. He's talking obviously from a perspective of Europe being not being aggressive, I think, enough in dealing with what he perceives to be the Russian threat. And he said something to the fact that you send 15 people to Greenland. You don't seem like you're willing to guard, that country. I happen to think actually like the 15 people made it a little bit more complicated. I think had Trump sent in 500 troops 3 weeks ago, I think what are they going to do at that point? And I think that was sort of like why they just put nominally some people there so that it made it look like. But the Greenland thing seems to have stopped just because he was being disciplined by the bond market. And again, it was a classic Taco Trump. I heard this story about The Apprentice. And I know this story is true. I can't be too explicit about how I heard this story because the people involved. But Trump wanted to have, what's her name on? Stormy Daniels on the show. He wanted to have Stormy Daniels on the show.
While they were having an affair.
He had expressed this to her. She was asking people, do you think I'm going to get on? And he was bringing it up with the ABC executives, and they didn't know what to do. So finally what they did is they basically took a sheet of paper and wrote down a number which they projected to be what they were going to lose in advertising revenue for the show. Yeah. And he as an EP, like he participated in that. Mm-hmm. They put it on his desk. They went into a meeting and they just put it on his desk and he looked at it. He just saw this and he goes, oh, rolls it up, throws it away, never talks about it again. He had been talking about it for months and months and months. But as soon as he saw he was going to lose $1, he was like, forget it. And and I sort of like that's what we keep seeing playing over and over again.
Right. So you want to send Stormy Daniels to Greenland is what you're...
I mean, the idea is if this guy thinks he's going to lose $1 in some fashion or it's going to cost somebody, he's done. None of this stuff has been like some type of principled ideological...
Well, I think it's been clear it's not principled. I mean, I think, what you said makes sense. There's also people have been asking, what's going on here? And for me, it's like this temptation to try and impose some kind of strategic logic. It's very much that Greenland is big. And he looked at a map and he was like, damn, Greenland's big. I would love for the U.S. to have it. But it's also like he does this. He just throws this stuff out there and everyone spends a week or 2 weeks running around.
He's a demented lunatic.
Unintelligent person running the United States of America.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Like crazy trying to figure out what we're going to do. And then he dials it back. When he dials it back, the reasons he dials it back, I think what you're saying helps explain it. But there's also a whole bunch of other things that he's under pressure about that we've not been talking about while we've all been kind of freaking out about Greenland. We can't forget that either.
Well, he's just announced today, and people knew this, but I think that we have a aircraft carrier headed to.
There's also, the Epstein files.
Position itself somewhere. I can't recall where exactly it was. But presumably to give him the option to decide whether he wants to attack Iran or not. And ostensibly, this is because Iran has been engaged in a bloody put down of, they've killed at least now 5,000. I've heard numbers up to 20,000 of protesters. And ostensibly, I guess that's why Trump is thinking about doing this.
Because he cares about protesters.
Right, Trump always supports human rights and democracy, and is always willing to bring the United States in on the side of these principles everywhere.
Give me a joke.
So what is going on with it? Like, what is he doing it just for that? Like to as a distraction or to pretend like he's involved in this, or is it how tied is it into the idea that Jared Kushner is at Davos basically going like, here's our plan for Gaza, we're gonna turn it into Miami Beach, and we're going to have essentially concentration camps of Palestinians who, you know, we're going to allow certain ones of them to come and work as like busboys.
And all of this reconstruction will be through our shell organizations, of course, and those of our partners. And it's just this absolutely, you know, towering grift. And how Iran fits into this, you know, he certainly came around. We saw this in June after a massive lobbying campaign by you know, Netanyahu and Netanyahu's allies in Washington, people like Lindsey Graham. He went in and, you know, just bombed for a few days, declared victory. And as he sees it, that actually was a political benefit for him. I mean, he loves to declare victory. The polling doesn't show that. And the polling doesn't show that in Venezuela, by the way, either, which by agree or disagree with it, I disagree with it. I think it was completely illegal and should not have been done. But, you know, tactically, it was an impressively executed raid that he received no polling bump for, you know, which I do think is notable. But yet,
but part of the reason why is because people are just like, why did we do that?
Yeah. How does this make, you know,
like, wait, it's not, it doesn't, there was not you know, any of the groundwork set up to, like, you know, that 90% of the American public does not.
Exactly. Nobody was talking about Venezuela before we invaded Venezuela. Or at least, I mean, we were talking about the boats in the Caribbean, but no one was like making the case for why we needed to invade Venezuela. And then we just did it all of a sudden one night. And you were like, why? What did that achieve? Especially considering the fact that we wound up leaving the exact same regime in charge. So it's not democracy. And then they came out and they said, actually, it's just the oil. Fuck democracy.
And the honestly, and the idea that like, oh, great, now somebody in Qatar is getting Venezuelan oil money? Like, like what?
So I think with Iran now, he threatened, you know, he just threatened for whatever reason the Iranian government, you know, against don't be killing protesters, which they went ahead and did. And now that they unfortunately seem to have quelled the protests once again through the massive application of violence. He is really, you know, he's got people in his ear like Lindsey Graham and these others who are like, oh, you made a threat, you need to follow through, it'd be bad for your credibility. But there's also in the intervening, you know, weeks, we saw reports from, you know, Arab governments in the region, including some very close to Trump. They don't want a new war in the region. Netanyahu, depending on what kind of reporting you believe, he also wanted to wait in part to get more U.S. assets in the region to help with the very likely Iranian response in terms of missiles and drones being fired back at Israel. So it does seem like those assets are now in place should Trump, you know, choose to strike. But even, you know, a few weeks ago when the protests were much larger, the kind of argument for doing it, if you're really interested in helping in the protesters, was extremely weak. There's like no path to show me how striking Iran actually helps the protesters win and democracy to come to Iran.
Meanwhile, of course, Donald Trump is himself having protesters murdered here in the United States. So, I mean, the hypocrisy is just wild. He's simultaneously chiding Iran over murdering protesters while ICE murders multiple people in the same, like, 2-week span. Real fascinating times we're living in right now, huh? All right, let's talk the weather. There is a second storm coming for the United States, and it is coming quickly this weekend.
Older
People
guy who
are
was
going to get
dragged
hit
out
by
in the
it.
middle of sub-zero weather in his underwear.
Let me just get us to the spot I want to get us to. Start here. ABC 7 Chicago. 2 days ago, many Americans entered day 4 of this brutal storm with no power.
This morning, the death toll rising after the winter storm that left behind 2,000 miles of freezing rain, snow, and ice. And now a heartbreaking reminder of how dangerous the conditions can be. The small city of Bonham, Texas, mourning the loss of 3 siblings who drowned in an icy pond. The school superintendent saying, "We are devastated by this unimaginable loss." Ice taking down huge trees across the South. Mississippi's governor now deploying 500 National Guardsmen.
It is possible that those numbers will go up.
In Oxford, utility crews were pulled back and a shelter in place was ordered over fears of falling trees. Tennessee also activating the National Guard and opening warming centers amid concerns about vulnerable people. The concern for power crews, trees falling again after power has been restored.
Almost everyone here is without power. You can see this large tree. It came crashing down. It snapped and brought some power lines down with it.
Some areas have been without power since Saturday during this days-long stretch of bitter cold. On the roads, a big rig crashing in the slick conditions, bringing down this overhead sign. And back in Texas, volunteers with the United Cajun Navy bringing food, doing welfare checks, and looking for dangerous black ice on rural roads.
As somebody in Texas, we don't deal with ice. We don't deal with this, and it was me running, a few people, making sure that everyone was taken care of.
In Fort Worth, firefighters braving conditions to get this man to safety.
His safety, making sure he was good. That's the only thing I was thinking of. Let's get him to the top. He's on my shoulder crying.
19 states saw more than a foot of snow in the storm, and now the mid-Atlantic and Northeast are bracing for a possible coastal storm this coming weekend.
Yes, indeed. People are still trying to recover from this first storm, and a second one is coming right behind it. This is NBC from yesterday. Next.
Tonight, the race to restore power in the South. From the air, with repair crews using helicopters, and on the ground as nearly 400,000 people remain in the dark. At least 68 deaths are now being blamed on the dangerous winter weather nationwide as snow, ice, and freezing temperatures take their toll. Watch as the roof of this rodeo arena in Arkansas collapses from heavy snow, and as more drivers take to the roads, accidents piling up. In Mississippi, dramatic new video shows multiple cars already in a ditch on the side of the road. Then watch as this SUV loses control, slams into a truck, and adds to the pile. In Indiana, icy roads causing this big rig to turn over on its side. In Tennessee, Nashville Electric Service today reporting more than 300 power poles broken and 900 crew members working on repairs. Few need it more than the Martin family. We first shared their story last night, huddled together on the floor under blankets for warmth. Today, a new crisis. A burst pipe flooding their home, water leaking everywhere.
All the water came out on the floor here.
Oh man, this is where you guys were huddled up here.
Yeah.
Temperatures in Nashville have fallen below freezing for 6 straight days. Life-threatening conditions for those without power, like restaurant worker Madison Bright, now forced to stay with family. She showed us this text message she received saying the power was back on, even when it wasn't.
We checked twice and the power still has not been back on.
Also in Nashville, the McCann family now sleeping in their car after burst pipes flooded their home and their floors froze over.
I've been praying to God of, can we get any help?
Also in Nashville, police responding to reports of an unresponsive man in his home.
We believe that he succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning.
Carbon monoxide poisoning, a growing concern.
We have actually, in the Poison Center, had at least 46 cases of poisoning in children, and then
Unfortunately, that's because people run in the oven and stuff like that. Turning on the stove to keep warm. It's so goddamn cold out there. People are doing bad stuff to try and stay warm. Unsafe stuff. Of course, getting too cold is unsafe as well. Ah, God. Do not heat your house with the stove. That's good advice. That's good advice, J-Jacket. Do not do that. It's not smart. It's not smart, but I'd be lying if I haven't done it. If I said I hadn't, sometimes there's no other option. Not only are people having trouble heating their homes to stay warm, the states and cities are struggling to get salt on the roads. A massive salt shortage in the nation, causing serious problems for places like Metro Detroit.
If notice streets not being salted this winter, it isn't just because it's too cold for the salt to work.
Yeah, it turns out salt itself is in pretty short supply right now, and there are multiple reasons why. All right, so let's get out to Khalil Maycock. Khalil, what did you find out about this one?
Yeah, I spoke to some people who said the reason why they don't have salt, which is like a small business owner, he says it's because his supplier is having difficulties getting it. And I also spoke to some road commissions, and they tell me some, they have salt, while others say they're experiencing that shortage as well. Plowing snow and then salting right after is something Marcus Carr says he's had to do a lot this winter season.
It's been very busy.
Carr is the owner of Stonewall Landscaping and Snow Removal. Though he's been busy, he says lately it's become hectic. It's what he calls a salt shortage. Steve, with Great Deal Products, is saying the same thing.
There's been a national salt shortage that we've been dealing with here for quite some time, and it's continually just compounding and getting a little bit more difficult to secure product anywhere in the United States or Canada.
He's someone who buys salt and then resells it to smaller buyers like Carr. I also wanted to know how this salt shortage is impacting the counties in our area. So I reached out to 5 and heard back from 3. Wayne County says they're not experiencing a salt shortage. Oakland County says they're not experiencing a salt shortage either, but have an issue getting resupplied. And Macomb County says they're experiencing a shortage. They couldn't get me an official amount of how much they've used so far, but they did say they've used between 30,000 and 40,000 tons of salt this season. And if we go back to Carr.
Wow. 40,000 tons of salt used just for one county here in Michigan. That's intense. Now, some people have been so cold out there that they have taken to shelters and churches for a warm place to sleep. Here's CBS New York.
Mayor Mamdani did announce today that 10 New Yorkers have died outside since the start of this weekend storm. Outreach crews are now working around the clock to get people off the streets. Other organizations are also stepping up. Ali Bauman visited one church in Chelsea where homeless New Yorkers are finding shelter.
It's a long time for me to get cold, but with this weather, it hits harder.
At 18 years old, Angelo Colon normally sleeps in the subway with his little sister. Tonight, he's trading in the train for the floors of Holy Apostles Church in Chelsea.
It's a place where you can rest your head knowing that nothing will happen and people won't bother you.
Why not try to stay at a shelter?
Because I don't want to leave my little sister alone, so I stay out here because of her.
The church, which operates as a soup kitchen year-round, opens its doors as a warming center on nights when the temperature drops below freezing.
How many people have you been seeing here a night?
Last night we had 40. Okay, we usually cover around 30 to 35, but last night was 40.
At least 10 New Yorkers have died since the start of this weekend storm. Their causes of death are not yet official, but all were found outdoors during these frigid nights.
We are sending out requests to send staff out every few hours to canvass nearby blocks and engage anyone who needs assistance.
Mayor Mamdani says City Hall is implementing new emergency protocols to get people into shelters, which includes involuntarily removing homeless from the streets.
Yeah, it's too cold to be out there right now. It is death. It is death. I can't think of another way to put it. It is near certain death. Being out there for too long right now. Without adequate, shelter. You're in trouble. I mean, it's so cold they shut down the ferry. I was talking about that yesterday. Here's a video of that now. CBS New York on the story. All NYC ferry service canceled Wednesday due to icy conditions.
And this deep freeze has turned the Hudson River into a floating obstacle course. All NYC ferry service is canceled tomorrow in the Hudson and East Rivers. And Naveen Dhaliwal reports that New York Waterway is changing some service.
It's crazy, definitely, but I will say I took the ferry in yesterday as well, and it was pretty icy then, too.
It was a sight that left commuters in awe as a tugboat carved a path through the ice on the Hudson for ferries Tuesday evening, allowing them to dock at Pier 79.
Pretty amazing that they're able to do that.
For Shannon Humphreys, a routine...
It looks like the freaking Arctic. It's insanity. Jesus
I feel like
Christ.
I'm taking crazy pill. Home to Hoboken was at the mercy of the weather.
I'm from Minnesota, so I'm not used to seeing boats break through ice and continuing to drive on water that's this cold.
The ice was so thick near the George Washington Bridge, New York Waterway suspended service between Manhattan and Edgewater. Annie Yu had to catch a bus home.
It's terrible. Yeah. Maybe I'm thinking about tomorrow I would try a bus too.
I guess if mine gets canceled, I don't have to go into work. Some remote work for a couple of days may not be the worst thing with how cold it is right now.
Experts say temperatures must dive below 30 degrees for ice to form on the Hudson River.
You also need the currents to be weak for a period of time so the tides can't be large.
Back on Pier 79, despite the icy conditions, most commuters say safety isn't a concern. Many credit New York Waterway's planning to keep them safe.
They wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't safe, and they know what they're doing. They're experts.
Jesus, Arctic conditions. New York waterways. Causing commutes to be impacted. And people, the cold, it's probably wearing on you right now. I can understand. It's cold and dark and gray and terrible. And it's possible that cold fatigue is setting in, and I need you to shake yourself off over there.
Many of us, this cold is exhausting. And as Lee mentioned, the freezing temps, they're not leaving anytime soon.
Yeah, and if you're feeling cold fatigue, you are obviously not alone. Experts say the frigid weather impacts not only our physical health, but also our mental health.
Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson spoke to a psychologist about the weather's impact on our health. She's live in the Flatiron District. Kimberly.
Well, David and Liz, if you're feeling sluggish, even though you're getting enough sleep, a bit irritable, and a sense of dread, you are not alone. Experts say being in frigid temperatures like this for a prolonged period of time affects about 40% of people who say their mood definitely declines. Next to those in the Midwest, people living here in the Northeast feel it the most. You may be sleeping more and even lost interest in hobbies you typically enjoy. A leading clinical psychologist at Northwell Lenox Hill Hospital says do not ignore how you're feeling. Dr. Naomi Torres-Mackey shared some pretty simple things you can do to lift your spirits as we all navigate these brutal temperatures. She suggests getting outside as much as possible during daylight hours. She points out sunlight tends to boost serotonin levels and can positively affect your mood. Another critical thing she says you can do, she says practice acceptance.
Unfortunately, weather. So rather than resist it, try to embrace it. And I think you'll find that mental shift, however hard it can be, can go a really long way in your feelings about the cold and therefore the way the cold impacts you.
I'm staying inside and crocheting and using my space heater to warm me up a little more, using my oven. Yesterday I went to the Botanic Garden to go to the indoor tropical room just to get some warmth.
Somewhere else you can go look at this. Right now it's peak sauna season, and many regulars and first-timers are heading to Bathhouse. We stopped by the Flatiron location, which was buzzing with people. Folks were relaxing in saunas. Some heat up to 185 degrees. There's 6 pools ranging from about 50 degrees, that's the cold plunge, to 104 degrees. They offer day passes for this really hidden gem that is good for your mind and body.
Now, there you go, people. If you're in need of a little R&R right now in the cold, you can do all sorts of things, including going to a bathhouse, getting warm in the sauna with some other people also hiding out from the cold. Could be fun. But, all right, let's go to Canada. Niagara Falls. Transformed by ice and snow. We got like a quick clip of this. This is wild. It's just completely frozen over. The falls themselves aren't frozen over, but there's so much ice coming over it. At the bottom, it's like there's not much actual moving water at the bottom. It's all just ice. Look at it. It's just frozen. That's wild. I've actually been there before. This looks so weird. Super weird. Okay. Now let's talk about this storm. It's heading our way.
It's Monday, January 26th, and we are finally on the other side of this historic winter storm we've been tracking. Unfortunately, as of this morning, 21 people are confirmed dead across 14 states. More than 847,000 are still without power this morning in single-digit temperatures. Nashville lost nearly half of its power grid due to 3/4 of an inch of ice. And Mississippi got hit with its worst ice storm since 1994. And some of these people won't see power for weeks. Down in Little Rock, we broke the snowfall record that had stood since 1899. Over 19,000 flights were canceled, and Sunday was one of the worst travel days since the pandemic. This thing stretched 2,300 miles wide at its peak, and more than 230 million Americans were under weather alerts at the same time, which is a record. The pattern we started tracking way back in mid-January verified almost exactly like we said it would, and unfortunately, it's time to keep looking into the future because there's more stuff coming. Let's start off by talking about these temperatures because it's going to be downright cold tomorrow morning. It was cold this morning. It'll be even colder tomorrow morning, especially in a lot of these places where we don't have power. We're expecting a low temperature tomorrow morning of 16 degrees in Shreveport, 16 in Dallas. Up here in Mississippi, Oxford.
I'm going to do what I did last time. I'm going to skip ahead to the action.
Warm up at all. And I'm talking about the entire Tennessee and Ohio Valley, and of course the 10 days from now. Okay, so we could be well into the beginning of February and still be talking about below average temperatures all the way down to the southern part of Florida, but especially in Alabama, the Carolinas, up into the mid-Atlantic. And we're going to continue to be warmer than average in the west. Everybody west of the Rockies is going to be having fun in the sun pretty much, and there's going to be some of that warm air that tries to make it up even into the northern plains as we get into the latter part of this outlook. All right, let's talk about what we can expect as we go into the future outside of just temperatures. It's going to be cold. cold. We know that. But what happens with the cold? Are we going to get a storm? Are we going to get anything else happening? Well, we're definitely going to have another clipper coming through the Great Lakes here as we go into Tuesday. That's going to bring even more snow to the northeast. It's not going to be significant, but some places will pick up on a couple of inches. And it's also going to turn on the lake effect snow machines again for western Michigan, northeast Ohio, northwest Pennsylvania, a lot of upstate New York. So get ready for another thumping of snow over the next several days as the cold air just runs over the lakes. At some point, they're going to get completely frozen here. But check it out. Another big anomalously high pressure system is building up in Canada. The European model here has another huge blast of cold air that might actually rival this one. And of course, it does link up with a storm in the Gulf. This one looks a little bit more dynamic than the one that we just saw.
How great. How great. Another perfect storm, says Ryan Hall. Y'all. Yeesh. Well, prepare yourselves for more shitty weather if you happen to be in that area of the country. All right, let's move on to some other events on the planet. This time, geologically speaking. A town in Italy teetering on the edge. A small Sicilian town. Erosion of the banks where the town is built is causing evacuations as homes go flying into the Mediterranean.
Sì, un fronte impegnativo di 4 chilometri rilevato già da ieri pomeriggio.
It's a challenging 4-kilometer front. As detected yesterday by our drones, the landslide starts in the west and continues to the east of our city, affecting several neighborhoods, and consequently a large part of the population is affected by this disaster.
More than 1,500 residents have been evacuated from a town on the Italian island of Sicily after a landslide triggered by violent storms left homes teetering on the edge of a cliff.
I guess it's not the Mediterranean.
Have been evacuated from a town.
In my mind, it was on the Mediterranean. That's not an ocean. That's just a field. This is fucked.
Italian island of Sicily after a landslide triggered by violent storms left homes teetering on the edge of a cliff. Authorities say the entire area sits on a plateau that's gradually collapsing toward the plain below, driven by water that remains in the subsoil. Well, for more, let's cross live now to Seema Gupta, our correspondent in Italy. Seema, very dramatic images we're seeing of that situation in Sicily. Authorities there say the entire hill is moving, putting the stability of dozens of buildings at risk. What more do we know?
Well, the Civil Protection Services head was in the town of Niscemi. That's the town affected in Sicily. And he said that it is an active landslide and the situation is critical because essentially he says it's gradually collapsing to the plain that is below, the Gela plain as it's known. The mayor of the town also described the situation as dire. As you mentioned, 1,500 people evacuated, of course, having to move to other parts of the town to stay with their relatives and so on. And the situation is critical because, of course, there is still some rain on occasion, and that's making also the technical operations difficult to carry out. But they're trying.
Entire town teetering on the fucking edge over here. Disturbing. Extreme rains leading to landslides. That's no fun. That's no fun at all. Speaking of no fun, let's go down to Africa, where places like Mozambique are still flooding. So, and the floods have left these towns utterly decimated. And these, I mean, honestly, they started like a week ago. This is Reuters now from
Devastating
Tuesday.
floods in Mozambique have left key transport routes severed. Rising water continues to wash over entire communities, submerging roads and farmland. It has stranded dozens of minibus drivers who ferry goods from Maputo to the southern provinces. Among those is Abel Chavango, who'd been stuck for days with a load of perishable goods.
I have merchandise from people and it's already very rotten. Now I will have a problem with them. Everything is rotten in the car. I had flour. The rain soaked all the flour. Onion, potatoes. It's all rotten.
He added that he was worried about the financial repercussions of returning home with ruined supplies. The damage to transport networks has added pressure to a region already hit hard by weeks of heavy rainfall. Earlier this week, UNICEF confirmed that the main road leading from capital Maputo had been cut by flooding. It's part of broader destruction that has left about 500 miles of road damaged or destroyed. Aid workers have struggled to reach isolated communities, with boats and helicopters deployed in several districts.
Jesus Christ. You might be asking yourself, did climate change have anything to do with the level of devastation that we saw here in South Africa? Answer, yes. It's not just me saying it. Here's France 24 English from 5 hours ago.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith. Tonight, extreme flooding in southern Africa has submerged towns, left townspeople at the mercy of crocodiles and the risk of cholera. Scientists say that climate change will make supercharged rainfall more likely in the years to come. A crisis that ironically also makes it harder to guarantee access to clean water. We hear from Mozambique's WaterAid country director. Also, healthcare fraud undermines Kenya's already fragile system. The government says it's lost out on around 71 million euros from fraudulent claims.
Hold on, we're not going to watch this whole video. This is an Eye on Africa segment on France 24. They talk about a whole bunch of different shit. And we only have so much time here today.
Have had to wade through knee-high water on Thursday after neighborhoods were inundated by heavy rain. The country is just one of many in the region that is currently struggling with similar fallout from unusually intense downpours. More than 200 people have been killed in the extreme weather that swept across southern Africa over the last month, affecting Mozambique, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Eswatini. For more on all of this, I'm now joined by WaterAid's Dr. Gaspar Sitefani, the director for Mozambique, where more than 500,000 people have been affected by the flooding. Gaspar, thank you so much for making the time to speak to me. Now, first of all, a lot of the emergency workers in the region are saying that the impact of this flooding is worse than they've ever seen. You work with WaterAid. What are your teams on the ground telling you about what's happening where they are?
Thank you for having me here. Good evening, everyone. Well, these are the worst floods I have seen. Villages, homes, trees are completely underwater. And even main highways, bridges are cut off. Crocodile sightings, people displaced are being evacuated by helicopters where it's possible, or by boats from trees, from roofs, and we'll find mothers giving birth to babies on the roof of houses. So although, and for other hand, although rainfalls stopped for now, emergence continues. It's important to remember that Mozambique is particularly vulnerable. Is waters are coming from other countries, the neighboring countries, is South Africa, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and others, and the waters are heading to the sea. And on their way, they take whatever they find in between. So recovering from these floods will be a major challenge for Mozambique. And that's what scares a lot, because we are seeing this extreme weather more and more often now. Instead, in the past, it was not that much as now. But in 2023, we had floods, and we are having it again, so it's more frequently.
That must be really terrifying, because you're not only dealing with the immediate, but
okay. Well, there we go. Southern Africa inundated by floods much stronger due to climate change. Of course, we all know that the warmer the atmosphere is, the more the clouds, more moisture that the clouds hold.
It's science.
That's science. And heavy rains in Indonesia left devastation. Here is the AP from Tuesday. This is in West Java province. This is wild. I guess that was a car? Hard to tell, considering. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Oh my god, look how deep the water is. That dog. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is horrendous. Everything is gone. Everything is just mud. Apparently almost 100 people missing as of that story. I need to get an update on that thing. Honestly, I've been so busy with what the fuck is happening going on in the United States right now. I have not had time to get updated on that. So that's a slightly old clip. That's from, like I said, Tuesday. Oh, God. All right. Let's go down to Australia, where they have been getting just battered down by terrible, like, weather-related events. Whether it's the recent storms, or the fires, or the current ridiculously hot heat wave. Australia is getting brutalized by the heat. This is in Melbourne.
I'm drinking a lot of water, standing by these misting fans and trying to have some of the ice-cold beverages they have here. We're going to stay as long as we can handle the heat.
Making sure sunscreen, hats, bottles of water, making sure staying hydrated. And there's lots of stations here to be able to bring your own bottle and stay hydrated. So, yeah.
I heard that there were temperatures almost, I think, 125 degrees Fahrenheit or something ridiculous. Like, it's wild. Wild shit. It's the only clip I have on this as well. Once again, due to the insanity of this news week, I feel like all I've been able to focus on is what's happened in Minnesota. This last month has been fucking out of control. Oh my god. Okay, that's it on the climate change and weather-based news, the environmental half over. Let's get to the geopolitics of the week. Starting in Greenland, where on Monday, Greenland released a crisis guideline in response to recent U.S. threats. That's good. When your friends are releasing crisis guidelines over your latest rhetoric, that's good, right?
Greenland is a landscape crafted by millennia of ice and wind. It is a beautiful but deadly combination, a place where survival itself can be a fight. Global politics here feel distant compared to the polar conditions and people's ability to live off the land and the sea.
The fish are all around here. There are seals right over there. It is teeming with reindeer in the area. There are many opportunities to survive here. And as I say, a Greenlander, we relax if we have food on the table. We are not the kind of people who go into complete panic when we hear something is happening out there in the world.
Donald Trump may have thrown Greenland's future into question by demanding US ownership of the Arctic island. But for people like fisherman Aslak Wilhelm Jensen, their security is less about military control and more about Mother Nature and the frigid conditions they have always existed in.
I'm not afraid at all. Personally, I'm not afraid. Maybe it is also because I live here in these surroundings. I live off the nature. I live with so many challenges in my life.
Yet Greenland's politicians are worried. This week, the local government of the Danish Autonomous Territory issued new guidance to its people, offering them advice on how to prepare for what it called a crisis.
The more people who are prepared, the more we can focus help on those who need it most.
We are working with the municipalities and the emergency services. As a society, we need to talk about preparedness and work together.
The document detailed things people should be getting ready, including 5 days' worth of food and at least 15 litres of water per person. For people like Karl-Erik Ringstedt, this isn't an issue. Self-sufficiency is something many here have lived all their lives with. He shows his freezer contents that include things like reindeer, halibut, cod, redfish and seal.
It lasts a whole year, yes, and we also eat it when we celebrate birthdays, Christmas and Easter. And when my granddaughter comes, then we eat with her.
Karl-Erik says he isn't scared because he trusts the way of life this remote part of the world has taught him.
Well, Greenlanders apparently prepared for anything here. And with all the threats Donald Trump has been lobbying their way, I don't blame them for thinking about what to do in this moment. Shifting alliances, confusions all over the place, abounding due to Donald Trump and his erratic foreign policy. Talk of a new world order.
34 pages to outline the Pentagon's new national defense strategy and tell allies they need to handle their own security. The defense blueprint reinforces Trump's America First philosophy, making that clear from its opening line.
For too long, the US government neglected, even rejected, putting Americans and their concrete interests first.
Its primary concern is now security of the US homeland and Western Hemisphere, including narco-trafficking and immigration. It's a break from the 2022 report under the Biden administration, where China was described as the most comprehensive and serious challenge to US national security. Now China is priority number 2, and the report says the US should deter Beijing through strength, not confrontation.
Our goal in doing so is not to dominate China, nor is it to strangle or humiliate them. Rather, our goal is simple: to prevent anyone, including China, from being able to dominate us or our allies.
There's no mention of Taiwan in the report, despite US intelligence believing China aims to take the island by force in the next year. As for the rest of the region, the document hints at a reduction of US presence in the Korean peninsula, saying Seoul is capable of taking primary responsibility for deterring North Korea with more limited US support. The message is clear. The US's allies will be expected to shoulder more of their own defence. That applies to Europe too. Russia, which appears 89 times in the 2022 report, is now largely in the background and dubbed a persistent but manageable threat to
Strange, people are getting more and more concerned about the United States rather than people like China and Russia. However, NATO Secretary, whatever, Mark Rutte, had some things to say about Europe's future as it relates to the United States. He seems to think Europe cannot defend itself without us.
That the European Union, or Europe as a whole, can defend itself without the US, keep on dreaming. You can't. We can't. We need each other. And why do we need each other? I tell you. First of all, because also the US needs NATO. They are also in NATO because for the US to stay safe, and by the way, Arctic region is evidence here, they need a secure Arctic, they need a secure Euro-Atlantic, and they also need a secure Europe. So the US has every interest in NATO as much as Canada and the European NATO allies. A European pillar is a bit of an empty word. I guess what you mean is a sort of next to each nation to have a sort of European defense force. I think, but of course that's up to the European countries to decide, but I think there will be a lot of duplication. I wish you luck if you want to do it, because you have to find the men and women in uniform. It will be on top of what is happening already, and it will make things more complicated. I think Putin will love it. So.
There you go, Mark Rutte, saying that Europe cannot... wait, excuse me, sir. Am I right? Mark Rutte saying apparently Europe cannot defend itself without the United States. All right, now let's talk about ice. What? Yes, I know it's shocking, but we're actually going to be talking about ice for a moment. For a little longer than a moment. During the global news half. I know that's strange, but you'll see why in a moment. We'll all start to make sense. Oh, we are living in the worst timeline possible. Let's go here to an Irishman with a message for Americans. Specifically for ice, I believe.
And as for those among your number who identify as Irish Americans, shame on you. Shame on you. We denounce you as the vermin you are, for you have betrayed your ancestors. You have betrayed your great-grandfathers and mothers who travelled on ships as immigrants to the country where you now hunt down immigrants. There is no Irish in you. You are house slaves. As Malcolm X once brilliantly described it, there's two sorts of slaves in society. There's house slaves and there's field slaves. House slaves, oh, they love their massa. Yes, massa, I love you, massa. This is our house, massa. I take care of you, massa. Field slaves, they don't want to take care of the massa. They don't want to take care of the house. They want to burn the house down. And that's where you originated from. That's the people you came from, and now you're nothing but bitchy wee house slaves. So to every ice bully and thug, I wish you all sweet dreams, boys. For your future is going to be a nightmare.
Wow, strong words coming from Ireland towards Irish American thugs. Oh, hell no, I just clicked this stream and first thing I see is this European Trump simp. Not clear which European Trump simp you're talking about. I don't know when the message came through, and I'm fairly certain there must have been at least a few. Hard to say. So many Trump Sims out there. All right. Not going to go far. More un-American terror.
In the days afterwards, as various videos of the shooting circulated online, it became clear that the White House was out of step with not just public opinion, but with what Americans could see with their own eyes. I will never pretend to understand America's relationship with guns. You know, 1 in 3 adults owns a gun. Most Americans are against strict gun control. Literally millions of them are legally walking around carrying guns. Gun crime is therefore inevitable, right? Normal. We're used to watching spotty teenagers shooting up American classrooms. It's just normal, right? It's normal because it's inevitable. The president getting shot at, Charlie Kirk, right? Horrendous acts of domestic terrorism, but gun violence in America is normal, inevitable. And as soon as the next US citizen is gunned down by an ICE or border control officer, which is inevitable, this too will have become normal. A US citizen who the footage clearly shows was defending a woman who'd been violently pushed over, a man who was legally carrying a gun, who didn't go for his gun, was disarmed of his gun and then shot 10 times by presumably more than one ICE agent. The White House immediately claimed, without evidence, i.e. it lied, that the still warm corpse was a would-be assassin who was trying to murder federal agents. This ICU doctor was part of a radical far-left splinter cell, a terrorist, albeit a terrorist whose court records show he has no criminal record beyond traffic tickets. Apparently, ICE is here to keep you safe, as long as you're cool with any non-white people in your community being stopped and searched by a gang of meatheads who have never used a safety catch or a word over 2 syllables in their life. Dare to protest or indeed express your anger at that policy, you might very well be executed in the street. That is White House policy, to use violence and intimidation against its own people and then lie about it. One MAGA-friendly assistant US attorney went on to claim that if you approach law enforcement whilst carrying a gun, there's a high likelihood that they will be legally justified in shooting you. Wow! When did...
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
Happen. This must be news to the 16 million or so law-abiding adult gun owners in the US that if they even approach law enforcement whilst legally carrying a gun, there is a high likelihood of them legally shooting you. And not only that, but after you've been blown to pieces, the President of the United States will then loudly exclaim that the men responsible for your murder are phenomenal. He'll proclaim in block capitals, "Let our ICE patriots do their job seemingly to shoot in the face anyone who might casually tell them to fuck off in the street." Not very respectful, sure, but not entirely warranting of being pepper sprayed and then shot 10 times. 10 times after being disarmed. 10 times. Does that not in itself suggest perhaps a lack of control, discipline, morality, but above all, basic training? Surely any trained law enforcement officer or serving military personnel in America, or in fact any human being with working eyes, no matter their politics, sees these killings and knows that these guys are fucking amateurs. Dangerous, hot-headed amateurs, highly untrained globules of testosterone plonked on the streets of America by the capricious toad in the Oval Office who's running the show. A mob, a militia, whatever you want to call it, able and clearly willing to shoot protesters multiple times at point-blank range if they get a bit mouthy, or aren't showing due deference to the ICE-branded balaclava, or are dangerously flailing their arms around because you've just emptied a pint of pepper spray into their eyeballs. Terrifying stuff, but also inevitable.
Ridiculous.
Normal.
Living in terrible times. Now, unfortunately, for those attending the Winter Olympics in Milan, Italy, you might wind up running into an ICE agent. I wish I was kidding.
Funny.
So, watch out.
Protesting at the Lombardy Regional Council, Italy's leftist Democratic Party has a message.
We don't want Donald Trump's thuggish squads here. People who kill civilian citizens. We don't need them. I don't understand what they're even going to do here.
The anger comes after officials said a branch of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, or ICE, would help with security at the Milan Cortina Winter Olympics, taking place from the 6th to the 22nd of February. The agency has been criticized for its tactics in a brutal immigration crackdown in the U.S., with officers involved in the fatal shootings of 2 civilians this month. Milan's mayor also expressed his outrage.
I don't think that they're compatible with our ways of handling such a delicate issue as security.
In a statement, ICE seemed to confirm reports it would be protecting U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who are expected to attend the game's opening ceremony. It said its Homeland Security Investigations Unit would be supporting the U.S. Department of State's Diplomatic Security Service, as well as helping Italy to vet and mitigate risks from transnational criminal organizations.
Wow. So ICE is going to be going to the Olympics with little Marco.
Gentlemen.
And couch fucker.
Quality time with my wife.
Wow. Enjoy that, people. You're out there going to the Olympics. You're under threat. This next story broke me. Due to ICE's activities in the United States, the fascist takeover of our government, some American Jews are reclaiming a citizenship many, I'm fairly certain, would be surprised to hear. But here we are. DW News, Germany, from yesterday.
These people are doing what was once unthinkable. They're Jewish American families with Holocaust history, and they're reclaiming German citizenship. They want the option of returning to the country which murdered 6 million of their kind.
Just crazy enough
Well, it
to
has
work.
a lot to do with the Trump administration. My father already had to flee one country. I mean, he's no longer alive, but given that family history, I feel compelled to have a plan B.
For many years, I thought that what happened in Germany could only have happened in Germany. I now realize that was wrong. It could happen here. It may happen here.
So I think it's a terrible political environment here. We're deeply concerned about the sort of erosion of our democratic norms.
Those at the German consulate getting their passports are not the only ones. Ruth Greenthal is 103 years old and one of the oldest Holocaust survivors who just got her German passport back.
Yeah, Wedge Wizard, never again. Never again. Here we are, once again. And I know people whose families either left Europe because of the pogroms or because of Nazi Germany, came to this country seeking refuge, whose families have been here for a long time. This is such a disturbing story.
The regime took away her German citizenship because she's Jewish. She started the process when it looked like Trump was likely to win a second time.
I mean, and really evoked feelings that I thought I would never, in my lifetime, I would not have to deal with this again.
Do you think Donald Trump is anti-Semitic?
Basically, yes. I mean, it's hard to know he's anti whatever is not good for him. I mean, he will use anti-Semitism. I mean, he has a, you know, his family has a long history of housing discrimination against anyone of color and Jews as well, I'm sure. I think he thinks the Jews are black.
Recent events have undermined her feeling of belonging in the US, where she's lived for most of her life.
I would certainly introduce myself as foreign-born, but American. And now I would put a question mark.
She was born in 1922 in Hamburg, one of two daughters of the successful publisher Kurt Enoch. Their mother died of tuberculosis in 1934.
Which role did it play when you grew up that you were Jewish? Did you...
This is so fucked. This should not be a thing right now, but they're not wrong. They're not wrong for making this move. Oh, that's what's disturbing about it. So we are in a moment where we have to make decisions now. We have to prepare ourselves for tomorrow, today. Tomorrow is too late. Something can happen in an instant. They take these things to justify actions. We've seen it. These racist, fascist pigs will take any instance of anyone, of any marginalized group, and apply it to the entire group. We saw it with the Afghan immigrant, the former CIA teen soldier from Afghanistan who killed the National Guard. The alleged fraud in Minnesota with Somalis turning into what we've seen now on the streets of Minnesota. What's it going to take for people to wake up that they're just going down the list, coming up with reasons as they go?
We were barely cultural Jews. The Jewish community in Hamburg was particularly assimilated. I mean, my father was an officer in World War I. The family got permission to live where Jews were usually not allowed to live and to do work that Jews were usually not allowed to do because of bravery in the war.
Your father being an officer in the First World War, how did he kind of approach the fact when Hitler came to power? How did he deal with that? Did he understand from the beginning on?
What was shocking to him was that people he considered his friends turned out to be Nazis. In Hamburg in particular, the Jewish community almost was on an equal footing. I mean, they were in government positions and so on and so forth, you know. So whatever anti-Semitism there was very, was very sort of indirect.
In 1935, the Nazi regime enacted the Nuremberg Laws, stripping German Jews of many rights and their citizenship. It was clear then, if it hadn't been before, that Jews had no place in the Third Reich. In 1939, Ruth's father sent her and her sister Miriam to boarding school in France. The following year, the Nazis invaded France and Ruth was arrested.
The collecting point for being shipped to these internment camps was the Velodrome d'Hiver, the famous Vel d'Hiv, which of course doesn't exist anymore, which was this bicycle racing stadium, and we were housed in the stalls. And I remember making this kind of little place where I put my towel and so forth, so I tried to make myself a little home wherever I was.
After that, they were sent to the French internment camp Gers, around 80 kilometers from the border with Spain.
The circumstances were pretty terrible. Goes especially was built on clay ground, so every time it rained, it turned into a complete morass. And then because of things breaking down, the transportation of food, so they were not trying to starve us. There was simply no food coming in. There was a problem of getting enough to eat. There was a problem of trying to keep dry. It looked very much, the pictures of that camp looks like a concentration camp. They offered those people who were willing to go out of the camp discharge papers. Many people didn't take them up on it because they had no money, they had no place to go, etc., etc.
Ruth could afford it and left the camp. But she stayed in the area hoping that family members would find her. It worked. Ruth's father arrived, but soon they realized they had to move on.
I made a trip to go, I walked somewhere to go near where the entrance to the camp was, and saw German SS go in because the Vichy government had allowed them to go in, and so they were starting to go in and deport people.
Spain was close and a haven for Jews fleeing the Nazis.
There was a sort of an underground railroad kind of communication that you had to go to a certain bathroom and you could climb up there's a window high up that you could climb up to, you could climb out and you could bypass. So my sister and I had to go through that bathroom exit from the train station to get past the checkpoints. So my father said, if they come through the train and check your papers, jump out of the train, to my sister and me.
So you were very aware that then you were like 17, 18?
17.
And that was the moment when you really knew.
Well, I mean, I think that much as I sort of tried to kind of put one foot in front of the other in whatever situation I was in, I was certainly aware of danger. I was not inside a concentration camp being daily threatened with being killed. You know, it was not that kind of, but it was very clear that we were threatened on all sides. That people discovered we were German, people discovered we were Jewish. You know, it was both were dangerous.
They traveled all the way through Spain, heading for Portugal and eventually the USA.
When you approached Madrid, there was not a blade of green to be seen. Still from the Civil War, everything was just completely destroyed.
In Lisbon, influential friends of her father got Ruth and her sister transatlantic passage on the Nea Hellas. Their new lives began as soon as they boarded.
The life on board the ship was luxurious. You know, they had deck chairs, and we had trouble dealing with eating regular food again. So I remember getting sick and having to learn that you had to limit how much you ate. And so there were places where there were white tablecloths. So it was like getting into a different reality altogether. But we made it, and we arrived in Hoboken.
Ruth built a career as a psychotherapist in the United States and a family. She has 2 children, 4 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. All 3 are also now German citizens.
This is just so crazy to me. It is so crazy to me that this is what's happening. To think that Germany is now safer for Jews than America. We've come a long way, and I don't mean that in a good way. Oh, God. What a terrible time to be alive. I just want to hear what this man had to say here, skipping ahead to the end of this.
Their reasoning.
But we'd rather not get into that because I think right now he's paying more and more attention to what people say about him. And he seems to be a very angry person, and it's hard to predict what angry people do when they feel slighted.
That unless you're Jewish, it's hard to appreciate that you are walking around with a feeling that your right to walk the earth could be questioned at any time. That certainly was sort of in the bone marrow, and it's certainly very much being revived right now.
It's disturbing. It's fucking disturbing what we're all living through right now. And the sooner we get to grips with what it is what we're facing, the better. God, I'm exhausted today. All this stuff is just taking it out of me. It doesn't help that, you know, I was in the hospital recently, but God, it's just been... When did I actually get out of the hospital? Has it been a full week now? God, so stressed out. Oh, this whole thing is just fucked up. All right, let's go back to what the United States has been up to in Denmark. More pettiness from the United States at the U.S. Embassy.
Maja Stoll is a reservist in the Danish Army. She's replacing dozens of Danish flags that were taken down by the U.S. Embassy in Copenhagen. Flags meant to draw attention to the 44 Danish soldiers killed in Afghanistan.
To begin with, they can start by offering a proper apology, and then you could say they might as well apologize to the British, because they didn't deserve this either.
Stoll is upset that embassy officials removed 44 flags, each bearing the name of a Danish soldier killed in battle. Starting in 2001, the Danes were part of a NATO force that struck Afghanistan following the September 11th attacks. More than 1,000 NATO troops from countries outside the U.S. paid the ultimate sacrifice. Despite that, in Davos last week, Donald Trump said this about the U.S.'s NATO allies.
We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And
he is such a petty, shitty, ungrateful piece of garbage excuse for a human fucking being. This guy never served. This guy never did fuck all. Him and his family have never bled for this country. They've never done fuck. They've done shit for American freedom. They've made us less free. And they're going to disrespect dead soldiers, people who sacrificed themselves. I mean, it's just disgusting. It's a disgusting international disgrace.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Himself.
they stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
It was a false claim that stung for Danish veterans of the war like Niels Jespersen, who fought on the front lines and received medals for his service.
We fought and bled alongside our American brothers in arms, it's sad to hear these words.
Trump's words also stung in the UK, where many remember the sacrifice of the more than 450 British troops who died in Afghanistan. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer described Trump's comments as insulting and frankly appalling.
Yes, frankly appalling. That is actually accurate. Frankly appalling. Truly behavior unbecoming of president. 25th Amendment. Remove this man from office. He is a disgrace. By the way, you might have noticed on the Board of Peace, there's some people missing, some countries missing from the Great Board of Peace. Most of them are in Africa, as it turns out.
In this uncertain new world order being ushered in by Donald Trump, what place do African nations find themselves in? To discuss the issue, we're joined by Alex Vines, the director of the Africa program at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Good morning. It's good to speak with you.
Morning.
I want to start with one of the big takeaways from this past week of diplomacy in Davos, the idea summed up by the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney that we were seeing a rupture in the world order. Is that a vision that rings true from an African perspective?
A bit, but the African focus is on multipolarity. It's about multilateralism. So it's about allocatism, in fact, which is that the US is one of a number of different partners involved on the African continent. And so you see a real uptick of other countries investing in Africa, being involved, the Gulf states in particular, which we can talk about, but also renewed interest from Europe. This year, we'll see the first ever France-Africa summit on African soil in Nairobi. The Italians have a summit also. So it's a mixed picture, but definitely the US is no longer going to engage on security issues, for example, in the way they previously did. And they certainly cut back on humanitarian support and human rights and governance support. This was very much the case last year with the abolition of USAID.
And would you agree with the analysis that Trump's exclusion of sub-Saharan nations from his Board of Peace sort of reflects a broader disregard for those countries?
Well, yes, but I mean, the Board of Peace, really, the people have signed up. If you look at the majority of who are on it, you've kind of mentioned it. They're from Middle East and North Africa, and it's very much about Gaza. So yes, there isn't an African there. That, I think, reflects the way that the US looks at the world. I would recommend, if your viewers are interested, to read the US National Security Strategy, because it's quite a lengthy document like the one that's just come out on defense. But Africa is reduced to 3 small paragraphs right at the end of that document, which I think reflects the status of Africa in the Make America Great Again vision of the world.
The last time we spoke, you expressed your concern that Trump would...
A lengthy document on U.S. security strategy with only 3 paragraphs at the very end, almost like a afterthought. Seemingly completely disregarded. Shocking. That's not at all, stemming from blatant racism. I'm sure it's just, just happens to totally a coincidence. Totally a coincidence that Donald Trump refers to countries from Africa as shithole countries while simultaneously completely disregarding them on the national stage. Totally, I'm sure they're totally separate. No way to connect those two things. All right. I'm fucking exhausted right now. I don't know why I'm so tired. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to finish out the show. Ay. We don't have that much left to cover. But we're going to do it all. We're going to do it all. Quick galactic intermission, final break of the night, and we'll be right back. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And, well, while you're at it, do remember that the Galactic News Network is completely funded by individuals like you. However, today we are on economic blackout status in solidarity with the general strike. So hold on to your money. Donate tomorrow, the rest of the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. Break is over. Final half about to begin. So, better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay, everybody. Here we are, final half of the night.
It is disgusting.
Okay, let's talk Gaza. NBC News attempting journalism earlier this week. Technically, I think around this time last week. I've been holding on this one for a minute. Let's go here. A video investigation from NBC News in Gaza. Fascinating.
After 2 years of war in Gaza, tens of thousands of civilians are dead, more than 20,000 of them children. A fragile ceasefire is mostly holding, but calls by rights groups and some governments remain for independent war crimes investigations into Israel's conduct in Gaza. Like every other news organization, NBC journalists were barred from the battlefield. As part of our coverage, we regularly reached out to the Israeli military to inquire about incidents, including airstrikes causing high numbers of civilian casualties. Incidents where Palestinian detainees were allegedly mistreated and when civilian infrastructure was destroyed. Even wars have rules. International humanitarian law says militaries have to justify their targets and...
Oh, look at NBC trying to do the news over here. Wars have rules, says NBC. Fascinating.
It's science.
Protect civilian life. But how to determine if and when those rules were violated? The Israeli government has rejected calls for independent investigations into incidents like these, accusing international courts and conflict monitors of anti-Semitism. Instead, the IDF says it investigates itself.
As a professional military committed to international law, we are committed to examining our operations thoroughly and transparently.
And so we combed through hundreds of messages between NBC News and the IDF over nearly 2 years.
Are there any updates on the IDF's investigation into
Are there any updates on the IDF's review of the October
2024 strike on the UNRWA school in Nisa?
Circumstances surrounding the death of the detainee Jamal Abu Awla.
We analyzed and followed up on 175 cases of alleged abuses involving thousands of casualties in order to examine the IDF's track record of holding itself accountable. A forensic analysis of those cases by NBC News found that a total of 27 investigations were acknowledged and admissions of wrongdoing by the IDF in 6 incidents. 1,200 people were killed and 250 abducted when Hamas-led fighters invaded Israel on October 7, 2023. Soon after, Danny Friedman was among a group of high-profile Jewish lawyers to urge the Israeli government to abide by the rules of war, saying there are limits on what harm can be done to other human beings. We asked Friedman, a specialist in international law, to review our findings.
What does international law say about the principle of proportionality?
The first thing that international criminal law says about proportionality is, I'm afraid you have to take each bombing at a time. You have to say, if we did a targeted attack with an aim to get a particular head of Hamas, let's say a senior figure, and we knew he was hiding out in the middle of a refugee camp, and we dropped that bomb, what considerations did we have for the consequences for the civilian population?
We found that in roughly a third of incidents we asked about, the IDF explained its actions by saying it was targeting Hamas.
So deconstruct this argument for us. Hamas is hiding behind civilians. It's Hamas's responsibility and Hamas's fault if civilians are killed.
So first point is Hamas is committing a crime. Second point is that is no defence for those who say to hell with the civilians.
On October 31st, 2023, an Israeli strike hit the Jabalia refugee camp. The IDF said it targeted and killed a Hamas commander, while the Palestinian Health Ministry put the civilian death toll at more than 100.
In terms of thinking about an actual war crime, that was an event that the ratio obviously stood out as incredibly important.
Illegal.
Another strike allegedly targeting a Hamas commander took place on July 13th, 2024. Civilians had been told by the IDF this was a safe zone.
I don't know if anybody's noticing the tone shift. It's kind of fascinating to me as somebody who's covered this conflict for literally 2 years. Like, it's strange that it took them. It's taken them 2.5 years now to try make an attempt at journalism here and actually like assess what the fuck is actually happening rather than just regurgitating Israeli talking points every goddamn day. Doing the smallest modicum of journalism with their massive budget. It's nice. It's way, way late. But it's something, I guess.
90 were killed in the strike. There's no public record of any investigation into this strike or any of the operations in which the IDF claimed Hamas was a target. And that's regardless of the death toll. We asked the IDF which of these incidents, if any, they investigated. They wouldn't say. The IDF told us they regret civilian casualties, but they do not in and of themselves raise a reasonable suspicion of criminal offense.
Aw, the IDF has regrets. That's so cute. The war criminals have some regrets.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, people are struggling to survive just daily life in Gaza right now. Well, the IDF sips tea with NBC, just feigning an attempt at journalism. 2 years into this crisis, people are starving. They are cold. It is winter time. There is no fuel. And things are fucked. And the international community is doing nothing because Donald Trump is causing so much chaos. Honestly, it doesn't feel like anybody has the bandwidth to even deal with it. It's a genocide, I'd point out, but that's what I feel. When I'm looking around, you ask me what's happening with this. People are not dealing with this right now because they're worried about Donald Trump, whether it's with Greenland and NATO or Ukraine or Iran or whatever else. You know, like ICE back at home. And it seems like this is taking the back burner right now. While people struggle, perhaps more than ever before, in this conflict. I know it's hard to grasp, but things are actually getting worse.
موجود في داخل قطاع غزة شحيح جدا جدا. حتى الحطب صار أسعاره مرتفعة جدا تصل ل 6 و7 و8 شيكل كيلو الحطب. كمان هذا بصير عبء كبير على كاهل التكية. كمان توفير الحطب كمان صار أصعب من إيجاده. يعني صراحة اليوم صرنا نلف في الأسواق، نلف على المناطق، نلف على عدة مناطق لإيجاد بضع كيلوات من الحطب كي نستمر في طهي الغداء او اي وجبه ايا كانت. هي بتحتاج كميه كبيره للحطب، تحتاج ما بين 300 ل 500 كيلو بشكل يومي.
Wood. Freaking wood. Firewood in Gaza has become a luxury. A luxury and a necessity. Because they need it to cook food. As bad as it can get. When the very bare necessities of life become luxuries. That's when you know you've hit rock bottom.
We needed to work on it for the continuation of life. So we pulled it out from under the rubble and did the necessary initial maintenance for it to work. I transport people who are moving their tent from one place to another, and we help them. At the same time, I transport passengers, depending on their locations, those to the clinic and those to the hospital. We transport goods, food and drink. If someone wants to move, we also help merchants with transportation and things like that, making things easier for people. As you can see, this is my job and profession, from before the war and after the war. There's nothing to buy or do. You can't do maintenance or anything, because the war has destroyed everything. This is a service for me and for the people. I work to earn a small fee to eat and drink with, and at the same time people move and life continues.
All right. Well, Donald Trump wages a war against the American people. It would seem the United States is preparing for a war, potential war, with Iran, as U.S. aircraft carriers arrive in the Middle East. This is from, I think this is from Tuesday.
A U.S. aircraft carrier has arrived in the Middle East as tensions remain high between the United States and Iran over its bloody crackdown on protesters in the country. The USS Abraham Lincoln and associated guided missile destroyers are now operating in the region. That's according to the U.S. Military Central Command. The Lincoln's presence is viewed as crucial if U.S. President Donald Trump decides to carry out his threat to potentially militarily attack Iran over its killing of peaceful demonstrators, as well as the threat of mass executions against those it now holds. Iran, for its part, has been just gripped by tension over those nationwide protests and the bloody crackdown launched afterwards. Activists now say over 6,100 people were killed and 40,000 others detained in those demonstrations. Iran is insisting that it's willing to potentially strike at will against the United States even before any American attack. And meanwhile, the Iranian rial currency is continuing just to crater against the US dollar. It's hit a new record low of 1.5 million rials to $1, and that's likely going to exacerbate those economic tensions that led to those demonstrations.
Yeah. However, for now, I mean, what I've been hearing is that the... Oh, God. Oh, God, space dust. Oh, God, sorry. Sorry for sneezing in your ear, everyone.
How rude.
Very rude. Incredibly rude.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
What was I saying? Oh, right. The protests in Iran supposedly have subsided in the wake of Iran's brutal crackdown on those protests. Now, let's go. Let's go here. Here's a fascinating story. Donald Trump has hung a photo in the White House of him and Vladimir Putin. Here's France 24 with the story.
Straight to the papers with a lit set today. International papers really focusing today on the US, you found.
That's right, Stuart. So let's start with French left-wing paper Libération. And on its front page here, it writes, American flop power. And that's the headline of an editorial that says that even American celebrities are now reacting to the brutal attacks by ICE agents. The editorial also says that tourism in the country is slowing down, so visits to the United States fell by 6% in 2025, and according to the editorial, Trump's violence has a lot to do with it, and America's soft power is wavering, damaged by Trump's excessive behavior and the ultra-violence of ICE agents, writes the article, adding that we aren't seeing a mass effect for the moment, but perhaps this might be the beginning of a real movement of resistance.
And you found something as well on the cost of troops deployment across the US.
That's right. The Washington Post has this article here that says that deploying National Guard members who are part of the army has cost taxpayers $500 million. And
okay, hold on. We don't need this whole piece. They're going through a bunch of different things here. When did they switch? Yeah, okay.
This, like redecorating the White House, for example. So let's take a look at this article here in The Telegraph. it looks at his new framed picture that we see here. It's right above Trump's picture with his granddaughter. And here there's Trump standing with Russian President Vladimir Putin. And when he was asked why did he put this picture in the White House, he said that Putin looked, quote, nice.
Oh, he looked nice. He looked nice.
The muscular class.
He looked nice, don't you see? Putin, he was having a really good hair day, Putin. I just thought it was very flattering, and I thought he'd like that.
Aren't I a good guy?
Fucking unhinged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
He's looking really good. It's a big, strong man. Big, strong man, that Putin. Great guy. Everyone calls him a strong man, and I agree. Looking very nice that day. Really sharp.
Don't be
really
creepy.
Sharp.
Weird.
Back in Ukraine, Russia is attempting to obliterate the energy infrastructure, leaving people there in the brutal cold. This is France 24 from earlier on Thursday.
Russian strikes push Ukraine towards catastrophe. Kiev is currently facing prolonged winter power outages as intense Russian missile and drone attacks continue to damage Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Pictures released by private energy company DTEK revealed several power plants frozen over as residents continue to struggle with blackouts. Millions have now been stripped of power and heat while temperatures outside reach a bitter -20 degrees Celsius. Following a meeting of EU Ministers of Foreign Affairs on Thursday, EU Representative Kaja Kallas addressed the crisis.
They are bombing Ukrainians, trying to bomb and freeze them to surrender. And that's why we are also discussing the energy support that we can give them, because it's very hard winter and Ukrainians are really suffering.
Many countries are keen to support Ukraine, including Poland, who have donated 400 power generators to the capital.
We are trying to respond where it is needed. There will also be other forms of assistance. The embassy is coordinating these channels of communication. You could say channels of assistance. Companies are coming forward from Poland. State-owned companies are coming forward.
Despite the brutal conditions, many Ukrainians responded to an appeal from Kiev authorities to help distribute food to residents hardest hit by the energy crisis.
Woof. You know how you're very cold right now? Imagine being very cold, having no power, and under threat of being bombed. That sounds bad. Sounds terrible. All right, now let's go down to India, where the mother of all trade deals was signed earlier this week. The very best. And it's not with who you think it is. That's right, the EU and India signing a trade deal. Ursula von der Leyen here with Narendra Modi and this guy.
Narendra Modi calls her the mother of all trade deals, though it's starting off from a very low base. Trade between the EU and India stood at $120 billion.
You can't tell me he's not trying to do a Trump impression when he says the mother of all trade dealers. You cannot tell me that Modi isn't trying to be Trump. The mother of all trade deals, that's what they're telling me. Everybody's saying
a very
it.
low base. Trade between the EU and India stood at 120 billion euros in 2024. And while the EU is Delhi's largest trading partner, accounting for 11.5% of its commerce, India ranks only 9th among the EU's trading partners, well behind countries such as the UK, Switzerland and Norway. European businesses will see a growing economy in the world's most populous nation opening up to them. Among the beneficiaries will be Europe's auto sector, with tariffs on car imports from the EU to be slashed from a current 70 or 110% to 40%, which over time will be reduced to 10. India will also be gaining greater access to European markets for its main exports, such as textiles, jewellery, machinery and appliances, chemicals and base metals. And access to India's raw materials is a strategic boon for European countries. The deal is part of Europe's de-risking strategy to avoid over-dependence on trade with China and will also provide new options in the uncertain world of Donald Trump's tariffs.
Yes, indeed. I don't think it's at all a coincidence that you have the EU signing multiple trade deals in like a week and a half. The Mercosur agreement they signed, I think it was last week. Signing this with India this week, while Donald Trump is making renewed threats against Greenland and NATO. I don't think there's any even slight, coincidence here. I think this is all very much as a result of what Donald Trump has been doing. And perhaps Donald Trump is the reason for this. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the UK, making an appearance in China.
China. I have to have my China.
Now, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is in China to reset relations as he aims to boost trade and investment with the world's second largest economy. Starmer has vowed to bring back benefits to the UK in meetings with President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang. It's the first visit by a British Prime Minister there in 8 years. Starmer is the latest Western leader to seek closer trade with China as many pivot away from the US. And for more on this, I'm joined by Clifford Coonan in the studio from DW Business. He is a long-time China correspondent. Good to see you, Cliff. So this is the first visit by a British Prime Minister since 2018. Tell us, first of all, what Starmer's priorities are on this trip.
Well, he needs to boost trade with China. He needs to get more investment from China. The UK economy is struggling, and it's struggling in many ways. It's looking for partners, and China is there. We've had a lot of meetings with Macron. The French President Macron has been there. Friedrich Merz is going there next month from Germany, the German Chancellor. So he's the latest in a string of leaders. And at the moment, there's a lot of people looking for a reset in their China relations because they're unsure about relations with the US because they're become a lot less stable than they were under previous administrations. And so that's his main priorities are to do this. And he also has some sort of housekeeping matters to do. They've just opened a huge Chinese embassy in London, which has been heavily criticized. That's right, it's been heavily criticized. The British embassy in Beijing is pretty small, and I think he's looking for embassy reciprocity, that he gets a similar sized embassy there as well. So he's got a busy schedule.
And let's talk about trade, because
imagine a world where the EU gets pushed into the bosom of BRICS. Just imagine it. I guess I'm not sure you have to imagine it. It feels like it's happening real time right now. I don't think it requires any real creativity to imagine this one right now. No real stretch of the imagination at all.
Number 10 completely acknowledges that the golden era of British-Chinese relations, when Britain was comfortable having China investing in the infrastructure.
Now, of course, technically, Keir Starmer, UK, not part of the EU anymore. But they've already got, 3 of 5 in BRICS. Right? Brazil, India, and China. If you count this meeting with Keir
digital
Starmer
infrastructure
recently.
and energy infrastructure inside Britain, that is long gone and not coming back. But Keir Starmer's very clear. He doesn't want to move to a new era of outright hostility. He wants to find some sort of middle way to the Middle Kingdom. As he arrived at Beijing airport, Keir Starmer said to the minister waiting to greet him that this was an historic moment. Well, it might not be quite that, but it has been a long time coming. Just how wowed the British public will be by the agreements that are unveiled when he meets President Xi tomorrow, we'll have to wait and see. But he will hope that what the British public will see is that this is all about the economy, trying wherever you can to pull any lever that might just help growth. In this case, exports and investment. He's brought a delegation of business people with him that's heavy on finance, the arts, culture, sports. It does have some manufacturing in it as well. He knows that any deals negotiated here can sometimes be pretty slow coming to fruition. Here's how he launched this mission.
They say that 8 days is a long time in politics. Try 8 years, because it's 8 years since a British Prime Minister stepped on Chinese soil. And so on this delegation, you're making history. You're
Making history, says Keir Starmer. Is the world waking up right now to Donald Trump and the United States not being a reliable ally anymore under this regime? All right, we got one more video on this subject. Another Channel 4 News video from 12 hours ago.
Starmer edges Britain closer to China as Trump continues to threaten and destabilise. Tonight, are we watching the world order rewritten? Good evening from Beijing for a special programme on the world order and whether small steps on a British visit here are part of a much bigger global change. Keir Starmer has become the latest foreign leader to seek trade and build trust with China in the name of mutual self-interest. Beijing, it seems, has won the argument to let differences on human rights and geopolitics remain differences, whilst building a pragmatic relationship based on economics and a shared belief in the rules-based world order. For some, of course, like Canadian leader Mark Carney, that world order is already over, as great powers around the world dismantle it, not least Donald Trump, whose tariff wars, territorial threats and military action have gone hand in hand with the trashing of post-war institutions and agreements. So is Britain being pushed into seeking new relationships? You might say, has Trump made China great again?
I'm in Brussels, where the European Union is caught between an untrustworthy America and an increasing...
Make
I have to have my
great
China
again.
Dominant China.
And I'm in Washington, D.C., where the Trump administration is reacting to traditional allies looking east and turning to China.
The last British leader to visit here was Theresa May 8 years ago. A lot has changed since then. The UK has seen Chinese spying scandals and alleged cyber attacks. There's been Chinese alignment with Russia through the invasion of Ukraine. Then came Donald Trump and his tearing up of old alliances. And with economic growth still puny in the UK, Sir Keir Starmer thought it time to look beyond those dark days of discord. He is already trying to sell the trip as a mutual success in business terms, with UK nationals now able to visit China without visas. Here's our political editor, Gary Gibbon.
The security state has long pedigree here. Curfew drums at sundown would mean medieval gates and Hutong courtyards must be bolted shut to the outside world. Today's surveillance state is a high-tech, often brutal successor. But Keir Starmer has decided Britain can't afford to keep China at arm's length. Chinese state media said Keir Starmer was in Beijing in the hope of rescuing Britain's puny economic growth figures. His host, President Xi, was warmer in his opening remarks.
I gotta say, I've never seen that before. That's wild. They got like moped warmers, or like, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? It's like a little, it's like a snuggie. It's like a snuggie for your moped. Oh my God. A snug bed.
To keep China at arm's length. Chinese state media said Keir Starmer was in Beijing in the hope of rescuing Britain's puny economic growth figures. His host, President Xi, was warmer in his opening remarks.
Oh God. Where is it?
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Said Keir Starmer was in Beijing in the hope of rescuing Britain's puny economic growth figures. His host, President Xi, was warmer in his opening remarks, praising Keir Starmer for rejecting the icy relations that recent Tory governments pursued, and, without naming Donald Trump, referring to these volatile times.
In previous years, China-UK relations went through some twists and turns. It did not serve the interests of our two countries. Right now, the world is both fluid and turbulent. In the past, Labour governments made important contributions to the growth of China-UK relations. You've publicly said that China is an opportunity and that dealing with China is not a choice, but a necessity. I commend these words.
As you have said, this is the first visit by a UK Prime Minister in 8 years. To my mind, that's been far too long. I look forward to taking our relationship further, focused on delivering growth and security for Britain. My only misgiving is that the visit is so short.
Keir Starmer boasted that his meeting with President Xi lasted longer than planned, nearly 3 hours in all, and produced real outcomes in the national interest. He said human rights issues, like the imminent sentencing in Hong Kong of British businessman Jimmy Lai, were raised.
How forcefully did you raise issues such as the jailing of the pro-democracy campaigner Jimmy Lai, the treatment of the Uyghurs, for instance?
Well, we raised those issues as you would expect. Part of the rationale for engagement is to make sure that we can both seize the opportunities that are available, which is what we've done, but also have a mature discussion about issues that we disagree on.
Were they listening on?
Let's be real. Keir Starmer is just saying, look, there's stuff we disagree with China about right now. We need them for trade. Because America's lost their goddamn minds. That's what Keir's saying. That's my translation for you folks. Okay. Well, we've made it an incredible distance. We blasted through this show tonight. In only 6.5 hours. We still got a few stories left to cover here. And technically the last one's going to take the longest. Something I haven't mentioned at all. But scientists, well, we'll get to that. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go to Taiwan first. Because while Keir Starmer was in China, Taiwan was doing military drills. Taiwan's army held drills showcasing its readiness to defend against invaders. One weapon showcases a newly formed HIMARS artillery rocket
This
unit.
exercise marked the first time our HIMARS unit has taken part in a Lunar New Year readiness exercise alongside other forces since the unit was established last year. For our unit, it was an excellent opportunity to verify the effectiveness of our equipment, while also demonstrating to the public the results of our consistent and rigorous training.
Okay. You know, things are very, very tense out there. A lot of political instability, fighting between nations, threats being made. Philippines, no different. There's been a lot of unrest there due to government corruption, among other things. This is a video from earlier this week, posted by The Sun on Tuesday. May I direct your attention to some very angry people. See, Jesus Christ. CCTV footage released by Sharif Agwak municipality showed a rocket attack targeting the vehicle of Mayor Ahmad Mitra Ampatuan. Footage showed a rocket being fired at the mayor's moving vehicle from the opposite side of the road. Local media reported that despite the rocket strike hitting the mayor's vehicle and heavy gunfire at the scene, Ampatuan was unharmed, although 2 members of his security detail were reported wounded in the attack. Security forces launched a pursuit operation after the incident, targeting the attackers who fled in a gray and/or white minivan. The pursuit reportedly led to Barangay Meta and Datu Unse, where the suspects reportedly clashed with police. 3 suspects were killed in the clash. And authorities are continuing to investigate the identities and motives behind the attackers. Shit is crazy out here, people. I was told peace day one on a bunch of stuff by the president. Things aren't feeling the most peaceful right now that they've ever been. If I was forced to do to pick it, I would say that this is not the most peaceful time on planet Earth. Oh, are we on Taiwan now? Had to get your coffee. Well, yeah, we were on Taiwan, now we're off it. Just a quick clip from Wednesday there. Mr. Foxmox, first-time chatter. Ooh, him curious because I live in Taiwan. Yeah, sorry we didn't have a long discussion of Taiwan today. It was just a brief update on what's been going on. And we're moving it along now to Japan. As we always do, going west to east. As best as I can. Sometimes it's impossible for me to go to west to east. Sometimes I gotta do a little bit of, weaving in and around. Yeah. Longitudinal lines. Now, the newly minted Prime Minister of Japan, Sanae Takaichi, has only been in office for a very short period of time. We've been talking about it ever since she took office. She's a despicable woman with antiquated views on society. And she's a little bit of a war hawk on top of it. And earlier this week, actually, I think it's almost exactly a week to the day, we have not had an opportunity to talk about this all week somehow. Somehow we have not made it to this news story until today. Don't ask me. I mean, I could probably explain it. It's been a shitty week. But Sanae Takaichi, new Prime Minister of Japan, has apparently decided to completely dissolve Parliament as of this time last week, calling for snap elections. Here's the AP from 7 days ago. I am reading out the Prime Minister's announcement. Following Article 7 of Japan's Constitution, the House of Representatives is dissolved. I love how that only got a cheer from like 25% of the people in there right now. Everybody else is like, what? Maybe not even 25, just this tiny slice over here. Applauding, everybody else looking on in shock. All right, second to last clip of the night.
Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, has dissolved the lower house of parliament for snap elections. The country's first female leader, a hardline conservative, has been in office for about 3 months. Now, she is hoping that strong approval ratings will translate into a clearer mandate for her Liberal Democratic Party, which lacks a majority of its own right now. But the vote is about more than domestic politics. It will also shape how Japan positions itself in an increasingly uncertain region.
Just 3 months after taking office, Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi is sending the country to the polls on February the 8th. Her ruling Liberal Democratic Party does not command a majority in either house of Japan's parliament. She is seeking a direct mandate after taking over from her predecessor, Shigeru Ishiba.
Things have changed completely since Ishiba was Prime Minister, and it doesn't represent the will of the people. I was hoping they would quickly dissolve Parliament, so I think this is very good. With just 2 weeks of campaigning, it won't be possible to have a calm discussion of the issues, and that makes me very uneasy.
At home, Japan's first female Prime Minister's short time in office has been marked by a promise to combat rising prices with tax cuts and heavy government spending. Abroad, she's been making waves, deepening cooperation with the United States and South Korea while taking a firm hand on neighboring China.
The international situation.
Oh my god. She annoys the shit out of me. I never know what the fuck she is saying, but I hate this one. It's the worst.
Bitch.
God. By the way, look up some of her views on like society. Like, this woman is so backwards and antiquated. Like, she should be living in like the 1800s or something. Like, there's something wrong with her brain. She doesn't even think women should be able to have their own last names. Like, literally, she has some of the most ridiculous... It's 2026, and this woman literally... Like, I mean, it's so many stupid things that she believes. She's a real problem. All right, people, last story of the night. Scientists rushed to call for a press briefing. Not just any scientists. Atomic scientists, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, with a sudden 2026 doomsday clock announcement, an update on our doom.
It's science.
Thank you.
This is from
my name is Alexandra
2 days
Bell,
ago.
and I am the president and CEO of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. It is the determination of the Bulletin's Science and Security Board that humanity has not made sufficient progress on the existential risks that endanger us all. We thus move the clock forward. The doomsday clock is a tool for communicating how close we are to destroying the world with technologies of our own making. The risks we face from nuclear weapons, climate change, and disruptive technologies are all growing. Every second counts, and we are running out of time. It is a hard truth, but this is our reality. It is now 85 seconds to midnight. This is the closest the world has ever been to midnight.
Thank you for being with us today. My name is Daniel Holtz, and I serve as chair of the Science and Security Board of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. I am also a professor of physics at the University of Chicago. UChicago was the site of the first controlled nuclear chain reaction and was also where the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists was founded. The doomsday clock is now at 85 seconds to midnight, the closest it has been in the history of the clock. Last year, we warned that the world was perilously close to catastrophe and that countries needed to change course towards international cooperation and action on the most critical existential risks. Unfortunately, the opposite has happened. Rather than heed this warning, major countries became even more aggressive, adversarial, and nationalistic. Conflicts intensified in 2025, with multiple military operations involving nuclear-armed states. The last remaining treaty governing nuclear weapon stockpiles between the US and Russia expires next week. For the first time in over half a century, there will be nothing preventing a runaway nuclear arms race. On climate change, the assault on the environment has, if anything, escalated. Atmospheric carbon dioxide and global sea levels have reached record highs. Droughts, fires, floods, and storms continue to intensify and become more erratic, and this will only get worse. Grave dangers persist in the life sciences, particularly in emerging areas such as the development of synthetic mirror life. Despite repeated warnings from scientists worldwide, the international community has no coordinated plan, and the world remains unprepared for potentially devastating biological threats. AI is a significant and accelerating disruptive technology. AI is also supercharging mis and disinformation, which makes it even more difficult to address all of the other threats we consider. But instead of working towards international standards governing AI safety, we are running headlong into an AI arms race with what could be dire consequences. We're also concerned about the increasing rise of nationalistic autocracies. If the world splinters into an us versus them, zero-sum approach, it increases the likelihood that we all lose. These autocratic trends impede international cooperation, reduce accountability, and serve as a threat multiplier, making it even less likely that the world will address the existential threats at its doorstep. We note with alarm the recent tragedies in Minnesota and the erosion of the constitutional rights of American citizens. History has shown that when governments become unaccountable to their own citizens, conflict and misery follow. This global trend makes the world more dangerous for everyone. For all of these reasons, we move the clock forward. Our leaders need to do better. We need to do better. For more information on why the clock is at 85 seconds, please read our statement at thebulletin.org. Today, I am joined by Bulletin President and CEO Alexandra Bell and 4 colleagues from the Science and Security Board. National Security and Disruptive Technologies expert Steve Fetter, climate scientist Inez Fung, bio-expert Asha George, and nuclear expert John Wolfstall. We are also honored to be joined by Maria Ressa, one of the world's most renowned and fearless journalists. Maria is the co-founder and CEO of Rappler and a professor at Columbia University. She was awarded the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize, cited for her efforts to safeguard freedom of expression, which is a precondition for democracy and lasting peace. I can think of no better person to speak to this moment in history. Maria will make some remarks, and then we will follow with a press conference. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Daniel. Okay, 85 seconds to midnight. That is the closest we have ever been, and I'm going to say to the end of the world. You've just heard the threats we face: nuclear arsenals growing, climate records shattering, biological risks multiplying, artificial intelligence racing ahead of our ability to govern it. These are new triggers on top of the old problems which have been there, which the Sustainable Development Goals tried to address. All of that, of course, now is a dream, and it's gotten much worse. But I want to talk about something that makes all these threats even harder to address. The crisis beneath all the crisis, which you just saw, which I pointed out at the opening of the 80th UN General Assembly. We are living through an information Armageddon. That's brought about by the technology that rules our lives, from social media to generative AI. None of that tech is anchored in facts. Your chatbot is nothing but a probabilistic machine. Even as the tech moves from the attention economy to now targeting intimacy, human beings, we have been commodified by a predatory and extractive industry. Here are the three sentences I've said over and over since 2016. Without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these three, we have no shared reality. We can't have journalism. We can't have democracy. The radical collaboration this moment demands becomes impossible. Think of shared facts as the operating system of collective action. Democracy runs on it. Diplomacy runs on it. Science runs on it. You corrupt that operating system, and every application fails. Climate negotiations fail. Arms control fails. Pandemic response fails. Not because we lack solutions, but because we can no longer agree on the problems. And the operating system has been corrupted deliberately, systematically, for profit. The platforms that mediate our information were built on an extractive and predatory model. They've turned our attention into a commodity and our outrage into their business model. At the Nobel lecture, I called it toxic sludge. This brings out the worst of humanity. They don't connect us, they divide us. And in that division, they've enabled the collapse of cooperation and the rise of illiberal leaders who exploit chaos. As of last year, VDEM pointed out that 72% of the world is now under authoritarian rule. In my country, the Philippines, we lived through this. Disinformation enabled a brutal drug war. It attacked journalists. When I was first arrested in 2019, our top newspaper's headline adapted the Martin Niemöller quote, right? The headline was, "First, they came for the journalists. We don't know what happened next." Well, today, I've won 10 of the 11 criminal charges, the cases filed against me. I joke that the Philippines has now moved from hell to purgatory, and many of you in the West are now moving to hell.
First they came for the journalists. We don't know what happened next. Oh, God. What a bleak... what a bleak sort of reinterpretation of that
Because
poem.
what happened in my country didn't stay there. That playbook has spread across the world. Last week in Davos, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney said this best. We are in the middle of a rupture, not a transition. The old order is not coming back, and that rupture was accelerated by the destruction of our public information ecosystem. We can't solve problems we can't agree exist. We can't cooperate across borders when we can't share the same facts. Now add generative AI, the chatbots that threaten to accelerate this chaos exponentially, floods of synthetic disinformation at near zero cost, AI slop victimizing millions in scams, supercharging the dysfunction in our information ecosystem. Oh, yes, and killing our environment because of the resources it needs to run. But we're witnessing something more dangerous. The fusion of state power with the tech oligarchy. The men who control the platforms that shape what billions believe have merged with the men who control governments and militaries. Might makes right is the new operating principle, and they have the tools to manufacture consent or to simply drown out dissent. Just last week, the Nerve released research on how controlling the information ecosystem cements power. The title is Narrative Warfare and the Breakdown of Reality. It showed how in less than a year, what started as a meme became state policy and then kinetic reality in Venezuela. It shows a three-stage funnel. Narrative warfare fragments the shared reality, enabling the dismantling of institutions, clearing the path for corruption and kleptocracy. What happened in Venezuela? Greenland threatened, Minneapolis militarized, wars multiplying, not ending. This is what becomes possible when the battle for information integrity is lost. And while this happens, the clock keeps ticking. Nuclear arsenals grow while arms control collapses. Climate records shatter while the US wages war on renewable energy. The very cooperation we need to survive on AI, on pandemics, on the planet becomes impossible. 85 seconds to
85 seconds to midnight. It has never looked more bleak for humanity. We need each other more than ever before. At least in the modern era. Since we started keeping track of these things. And we need to wake up. Gotta start making better choices as a species. All right. Boy, crazy. Freaking
when I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this, of course. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noep, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Wheeling, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, and Glitchmaster. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.